Section 1 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by George Banfield. Recorded in Somerset, England, March 2024. Greatest Wonders of the World. Edited by Esther Singleton. The Blue Grotto of Capri by Alexandre Dumas. We were surrounded by 25 boatmen, each of whom exerted himself to get our custom. These were the ciceroni of the Blue Grotto. I chose one, and Jaden another, for you must have a boat and a boatman to get there, the opening being so low and so narrow that one cannot enter unless in a very small boat. The sea was calm. Nevertheless, even in this beautiful weather it broke with such force against the belt of rocks surrounding the island that our barks bounded as if in a tempest, and we were obliged to lie down and cling to the sides to avoid being thrown into the sea. At last, after 3/4 of an hour of navigation, during which we skirted about 1/6 of the island's circumference, our boatman informed us of our arrival. We looked about us, but we could not perceive the slightest suspicion of a grotto until we made out with difficulty a little black, circular point above the foaming waves. This was the orifice of the vault. The first sight of this entrance was not reassuring. You could not understand how it was possible to clear it without breaking your head against the rocks. As the question seemed important enough for discussion, I put it to my boatman, who replied that we were perfectly right in remaining seated now, but presently we must lie down to avoid the danger. We had not come so far as this to flinch. It was my turn first. My boatman advanced, rowing with precaution and indicating that, accustomed as he was to the work, he could not regard it as exempt from danger. As for me, from the position that I occupied, I could see nothing but the sky. Soon I felt myself rising upon a wave. The boat slid down it rapidly, and I saw nothing but a rock that seemed for a second to weigh upon my breast. Then, suddenly, I found myself in a grotto so marvellous that I gave a cry of astonishment, and I jumped up so quickly to look about me that I nearly capsized the boat. In reality, before me, around me, above me, under me, and behind me were marvels of which no description can give an idea, and before which the brush itself, the grand preserver of human memories, is powerless. You must imagine an immense cavern entirely of azure, just as if God had amused himself by making a pavilion with fragments of the firmament. Water so limpid, so transparent and so pure that you seemed floating upon dense air. From the ceiling, stalactites hanging like inverted pyramids. In the background, a golden sand mingled with submarine vegetation. Along the walls, which were bathed by the water there, were trees of coral with irregular and dazzling branches. At the sea entrance, a tiny point, a star, let in the half-light that illuminates this fairy palace. Finally, at the opposite end, a kind of stage arranged like the throne of a splendid goddess who has chosen one of the wonders of the world for her baths. At this moment, the entire grotto assumed a deeper hue, darkening as the earth does when a cloud passes across the sun at brightest noontide. It was caused by Jaden, who entered in his turn, and whose boat closed the mouth of the cavern. Soon he was thrown near me by the force of the wave that had lifted him up. The grotto recovered its beautiful shade of azure, and his boat stopped tremblingly near mine, for this sea, so agitated and obstreperous outside, breathes here as serenely and gently as a lake. In all probability, the Blue Grotto was unknown to the ancients. No poet speaks of it, and certainly, with their marvellous imagination, the Greeks would not have neglected making of it the palace of some sea goddess with a musical name and leaving some story to us. Suetonius, who describes for us with so much detail the therme and baths of Tiberius, would certainly have devoted a few words to this natural pool, which the old emperor would doubtless have chosen as the theatre for some of his monstrous pleasures. No, The ocean must have been much higher at that epoch than it is at present, and this marvellous sea cave was known only to Amphitrite and her court of sirens, naiads and tritons. But sometimes Amphitrite is angered with the indiscreet travellers who follow her into this retreat, just as Diana was when surprised by Actaeon. At such times the sea rises suddenly and closes the entrance so effectually that those who have entered cannot leave. In this case, they must wait until the wind, which has veered from east to west, changes to south or north, and it has even happened that visitors who have come to spend 20 minutes in the Blue Grotto have had to remain 2, 3, and even 4 days. Therefore, the boatmen always carry with them a certain portion of a kind of biscuit to nourish the prisoners in the event of such an accident. With regard to water, enough filters through 2 or 3 places in the grotto to prevent any fear of thirst. I bestowed a few reproaches upon my boatman for having waited so long to apprise me of so disquieting a fact, but he replied with a charming naivete, "Dame, Excellence, if we told this to the visitors at first, only half would come, and that would make the boatman angry." I admit that after this accidental information, I was seized with a certain uneasiness, on account of which I found the Blue Grotto infinitely less delightful than it had appeared to me at first. Unfortunately, my boatman had told me these details just at the moment when I was undressing to bathe in this water, which is so beautiful and transparent that to attract the fisherman it would not need the song of Goethe's poetical Undine. We were unwilling to waste any time in preparations, and, wishing to enjoy ourselves as much as possible, we both dived. It is only when you are 5 or 6 feet below the surface of the water that you can appreciate its incredible purity. Notwithstanding the liquid that envelops the diver, no detail escapes him. He sees everything. The tiniest shell at the base of the smallest stalactite of the arch, just as clearly as if through the air. Only each object assumes a deeper hue. At the end of a quarter of an hour, we clambered back into our boats and dressed ourselves, without having apparently attracted one of the invisible nymphs of this watery palace, who would not have hesitated, if the contrary had been the case, to have kept us here 24 hours at least. The fact was humiliating, but neither of us pretended to be a Telemachus, and so we took our departure. We again crouched in the bottom of our respective canoes, and we went out of the Blue Grotto with the same precautions and the same good luck with which we had entered it. Only it was 6 minutes before we could open our eyes. The ardent glare of the sun blinded us. We had not gone more than 100 feet away from the spot we had visited before it seemed to have melted into a dream. We landed again at the port of Capri. While we were settling our account with our boatman, Pietro pointed out a man lying down in the sunshine with his face in the sand. This was the fisherman who 9 or 10 years ago discovered the Blue Grotto while looking for frutte de mare along the rocks. He went immediately to the authorities of the island to make his discovery known, and asked the privilege of being the only one allowed to conduct visitors to the new world he had found, and to have revenue from those visitors. The authorities, who saw in this discovery a means of attracting strangers to their island, agreed to the second proposition, and since that time this new Christopher Columbus has lived upon his income, and does not trouble to conduct the visitors himself. This explains why he can sleep as we see him. He is the most envied individual in the island. As we had seen all that Capri offered us in the way of wonders, we stepped into our launch and regained the Speronare, which, profiting by several puffs of the land breeze, set sail and gently glided off in the direction of Palermo. End of section 1.
Section 2 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. Mont Blanc and Chamouni, Switzerland, by Percy Bysshe Shelley. From Servoz, 3 leagues remain to Chamouni, Mont Blanc was before us, the Alps with their innumerable glaciers on high all around, closing in the complicated windings of the single vale; forests inexpressibly beautiful, but majestic in their beauty; intermingled beech and pine and oak, overshadowed our road, or receded, whilst lawns of such verdure as I have never seen before occupied these openings, and gradually became darker in their recesses. Mont Blanc was before us, but it was covered with cloud; its base furrowed with dreadful gaps was seen above. Pinnacles of snow intolerably bright, part of the chain connected with Mont Blanc, shone through the clouds at intervals on high. I never knew, I never imagined what mountains were before. The immensity of these aerial summits excited, when they suddenly burst upon the sight, a sentiment of ecstatic wonder not unallied to madness. And remember, this was all one scene; it all pressed home to our regard and our imagination. Though it embraced a vast extent of space, the snowy pyramids which shot into the bright blue sky seemed to overhang our path; the ravine, clothed with gigantic pines, and black with its depth below, so deep that the very roaring of the untamable Arve which rolled through it could not be heard above. All was as much our own, as if we had been the creators of such impressions in the minds of others as now occupied our own. Nature was the poet, whose harmony held our spirits more breathless than that of the divinest. As we entered the valley of Chamouni, which in fact may be considered as a continuation of those which we have followed from Banfield and Cluses, clouds hung upon the mountains at the distance perhaps of 6,000 feet from the earth, but so as effectually to conceal not only Mont Blanc, but the other aiguilles, as they call them here, attached and subordinate to them. We were traveling along the valley, when suddenly we heard a sound as of the burst of smothered thunder rolling above; yet there was something earthly in the sound that told us it could not be thunder. Our guide hastily pointed out to us a part of the mountain opposite, from whence the sound came. It was an avalanche. We saw the smoke of its path among the rocks, and continued to hear at intervals the bursting of its fall. It fell on the bed of a torrent, which it displaced, and presently we saw its tawny colored waters also spread themselves over the ravine, which was their couch. We did not, as we intended, visit the Glacier de Boisson to day, although it descends within a few minutes' walk of the road, wishing to survey it at least when unfatigued. We saw this glacier which comes close to the fertile plain, as we passed. Its surface was broken into 1,000 unaccountable figures. Conical and pyramidical crystallizations, more than 50 feet in height, rise from its surface, and precipices of ice, of dazzling splendor, overhang the woods and meadows of the vale. This glacier winds upwards from the valley, until it joins the masses of frost from which it was produced above, winding through its own ravine like a bright belt flung over the black region of pines. There is more in all these scenes than mere magnitude of proportion. There is a majesty of outline. There is an awful grace in the very colors which invest these wonderful shapes, a charm which is peculiar to them, quite distinct even from the reality of their unutterable greatness. Yesterday morning we went to the source of the Arveiron. It is about a league from this village. The river rolls forth impetuously from an arch of ice, and spreads itself in many streams over a vast space of the valley, ravaged and laid bare by its inundations. The glacier, by which its waters are nourished, overhangs this cavern and the plain, and the forests of pine which surround it, with terrible precipices of solid ice. On the other side rises the immense glacier of Montanvert, 50 miles in extent, occupying a chasm among mountains of inconceivable height, and of forms so pointed and abrupt that they seem to pierce the sky. From this glacier we saw, as we sat on a rock close to one of the streams of the Arveiron, masses of ice detach themselves from on high, and rush with a loud dull noise into the vale. The violence of their fall turned them into powder, which flowed over the rocks in imitation of waterfalls, whose ravines they usurped and filled. In the evening I went with Ducray, my guide, the only tolerable person I have seen in this country, to visit the glacier of Boisson. This glacier, like that of Montanvert, comes close to the vale, overhanging the green meadows and the dark woods with the dazzling whiteness of its precipices and pinnacles, which are like spires of radiant crystal covered with a network of frosted silver. These glaciers flow perpetually into the valley, ravaging in their slow but irresistible progress the pastures and the forests which surround them, performing a work of desolation in ages, which a river of lava might accomplish in an hour, but far more irretrievably; for where the ice has once descended, the hardiest plant refuses to grow, if even, as in some extraordinary instances, it should recede after its progress has once commenced. The glaciers perpetually move onward at the rate of a foot each day, with a motion that commences at the spot where, on the boundaries of perpetual congelation, they are produced by the freezing of the waters which arise from the partial melting of the eternal snows. They drag with them from the regions whence they derive their origin all the ruins of the mountain, enormous rocks, and immense accumulations of sand and stones. These are driven onwards by the irresistible stream of solid ice, and when they arrive at a declivity of the mountain sufficiently rapid, roll down, scattering ruin. I saw one of these rocks which had descended in the spring (winter here is the season of silence and safety), which measured 40 feet in every direction. The verge of a glacier, like that of Boisson, presents the most vivid image of desolation that it is possible to conceive. No one dares to approach it, for the enormous pinnacles of ice which perpetually fall are perpetually reproduced. The pines of the forest, which bound it at one extremity, are overthrown and shattered to a wide extent at its base. There is something inexpressibly dreadful in the aspect of the few branchless trunks which, nearest to the ice rifts, still stand in the uprooted soil. The meadows perish, overwhelmed with sand and stones. Within this last year these glaciers have advanced 300 feet into the valley. Saussure, the naturalist, says that they have their periods of increase and decay. The people of the country hold an opinion entirely different, but as I judge more probable. It is agreed by all that the snow on the summit of Mont Blanc and the neighboring mountains perpetually augments, and that ice in the form of glaciers subsists without melting in the valley of Chamouni during its transient and variable summer. If the snow which produces this glacier must augment, and the heat of the valley is no obstacle to the perpetual existence of such masses of ice as have already descended into it, the consequence is obvious: the glaciers must augment and will subsist at least until they have overflowed this vale. I will not pursue Buffon's sublime but gloomy theory, that this globe which we inhabit will at some future period be changed into a mass of frost by the encroachment of the polar ice, and of that produced on the most elevated points of the earth. Do you, who assert the supremacy of Ahriman, imagine him throned among these desolating snows, among these palaces of death and frost, so sculptured in this their terrible magnificence by the adamantine hand of necessity, and that he casts around him, as the first essays of his final usurpation, avalanches, torrents, rocks, and thunders, and above all these deadly glaciers, at once the proof and symbols of his reign? Add to this the degradation of the human species, who in these regions are half deformed or idiotic, and most of whom are deprived of anything that can excite interest or admiration. This is a part of the subject more mournful and less sublime, but such as neither the poet nor the philosopher should disdain to regard. This morning we departed on the promise of a fine day to visit the glacier of Montanvert. In that part where it fills a slanting valley it is called the Sea of Ice. This valley is 950 toises, or 7,600 feet above the level of the sea. We had not proceeded far before the rain began to fall, but we persisted until we had accomplished more than half of our journey, when we returned wet through. Chamouni, July 25th. We have returned from visiting the glacier of Montanvert, or as it is called, the Sea of Ice, a scene in truth of dizzying wonder. The path that winds to it along the side of a mountain clothed with pines, now intersected with snowy hollows, is wide and steep. The cabin of Montanvert is 3 leagues from Chamouni, half of which distance is performed on mules, not so sure-footed, but that on the first day the one I rode fell in what the guides call a mauvais pas, so that I narrowly escaped being precipitated down the mountain. We passed over a hollow covered with snow, down which vast stones are accustomed to roll. One had fallen the preceding day, a little time after we had returned. Our guides desired us to pass quickly, for it is said that sometimes the least sound will accelerate their descent. We arrived at Montanvert, however, safe. On all sides precipitous mountains, the abodes of unrelenting frost, surround this vale. Their sides are banked up with ice and snow, broken, heaped high, and exhibiting terrific chasms. The summits are sharp and naked pinnacles, whose overhanging steepness will not even permit snow to rest upon them. Lines of dazzling ice occupy here and there their perpendicular rifts, and shine through the driving vapors with inexpressible brilliance. They pierce the cloud like things not belonging to this earth. The vale itself is filled with a mass of undulating ice, and has an ascent sufficiently gradual even to the remotest abysses of these horrible deserts. It is only half a league, about 2 miles in breadth, and seems much less. It exhibits an appearance as if frost had suddenly bound up the waves and whirlpools of a mighty torrent. We walked some distance upon its surface. The waves are elevated about 12 or 15 feet from the surface of the mass, which is intersected by long gaps of unfathomable depth, the ice of whose sides is more beautifully azure than the sky. In these regions everything changes and is in motion. This vast mass of ice has one general progress, which ceases neither day nor night. It breaks and bursts forever. Some undulations sink while others rise. It is never the same. The echo of rocks, or of the ice and snow which fall from their overhanging precipices, or roll from their aerial summits, scarcely ceases for one moment. One would think that Mont Blanc, like the god of the Stoics, was a vast animal, and that the frozen blood forever circulated through his stony veins. Prose Works, London, 1880. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gillian, Hendrie. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. The Dead Sea, Palestine, by Pierre Loti. A sound of church bells follows us for a long time in the lonely country as we ride away on horseback in the early morning towards Jericho, towards the Jordan and the Dead Sea. The holy city speedily disappears from our eyes, hidden behind the Mount of Olives. There are fields of green barley here and there, but principally regions of stones and asphodels. Nowhere are there any trees. Red anemones and violet irises enamel the greyness of the rough country, all rock and desert. By a series of gorges, valleys, and precipices, we follow a gradually descending route. Jerusalem is at an altitude of 800 metres, and this Dead Sea to which we are going is 400 metres below the level of other seas. If it were not for this way for vehicles, upon which our horses walk so easily, one would be tempted to call it every now and then Idumea, or Arabia. This road to Jericho is, moreover, full of people today: Bedouins upon camels, Arabian shepherds driving hundreds of black goats, bands of Cook's tourists on horseback or in mule chairs, Russian pilgrims who are returning on foot from the Jordan, piously carrying gourds filled with water from the sacred river, numerous troops of Greek pilgrims from the island of Cyprus upon asses, incongruous caravans and strange groups which we overtake or meet. It is soon midday. The high mountains of the country of Moab, which lie beyond the Dead Sea, and which we have seen ever since we reached Hebron, like a diaphanous wall in the east, seem to be as distant as ever, although for 3 hours we have been advancing towards them, apparently fleeing before us, like the visions of a mirage. But they have grown misty and gloomy. All that was trailing in the sky, like light veils in the morning, has gathered and condensed upon their peaks, while a purer and more magnificent blue now extends above our heads. Halfway from Jericho we make the great halt in the caravanserai, where there are Bedouins, Syrians, and Greeks. Then we again mount our horses beneath a burning sun. Every now and then, in the yawning gulfs far below us, the torrent of the Cedron is visible, like a thread of foaming silver. Its course here is not troubled as beneath the walls of Jerusalem, and it rushes along rapidly towards the Dead Sea, half hidden in the deepest hollows of the abysses. The mountain slopes continue to run down towards this strange and unique region, situated below the level of the sea, where sleep the waters which produce death. It seems that one is made conscious of something abnormal in this continuous descent by some unknown sense of oddity and even giddiness suggested by these slopes. Growing more and more grand and rugged, the country now presents almost the appearance of a true desert. But the impression of immeasurable solitude is not experienced here. And then there is always that road traced by human hands and these continual meetings with horsemen and various passengers. The air is already drier and warmer than at Jerusalem, and the light becomes more and more magnifying, as is always the case when one approaches places devoid of vegetation. The mountains are ever more and more denuded and more cracked by the dryness, opening everywhere with crevices like great abysses. The heat increases in proportion as we descend to the shore of the Dead Sea, which in summer is one of the hottest places in the world. A mournful sun darts its rays around us upon the rocks, masses of stone, and pale limestone, where the lizards run about by the thousand, whilst over beyond us, serving as a backdrop for everything, stands ever the chain of Moab, like a Dantesque wall. And today storm clouds darken and deform it, hiding its peaks, or carrying them up too high into the sky and forming other imaginary peaks, thus producing the terror of chaos. In a certain deep valley, through which our way lies for a moment, shut in without any view between vertical walls, some hundreds of camels are at pasture, hanging like great fantastic goats to the flanks of the mountains, the highest perched one of all the troop, silhouetted against the sky. Then we issue from this defile, and the mountains of Moab reappear, higher than ever now, and more obscured by clouds. Upon this sombre background, the near perspective of this desolate country stands out very clearly. The summits are whitish, and all around us blocks, absolutely white, are delineated by the broiling sun with an extreme hardness of outline. Towards 3 o'clock, from the elevated regions where we still are, we see before us the country that is lower than the sea, and, as if our eyes had preserved the remembrance of ordinary levels, this really seems not an ordinary plain, but something too low and a great depression of the earth, the bottom of a vast gulf, into which the road is about to fall. This sunken region has the features of the desert, with gleaming grey wastes like fields of lava or beds of salt. In its midst an unexpectedly green patch, which is the oasis of Jericho. And towards the south a motionless expanse with the polish of a mirror and the sad hue of slate, which begins and loses itself in the distance with a limitless horizon. The Dead Sea, enwrapped in darkness today by all the clouds of the distance, by all that is heavy and opaque yonder, weighing upon the border of Moab. The few little white houses of Jericho are gradually outlined in the green of the oasis, in proportion as we descend from our stony summits, inundated with the sun. One would hardly call it a village. It seems that there is not the least vestige of the 3 large and celebrated cities that formerly successively occupied this site, and that in different ages were called Jericho. These utter destructions and annihilations of the cities of Canaan and Idumea seem to be for the confounding of human reason. Truly a very powerful breath of malediction and death must have passed over it all. When we are finally down in the plain, an insufferable heat surprises us. One would say that we had traversed an immense distance southward, and yet in reality we have only descended a few hundred meters towards the bowels of the earth. It is to their depressed level that the environs of the Dead Sea owe their exceptional climate. Jericho is composed today of a little Turkish citadel, 3 or 4 new houses built for pilgrims and tourists, 100 Arab habitations of mud with roofing of thorny branches, and a few Bedouin tents. Round about them are gardens, in which grow an occasional palm, a wood of green shrubs traversed by clear brooks, some paths overrun by grass, where horsemen in burnous caracole upon their horses with long manes and tails. And that is all. Immediately beyond the wood, the uninhabitable desert begins, and the Dead Sea lies there very near, spreading its mysterious winding sheet above the engulfed kingdoms of Sodom and Gomorrah. This sea has a very individual aspect, and this evening it is very funereal. It truly gives the impression of death, with its heavy, leaden, and motionless waters between the deserts of its 2 shores, where great confused mountains mingle with the storm clouds hanging in the sky. Sunday, April 8th. From Jericho, where we passed the night, the Dead Sea seems very near. One would think in a few minutes it would be easy to reach its tranquil sheet, which this morning is of a blue barely tinted with slate, under a sky rid of all of yesterday's clouds. Yet to reach it, almost 2 hours on horseback are still required, under a heavy sun, across the little desert which, minus the immensity, resembles the large one in which we have just spent so many days. Towards this sea, which seems to flee in proportion as we approach, we descend, by means of a series of exhausted strata and desolate plateaux, all glittering with sand and salt. Here we find a few of the odoriferous plants of Arabia Petrea, and even the semblance of a mirage, the uncertainty as to distances and the continual tremulousness of the horizon. We also find here a band of Bedouins resembling very closely our friends of the desert, in their shirts with long pointed sleeves floating like wings, and their little brown veils tied to the forehead with black cords, the 2 ends of which stand up on the temples like the ears of an animal. Moreover, these shores of the Dead Sea, especially on the southern side, are frequented by pillagers almost as much as Idumea. We know that geologists trace the existence of the Dead Sea back to the first ages of the world. They do not contest, however, that at the period of the destruction of the accursed cities, it must have suddenly overflowed, after some new eruption, to cover the site of the Moabite Pentapolis. And it was at that time that was engulfed all this Vale of Siddim, where were assembled against Kedorlaomer the kings of Sodom, of Gomorrah, of Admah, of Zeboim, and of Zoar. Genesis chapter 14, verses 2 and 3. All that plain of Siddim, which was well watered everywhere, like a garden of delight. Genesis chapter 13, verse 10. Since these remote times, this sea has receded a little, without, however, its form being sensibly changed. And beneath the shroud of its heavy waters, unfathomable to the diver by their very density, sleep strange ruins, débris, which, without doubt, will never be explored. Sodom and Gomorrah are there, buried in their dark depths. At present, the Dead Sea, terminated at the north by the sands we cross, extends to a length of about 80 kilometres, between 2 ranges of parallel mountains. To the east, those of Moab, eternally oozing bitumen, which stand this morning in their sombre violet. To the west, those of Judea, of another nature entirely of whitish limestone, at this moment dazzling with sunlight. On both shores the desolation is equally absolute. The same silence hovers over the same appearances of death. These are, indeed, the immutable and somewhat terrifying aspects of the desert, and one can understand the very intense impression produced upon travellers who do not know the Arabia Magna. But for us there is here only a too greatly diminished image of the mournful phantasmagoria of that region. Besides, one does not lose altogether the view of the citadel of Jericho. From our horses we may still perceive it behind us, like a vague little white point, but still a protector. In the extreme distance of the desert sands, under the trembling network of mirage, appears also an ancient fortress, which is a monastery for Greek hermits. And finally another white blot, just perceptible above us, in a recess of the mountains of Judah, stands that mausoleum which passes for the tomb of Moses, for which a great Mohammedan pilgrimage is soon about to start. However, upon the sinister strand where we arrive, death reveals itself, truly sovereign and imposing. First, like a line of defence which it is necessary to surmount, comes a belt of driftwood, branches, and trees, stripped of all bark, almost petrified in the chemical bath, and whitened like bones. One would call them an accumulation of great vertebrae. Then there are some rounded pebbles, as on the shore of every sea, but not a single shell, not a piece of seaweed, not even a little greenish slime, nothing organic, not even of the lower order. And nowhere else has this ever been seen. A sea whose bed is as sterile as a crucible of alchemy. This is something abnormal and disconcerting. Some dead fish lie here and there, hardened like wood, mummified in the naphtha and the salts. Fish of the Jordan, which the current brought here, and which the accursed waters suffocated instantly. And before us this sea flees, between its banks of desert mountains, to the troubled horizon, with an appearance of never ending. Its whitish, oily waters bear blots of bitumen, spread in large iridescent rings. Moreover, they burn, if you drink them, like a corrosive liquor. If you enter them up to your knees, you have difficulty in walking, they are so heavy. You cannot dive in them, nor even swim in the ordinary position, but you can float upon the surface like a cork buoy. Once the Emperor Titus, as an experiment, had several slaves bound together with iron chains and cast in, and they did not drown. On the eastern shore, in a little sandy desert where we have just been marching for 2 hours, a line of a beautiful emerald serpentines. A few flocks and a few Arabian shepherds that are half bandits pass in the far distance. Towards the middle of the day we re-enter Jericho, whence we shall not depart until tomorrow morning, and there remain the tranquil hours of the evening for us to go over the still oasis. When we are seated before the porch of the little inn of Jericho in the warm twilight, we see a wildly galloping horse, bringing a monk in a black robe with long hair floating in the wind. He is one of the hermits of the Mount of the 40 Days, who is trying to be the first to arrive and offer us some little objects in the wood of Jericho and shell rosaries from the Jordan. At nightfall others come, dressed in the same black robe, and with the same thin hair around their bandit's countenance, and enter the inn to entice us with little carvings and similar chaplets. The night is sultry here, and a little heavy, quite different to the cold nights of Jerusalem, and just as the stars begin to shine, a concert of frogs begins simultaneously from every side under the dark entanglement of the balms of Gilead. So continuous, and moreover so discreet is it, that it seems but another expression of the tranquil silence. You hear also the barking of the sheepdogs below on the side of the Arabian encampments. Then, very far away, the drum and the little Bedouin flute furnish the rhythm for some wild fete, and at intervals, but very distinctly, comes the lugubrious falsetto of a hyena or jackal. Now here is the unexpected refrain of the coffee-houses of Berlin, which suddenly bursts forth in ironical dissonance, in the midst of these light and immutable sounds of ancient evenings in Judea. The German tourists who have been here since sunset, encamped under the tents of agencies. A band of Cook's tourists come to see and profane, as far as they can, this little desert. It is after midnight, when everything is hushed and the silence belongs to the nightingales which fill the oasis with an exquisite and clear music of crystal. Jerusalem, Paris, 1895. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. Mount Vesuvius by Charles Dickens. Italy. A noble mountain pass, with the ruins of a fort on a strong eminence, traditionally called the Fort of Fra Diavolo. The old town of Ytre, like a device in pastry, built up almost perpendicularly on a hill and approached by long steep flights of steps. Beautiful Mola di Gaeta, whose wines, like those of Albano, have degenerated since the days of Horace, or his taste for wine was bad, which is not likely of one who enjoyed it so much and extolled it so well. Another night upon the road at St. Agatha, a rest next day at Capua, which is picturesque, but hardly so seductive to a traveller now as the soldiers of Praetorian Rome were wont to find the ancient city of that name. A flat road among vines, festooned and looped from tree to tree, and Mount Vesuvius close at hand at last, its cone and summit whitened with snow, and its smoke hanging over it in the heavy atmosphere of the day like a dense cloud. So we go, rattling downhill into Naples. Capri, once made odious by the deified beast Tiberius. Ischia, Procida, and the thousand distant beauties of the bay lie in the blue sea yonder, changing in the mist and sunshine 20 times a day, now close at hand, now far off, now unseen. The fairest country in the world is spread about us. Whether we turn towards the Miseno shore of the splendid watery amphitheatre and go by the grotto of Posilippo to the Grotto del Canai, and away to Baiae, or take the other way towards Vesuvius and Sorrento, it is one succession of delights. In the last named direction, where, over doors and archways, there are countless little images of San Gennaro with his Canute's hand stretched out to check the fury of the burning mountain, we are carried pleasantly by a railroad on the beautiful sea beach, past the town of Torre del Greco, built upon the ashes of the former town, destroyed by an eruption of Vesuvius within 100 years, and past the flat-roofed houses, granaries, and macaroni manufactories, to Castel Amare, with its ruined castle, now inhabited by fishermen, standing in the sea upon a heap of rocks. Here the railroad terminates, but hence we may ride on, by an unbroken succession of enchanting bays and beautiful scenery, sloping from the highest summit of St. Angelo, the highest neighbouring mountain, down to the water's edge, among vineyards, olive trees, gardens of oranges and lemons, orchards, heaped up rocks, green gorges in the hills, and by the bases of snow-covered heights, and through small towns with handsome dark-haired women at the doors, and past delicious summer villas to Sorrento, where the poet Tasso drew his inspiration from the beauty surrounding him. Returning, we may climb the heights above Castellamare, and, looking down among the boughs and leaves, see the crisp water glistening in the sun, and clusters of white houses in distant Naples, dwindling in the great extent of prospect down to Dice. The coming back to the city by the beach again at sunset, with the glowing sea on one side and the darkening mountain with its smoke and flame upon the other, is a sublime conclusion to the glory of the day. Stand at the bottom of the great market-place of Pompeii and look up the silent streets, through the ruined temples of Jupiter and Isis, over the broken houses with their inmost sanctuaries open to the day, away to Mount Vesuvius, bright and snowy in the peaceful distance, and lose all count of time and heed of other things in the strange and melancholy sensation of seeing the destroyed and the destroyer making this quiet picture in the sun. Then ramble on and see at every turn the little familiar tokens of human habitation and everyday pursuits. The chafing of the bucket rope in the stone rim of the exhausted well, the track of carriage wheels in the pavement of the street, the marks of drinking vessels on the stone counter of the wine shop, the amphorae in private cellars, stored away so many 100 years ago, and undisturbed to this hour, all rendering the solitude and deadly lonesomeness of the place 10,000 times more solemn than if the volcano, in its fury, had swept the city from the earth and sunk it in the bottom of the sea. After it was shaken by the earthquake which preceded the eruption, workmen were employed in shaping out, in stone, new ornaments for temples and other buildings that had suffered. Here lies their work outside the city gate, as if they would return tomorrow. In the cellar of Diomedes' house, where certain skeletons were found huddled together close to the door, the impression of their bodies on the ashes hardened with the ashes, and became stamped and fixed there, after they had shrunk, inside, to scanty bones. So, in the theatre of Herculaneum, a comic mask, floating on the stream when it was hot and liquid, stamped its mimic features in it as it hardened into stone. And now it turns upon the stranger the fantastic look it turned upon the audiences in that same theatre 2,000 years ago. Next to the wonder of going up and down the streets, and in and out of the houses, and traversing the secret chambers of the temples of a religion that has vanished from the earth, and finding so many fresh traces of remote antiquity, as if the course of time had been stopped after this desolation, and there had been no nights and days, months, years, and centuries since. Nothing is more impressive and terrible than the many evidences of the searching nature of the ashes as bespeaking their irresistible power, and the impossibility of escaping them. In the wine cellars, they force their way into earthen vessels, displacing the wine and choking them to the brim with dust. In the tombs, they forced the ashes of the dead from the funeral urns and rained new ruin even into them. The mouths and eyes and skulls of all the skeletons were stuffed with this terrible hail. In Herculaneum, where the flood was of a different and a heavier kind, it rolled in like a sea. Imagine a deluge of water turned to marble at its height, and that is what is called the lava here. Some workmen were digging the gloomy well, on the brink of which we now stand, looking down, when they came on some of the stone benches of the theatre. Those steps, for such they seem, at the bottom of the excavation, and found the buried city of Herculaneum. Presently going down with lighted torches, we are perplexed by the great walls of monstrous thickness, rising up between the benches, shutting out the stage, obtruding their shapeless forms in absurd places, confusing the whole plan, and making it a disordered dream. We cannot, at first, believe or picture to ourselves that this came rolling in and drowned the city, and that all that is not here has been cut away by the axe like solid stone. But this perceived and understood, The horror and oppression of its presence are indescribable. Many of the paintings on the walls in the roofless chambers of both cities, or carefully removed to the museum at Naples, are as fresh and plain as if they had been executed yesterday. Here are subjects of still life, as provisions, dead game, bottles, glasses, and the like. Familiar classical stories or mythological fables, always forcibly and plainly told. Conceits of cupids, quarrelling, sporting, working at trades, theatrical rehearsals. Poets reading their productions to their friends. Inscriptions chalked upon the walls. Political squibs, advertisements, rough drawings by schoolboys. Everything to people and restore the ancient cities in the fancy of their wondering visitor. Furniture, too, you see, of every kind. Lamps, tables, couches, vessels for eating, drinking and cooking. Workmen's tools, surgical instruments, tickets for the theatre, pieces of money, personal ornaments, bunches of keys found clinched in the grasp of skeletons, helmets of guards and warriors, little household bells, yet musical with their old domestic tones. The least among these objects lends its aid to swell the interests of Vesuvius and invest it with a perfect fascination. The looking from either ruined city into the neighbouring grounds, overgrown with beautiful vines and luxuriant trees, and remembering that house upon house, temple on temple, building after building, and street after street, are still lying underneath the roots of all the quiet cultivation, waiting to be turned up to the light of day, is something so wonderful, so full of mystery, so captivating to the imagination, that one would think it would be paramount and yield to nothing else. To nothing but Vesuvius. But the mountain is the genius of the scene. From every indication of the ruin it has worked, we look, again, with an absorbing interest to where its smoke is rising up into the sky. It is beyond us, as we thread the ruined streets, above us, as we stand upon the ruined walls. We follow it through every vista of broken columns, as we wander through the empty courtyards of the houses, and through the garlandings and interlacings of every wanton vine. Turning away to Paestum yonder, to see the awful structures built, the least aged of them hundreds of years before the birth of Christ, and standing yet, erect in lonely majesty, upon the wild malaria-blighted plain, we watch Vesuvius as it disappears from the prospect, and watch for it again on our return, with the same thrill of interest, as the doom and destiny of all this beautiful country, biding its terrible time. It is very warm in the sun on this early spring day when we return from Paestum, but very cold in the shade, insomuch that although we may lunch pleasantly at noon in the open air by the gate of Pompeii, the neighbouring rivulet supplies thick ice for our wine. But the sun is shining brightly. There is not a cloud or speck of vapour in the whole blue sky looking down upon the Bay of Naples, and the moon will be at the full to-night. No matter that the snow and ice lie thick upon the summit of Vesuvius, or that we have been on foot all day at Pompeii, or that croakers maintain that strangers should not be on the mountain by night in such an unusual season. Let us take advantage of the fine weather. make the best of our way to Resina, the little village at the foot of the mountain. Prepare ourselves, as well as we can, on so short a notice, at the guide's house. Ascend at once and have sunset halfway up, moonlight at the top, and midnight to come down in. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon there is a terrible uproar in the little stable yard of Signore Salvatore, the recognised head guide with the gold band around his cap, and 30 under guides who are all scuffling and screaming at once, are preparing half a dozen saddled ponies, 3 litters, and some stout staves for the journey. Every one of the 30 quarrels with the other 29 and frightens the 6 ponies, and as much of the village as can possibly squeeze itself into the little stable yard participates in the tumult and gets trodden on by the cattle. After much violent skirmishing and more noise than would suffice for the storming of Naples, the procession starts. The head guide, who is liberally paid for all the attendance, rides a little in advance of the party. The other 30 guides proceed on foot. 8 go forward with the litters that are to be used by and by, and the remaining 22 beg. We ascend gradually by stony lanes like rough broad flights of stairs for some time. At length we leave these and the vineyards on either side of them, and emerge upon a bleak, bare region, where the lava lies confusedly in enormous rusty masses, as if the earth had been ploughed up by burning thunderbolts. And now we halt to see the sunset. The change that falls upon the dreary region and on the whole mountain, as its red light fades and the night comes on, and the unutterable solemnity and dreariness in that rain around, who that has witnessed it can ever forget? It is dark when, after winding for some time over the broken ground, we arrive at the foot of the cone, which is extremely steep and seems to rise almost perpendicularly from the spot where we dismount. The only light is reflected from the snow, deep, hard, and white, with which the cone is covered. It is now intensely cold, and the air is piercing. The 31 have brought no torches, knowing that the moon will rise before we reach the top. 2 of the litters are devoted to the 2 ladies, the 3rd to a rather heavy gentleman from Naples, whose hospitality and good nature have attached him to the expedition and determined him to assist in doing the honours of the mountain. The rather heavy gentleman is carried by 15 men, each of the ladies by half a dozen. We who walk make the best use of our staves, and so the whole party begin to labour upward over the snow, as if they were toiling to the summit of an antediluvian 12th cake. We are a long time toiling up, and the head guide looks oddly about him when one of the company, not an Italian, though an habitué of the mountain for many years, whom we will call, for our present purpose, Mr. Pickle of Portici, suggests that, as it is freezing hard, and the usual footing of ashes is covered by the snow and ice, it will surely be difficult to descend. But the sight of the litters above, tilting up and down, and jerking from this side to that as the bearers continually slip and tumble, diverts our attention, more especially as the whole length of the rather heavy gentleman is, at that moment, presented to us alarmingly foreshortened, with his head downward. The rising of the moon soon afterward, revives the flagging spirits of the bearers. Stimulating each other with their usual watchword, "Courage, friend, it is to eat macaroni," they press on gallantly for the summit. From tinging the top of the snow above us with a band of light and pouring it in a stream through the valley below, while we have been ascending in the dark, the moon soon lights the whole white mountainside and the broad sea down below, and tiny Naples in the distance, and every village in the country round. The whole prospect is in this lovely state when we come upon the platform on the mountain top, the region of fire, an exhausted crater formed of great masses of gigantic cinders, like blocks of stone from some tremendous waterfall, burned up, from every chink and crevice of which hot sulphurous smoke is pouring out, while from another conical-shaped hill, the present crater, rising abruptly from this platform at the end, great sheets of fire are streaming forth, reddening the night with flame, blackening it with smoke, and spotting it with red-hot stones and cinders that fly up into the air like feathers and fall down like lead. What words can paint the gloom and grandeur of this scene? The broken ground, the smoke, the sense of suffocation from the sulphur, the fear of falling down through the crevices in the yawning ground, the stopping every now and then for somebody who is missing in the dark, for the dense smoke now obscures the moon, the intolerable noise of the 30, and the hoarse roaring of the mountain, make it a scene of such confusion at the same time that we reel again. But, dragging the ladies through it and across another exhausted crater to the foot of the present volcano, we approach close to it on the windy side, and then sit down among the hot ashes at its foot and look up in silence, faintly estimating the action that is going on within, from its being full 100 feet higher at this minute than it was 6 weeks ago. There is something in the fire and roar that generates an irresistible desire to get nearer to it. We cannot rest long without starting off, 2 of us on our hands and knees, accompanied by the head guide, to climb to the brim of the flaming crater and try to look in. Meanwhile, the 30 yell, as with one voice, that it is a dangerous proceeding, and call to us to come back, frightening the rest of the party out of their wits. What with their noise, and what with the trembling of the thin crust of ground that seems about to open underneath our feet and plunge us into the burning gulf below, which is the real danger, if there be any, and what with the flashing of the fire in our faces and the shower of red-hot ashes that is raining down, and the choking smoke and sulphur, we may well feel giddy and irrational, like drunken men. But we contrive to climb up to the brim and look down for a moment into the hell of boiling fire below. Then we all 3 come rolling down, blackened and singed and scorched and hot and giddy, and each with his dress alight in 6 places. You have read 1,000 times that the usual way of descending is by sliding down the ashes, which, forming a gradually increasing ledge below the feet, prevent too rapid a descent. But when we have crossed the 2 exhausted craters on our way back, and are come to this precipitous place, there is, as Mr. Pickle has foretold, no vestige of ashes to be seen, the whole being a smooth sheet of ice. In this dilemma, 10 or a dozen of the guides cautiously join hands and make a chain of men, of whom the foremost beat, as well as they can, a rough track with their sticks, down which we prepare to follow. The way being fearfully steep, and none of the party, even of the 30, being able to keep their feet for 6 paces together, the ladies are taken out of their litters and placed each between 2 careful persons, while others of the 30 hold by their skirts to prevent their falling forward, a necessary precaution tending to the immediate and hopeless dilapidation of their apparel. The rather heavy gentleman is adjured to leave his litter too, and be escorted in a similar manner. But he resolves to be brought down as he was brought up, on the principle that his 15 bearers are not likely to tumble all at once, and that he is safer so than trusting to his own legs. In this order we begin the descent, sometimes on foot, sometimes shuffling on the ice, always proceeding much more quietly and slowly than on our upward way, and constantly alarmed by the falling among us of somebody from behind, who endangers the footing of the whole party, and clings pertinaciously to anybody's ankles. It is impossible for the litter to be in advance too, as the track has to be made, and its appearance behind us, overhead, with some one or other of the bearers always down, and the rather heavy gentleman with his legs in the air, is very threatening and frightful. We have gone on thus a very little way, painfully and anxiously, but quite merrily, and regarding it as a great success, and have all fallen several times, and have all been stopped somehow or other as we were sliding away, when Mr. Pickle of Portici, in the act of remarking on these uncommon circumstances as quite beyond his experience, stumbles, falls, disengages himself with quick presence of mind from those about him, plunges away head foremost, and rolls over and over down the whole surface of the cone. Sickening as it is to look, and be so powerless to help him, I see him there in the moonlight. I have had such a dream often, skimming over the white ice like a cannonball. Almost at the same moment there is a cry from behind, and a man who has carried a light basket of spare cloaks on his head comes rolling past at the same frightful speed, closely followed by a boy. At this climax of the chapter of accidents, the remaining 28 vociferate to that degree that a pack of wolves would be music to them. Giddy and bloody, and a mere bundle of rags, is Pickle of Portici when we reach the place where we dismounted and where the horses are waiting, but, thank God, sound in limb. And never are we likely to be more glad to see a man alive and on his feet than to see him now, making light of it too, though sorely bruised and in great pain. The boy is brought into the hermitage on the mountain while we are at supper, with his head tied up, and the man is heard of some hours afterwards. He, too, is bruised and stunned, but has no broken bones, the snow having, fortunately, covered all the larger blocks of rock and stone, and rendered them harmless. After a cheerful meal and a good rest before a blazing fire, we again take horse and continue our descent to Salvatore's house, very slowly, by reason of our bruised friend being hardly able to keep the saddle or endure the pain of motion. Though it is so late at night or early in the morning, all the people of the village are waiting about the little stable yard when we arrive, and looking up the road by which we are expected. Our appearance is hailed with a great clamour of tongues and a general sensation, for which, in our modesty, we are at somewhat of a loss to account, until, turning into the yard, we find that one of a party of French gentlemen who were on the mountain at the same time is lying on some straw in the stable with a broken limb, looking like death and suffering great torture, and that we were confidently supposed to have encountered some worse accident. So, well returned, and heaven be praised, as the cheerful Vetturino, who has borne us company all the way from Pisa, says with all his heart, and away with his ready horses into sleeping Naples. It wakes again to Policinelli and pickpockets, buffo singers and beggars, rags, puppets, flowers, brightness, dirt, and universal degradation, airing its harlequin suit in the sunshine, next day and every day, singing, starving, dancing, gaming on the seashore, and leaving all labour to the burning mountain, which is ever at its work. From Pictures from Italy, London, 1845. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Frederick O'Brien. Great Wonders of the World. Edited by Esther Singleton. Section 5. The Falls of the Rhine by Victor Hugo. My friend, what shall I say to you? I have just come from seeing that strange thing. I am only a few steps from it. I hear the noise of it. I am writing to you without knowing what falls from my thoughts. Ideas and images accumulate there, pell-mell, hastening, jostling, and bruising each other, and disappearing in vapour, in foam, in uproar, and in clouds. Within me there is an immense ebullition. It seems to me that I have the falls of the Rhine in my brain. I write at random, just as it comes. You must understand if you can. You arrive at Laufen. It is a castle of the 13th century, a very beautiful pile, and of a very good style. At the door there are 2 gilded wyverns with open mouths. They are roaring. You would say that they are making the mysterious noise you hear. You enter. You are in the courtyard of a castle. It is no longer a castle, it is a farm. Hens, geese, turkeys, dirt, a cart in the corner, and a vat of lime. A door opens. The cascade appears. Marvellous spectacle. Frightful tumult. That is the first effect. Then you look about you. The cataract cuts out the gulfs which it fills with large white sheets. As in a conflagration, there are some little peaceful spots in the midst of this object of terror. Groves blended with foam, charming brooks in the mosses, fountains for the Arcadian shepherds of Poussin, shadowed by little boughs gently agitated. And then these details vanish, and the impression of the whole returns to you. Eternal tempest, snow, vital and furious. The water is of a strange transparency. Some black rocks produce sinister aspects under the water. They appear to touch the surface and are 10 feet down. Below the 2 principal leaps of the falls 2 great sheaves of foam spread themselves upon the river and disperse in green clouds. On the other side of the Rhine, I perceive a tranquil group of little houses, where the housekeepers come and go. As I am observing, my guide tells me, Lake Constance froze in the winter of 1829 and 1830. It had not frozen for 104 years. People crossed it in carriages. Poor people were frozen to death in Schorfenhausen. I descended a little lower, towards the abyss. The sky was grey and veiled. The cascade roared like a tiger. Frightful noise, terrible rapidity, dust of water, smoke and rain at the same time. Through this mist you see the cataract in its full development. 5 large rocks cut into 5 sheets of water of diverse aspects and different sizes. You believe you see the 5 worn piers of a bridge of Titans. In the winter, the ice forms blue arches upon these black abutments. The nearest of these rocks is of a strange form. It seems as if the water issued full of rage from the hideous and impassive head of a Hindu idol with an elephant's head. Some trees and brambles, which intermingle at its summit, give it bristling and horrible hair. At the most awe-inspiring point of the falls, a great rock disappears and reappears under the foam like the skull of an engulfed giant, beaten for 6,000 years by this dreadful shower bath. The guide continues his monologue. The falls of the Rhine are 1 league from Schaffenhausen. The whole mass of the river falls there at a height of 70 feet. The rugged path, which descends from the castle of Laufen to the abyss, crosses a garden. At the moment when I passed, deafened by the formidable cataract, a child, accustomed to living with this marvel of the world, was playing among the flowers. This path has several barriers, where you pay a trifle from time to time. The poor cataract should not work for nothing. See the trouble it gives. It is very necessary that with all the foam that it throws upon the trees, the rocks, the river, and the clouds, that it should throw a few sous into the pockets of someone. That is the least it can do. I came along this path until I reached a kind of balcony, skilfully poised in reality right over the abyss. There, everything moves you at once. You are dazzled, made dizzy, confused, terrified, and charmed. You lean on a wooden rail that trembles. Some yellow trees, it is autumn, and some red quick trees surround a little pavilion in the style of the Café Turc, from which one observes the horror of the thing. The women cover themselves with an oilskin, each one costs a franc. You are suddenly enveloped in a terrible, thundering, and heavy shower. Some pretty little yellow snails crawl voluptuously over this dew on the rail of the balcony. The rock that slopes beyond the balcony weeps, drop by drop, into the cascade. Upon this rock, which is in the centre of the cataract, a troubadour knight of painted wood stands leaning upon a red shield with a white cross. Some man certainly risked his life to plant this doubtful ornament in the midst of Jehovah's grand and eternal poetry. The 2 giants, who lift up their heads, I should say the 2 largest rocks, seem to speak. The thunder is their voice. Above an alarming mound of foam you see a peaceful little house with its little orchard. You would say that this terrible hydra is condemned to carry eternally upon his back that sweet and happy cabin. I went to the extremity of the balcony. I leaned against the rock. The sight became still more terrible. It was a frightful descent of water. The hideous and splendid abyss angrily throws a shower of pearls in the face of those who dare to regard it so near. That is admirable. The 4 great heaps of the cataract fall, mount, and fall again without ceasing. You would believe that you were beholding the 4 lightning wheels of the storm chariot. The wooden bridge was laid under water. The boards were slippery. Some dead leaves quivered under my feet. In a cleft of the rock I noticed a little tuft of dried grass, dry under the cataract of Schaffenhausen. In this deluge, it missed every drop of water. There are some hearts that may be likened to this tuft of grass. In the midst of a vortex of human prosperity, they wither of themselves. Alas, this drop of water which they have missed, and which springs not forth from the earth but falls from heaven, is love. How long did I remain there, absorbed in that grand spectacle? I could not possibly tell you. During that contemplation the hours passed in my spirit like the waves in the abyss, without leaving a trace or memory. However, someone came to inform me that the day was declining. I climbed up to the castle, and from there I descended to the sandy shore whence you cross the Rhine to gain the right bank. This shore is below the falls, and you cross the river at a few fathoms from the cataract. To accomplish this, you risk yourself in a little boat, charming, light, exquisite, adjusted like the canoe of a savage, constructed of wood as simple as the skin of a shark, solid, elastic, fibrous, grazing the rocks every instant and hardly escaping, being managed like all the small boats of the Rhine and the Meuse, with a hook and an oar in the form of a shovel. Nothing is stranger than to feel in this little boat the deep and thunderous shocks of the water. As the bark moved away from the bank, I looked above my head at the battlements covered with tiles, and the sharp gable ends of the chateau that dominates the precipice. Some fishermen's nets were drying up on the stones on the bank of the river. Do they fish in this vortex? Yes, without doubt. As the fish cannot leap over the cataract, many salmon are caught here. Moreover, where is the whirlpool in which man will not fish? Now I will recapitulate my intense and almost poignant sensations. First impressions, you do not know what to say. You are crushed, as by all great poems. Then the whole unravels itself. The beauties disengage themselves from the cloud. Altogether it is grand, sombre, terrible, hideous, magnificent, unutterable. On the other side of the Rhine, the falls are made to turn mill wheels. Upon one bank, the castle, upon the other, the village, which is called Neuhausen. It is a remarkable thing that each of the great Alpine rivers, on leaving the mountains, has the colour of the sea to which it flows. The Rhone, escaping from the Lake of Geneva, is blue like the Mediterranean. The Rhine, issuing from Lake Constance, is green like the ocean. Unfortunately, the sky was overcast. I cannot, therefore, say that I saw the falls of Laufen in all their splendour. Nothing is richer nor more marvellous than that shower of pearls of which I have already told you. This should be, however, even more wonderful when the sun changes these pearls to diamonds, and when the rainbow plunges its emerald neck into the foam like a divine bird that comes to drink in the abyss. From the other side of the Rhine, whence I am now writing, the cataract appears in its entirety, divided into 5 very distinct parts, each of which has its own physiognomy quite apart from the others, and forming a kind of crescendo. The first is an overflowing from a mill. The second, almost symmetrically composed by the work of the wave and time, is a fountain of Versailles. The third, a cascade. The fourth, an avalanche. And the fifth, chaos. A last word, and I will close this letter. Several paces from the falls you explore a calcareous rock, which is very beautiful. In the midst of one of the quarries that are there, a galley slave, in stripes of grey and black, with pickaxe in his hand and a double chain on his feet, looked at the cataract. Chance seems to delight itself sometimes in placing in antithesis, sometimes sad and sometimes terrible, the work of nature and the work of society. Lorraine, Paris, 1846. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr. Greatest Wonders of the World. Edited by Esther Singleton. Section 6. In Arctic and Antarctic Seas. Part 1. By Lord Dufferin. Ever since leaving England, as each 24 hours we climbed up nearer to the pole, the belt of dusk dividing day from day had been growing narrower and narrower, until, having nearly reached the Arctic Circle, this, the last night we were to traverse, had dwindled to a thread of shadow. Only after 6 leagues more, and we would stand on the threshold of a 4-months' day. For the few preceding hours, clouds had completely covered the heavens, except where a clear interval of sky, that lay along the northern horizon, promised a glowing stage for the sun's last obsequies. But like the heroes of old he had veiled his face to die, and it was not until he dropped down to the sea that the whole hemisphere overflowed with glory, and the gilded pageant concerted for his funeral gathered in slow procession round his grave, reminding one of those tardy honours paid to some great prince of song, who, left during life to languish in a garret, is buried by nobles in Westminster Abbey. A few minutes more, the last fiery segment had disappeared beneath the purple horizon, and all was over. The king is dead, the king is dead, the king is dead, Long live the king! And up from the sea that had just entombed his sire rose the young monarch of a new day, while the courtier clouds, in their ruby robes, turned faces still aglow with the favours of their dead lord, to borrow brighter blazonry from the smile of a new master. A fairer or a stranger spectacle than the last Arctic sunset cannot be well conceived. Evening and morning, like kinsmen whose hearts some baseless feud has kept asunder, clasping hands across the shadow of the vanished night. You must forgive me if sometimes I become a little magniloquent, for really, amid the grandeur of that fresh primeval world, it was almost impossible to prevent one's imagination from absorbing a dash of the local colouring. We seemed to have suddenly waked up among the colossal scenery of Keats' Hyperion. The pulses of young Titans beat within our veins. Time itself, no longer frittered down into paltry divisions, had assumed a more majestic aspect. We had the appetite of giants. Was it unnatural we should also adopt the large utterance of the early gods? About 3 a.m. it cleared up a little. By breakfast time the sun reappeared, and we could see 5 or 6 miles ahead of the vessel. It was shortly after this that I was standing in the main rigging, peering out over the smooth blue surface of the sea. A white twinkling point of light suddenly caught my eye about a couple of miles off on the port bow, which a telescope soon resolved into a solitary isle of ice, dancing and dipping in the sunlight. As you may suppose, the news brought everybody upon deck, and when almost immediately afterwards a string of other pieces, glittering like a diamond necklace, hove in sight, the excitement was extreme. Here, at all events, was honest blue salt water frozen solid, and when, as we proceeded, the scattered fragments thickened, and passed like silver argosies on either hand, until at last we found ourselves enveloped in an innumerable fleet of bergs, it seemed as if we could never be weary of admiring a sight so strange and beautiful. It was rather in form and colour than in size that these ice islets were remarkable. Anything approaching to a real iceberg we neither saw, nor are we likely to see. In fact, the lofty ice mountains that wander like vagrant islands along the coast of America seldom or never come to the eastward or northward of Cape Farewell. They consist of land ice, and are all generated among the bays and straits within Baffin's Bay, and first enter the Atlantic a good deal to the southward of Iceland, whereas the polar ice, among which we have been knocking about, is field ice, and, except when packed one ledge above another by great pressure, is comparatively flat. I do not think I saw any pieces that were piled up higher than 30 or 35 feet above the sea level, although at a little distance through the mist they may have loomed much loftier. In quaintness of form and in brilliancy of colours, these wonderful masses surpassed everything I had imagined, and we found endless amusement in watching their fantastic procession. At one time it was a knight on horseback, clad in sapphire mail, a white plume above his casque, or a cathedral window with shafts of chrysoprase, new powdered by a snowstorm, or a smooth sheer cliff of lapis lazuli, or a banyan tree with roots descending from its branches and a foliage as delicate as the efflorescence of molten material, or a fairy dragon that breasted the water in scales of emerald, or anything else that your fancy chose to conjure up. After a little time the mist again descended on the scene, and dulled each glittering form to a shapeless mass of white, while in spite of all our endeavours to keep upon our northerly course, we were constantly compelled to turn and wind about in every direction, sometimes standing on for several hours at a stretch to the southward and eastward. But why should I weary you with the details of our various manoeuvres during the ensuing days? They were too tedious and disheartening at the time for me to look back at them with any pleasure. Suffice it to say that by dint of sailing north whenever the ice would permit us, and sailing west when we could not sail north, we found ourselves on the 2nd of August in the latitude of the southern extremity of Spitzbergen, though divided from the land by about 50 miles of ice. All this while the weather had been pretty good, foggy and cold enough, but with a fine stiff breeze that rattled us along at a good rate whenever we did get a chance of making any northing. But lately it had come on to blow very hard, the cold became quite piercing, and what was worse, in every direction round the whole circuit of the horizon, except along its southern segment, a blaze of ice-blink illuminated the sky. A more discouraging spectacle could not have met our eyes. The ice-blink is a luminous appearance, reflected on the heavens from the fields of ice that still lie sunk beneath the horizon. It was therefore on this occasion an unmistakable indication on the encumbered state of the sea in front of us. I had turned in for a few hours of rest and release from the monotonous sense of disappointment, and was already lost in a dream of deep bewildering bays of ice and gulfs whose shifting shores offered to the eye every possible combination of uncomfortable scenery without possible issue, when a voice in my dreaming ear shouted "Land!" and I awoke to its reality. I need not tell you in what double-quick time I tumbled up the companion, or with what greediness I feasted my eyes on that longed-for view, the only sight, as I then thought, we were ever destined to enjoy on the mountains of Spitzbergen. The whole heaven was overcast with a dark mantle of tempestuous clouds, that stretched down in umbrella-like points towards the horizon, leaving a clear space between their edge and the sea, illuminated by the sinister brilliancy of the ice-blink. In an easterly direction, this belt of unclouded atmosphere was etherealized to an indescribable transparency, and up into it there gradually grew, above the dingy line of starboard ice, a forest of thin lilac peaks, so faint, so pale, that had it not been for the gem-like distinctness of their outline, one could have deemed them as unsubstantial as the spires of fairyland. The beautiful vision proved only too transient. In one short half-hour mist and cloud had blotted it all out, while a fresh barrier of ice compelled us to turn our backs on the very land we were striving to reach. It was 1 o'clock in the morning of the 6th of August 1856 that after having been 11 days at sea we came to an anchor in the silent haven of English Bay, Spitzbergen. And now how shall I give you an idea of the wonderful panorama in the midst of which we found ourselves? I think, perhaps, its most striking feature was the stillness and deadness and impossibility of this new world. Ice and rock and water surrounded us. Not a sound of any kind interrupted the silence. The sea did not break upon the shore. No bird or any living thing was visible. The midnight sun, by this time muffled in a transparent mist, shed an awful, mysterious lustre on glacier and mountain. No atom of vegetation gave token of the earth's vitality. An universal numbness and dumbness seemed to pervade the solitude. I suppose in scarcely any other part of the world is this appearance of deadness so strikingly exhibited. On the stillest summer day in England there is always perceptible an undertone of life thrilling through the atmosphere, and though no breeze should stir a single leaf, yet in the fault of motion there is always a sense of growth. But here not so much as a blade of grass was to be seen. On the sides of the bold, excoriated hills, primeval rocks and eternal ice constitute the landscape. Letters from High Latitudes, London, 1859. End of section 6. Section 7 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. Section 7. In Arctic and Antarctic Seas, Part 2. by W.G. Byrne Murdoch. Days such as this are few in a lifetime, so full of interest has it been, and so fatiguing. Since early morning, rather since yesterday, for there was no night and no morning, we have been constantly marvelling at most astonishing and beautiful spectacles. We have been bathed in red blood, and for hours and hours we have rowed in the boats and plunged over miles of soft snow, dragging seal skins, and I have been drawing hard in the times between the boat excursions, but the air is exhilarating, and we feel equal to almost any amount of work. Sun and snow showers alternate. Fine hard snow it is, that makes our faces burn as if before a fire. It is very cold sketching, and incidents and effects follow each other so rapidly that there is time to make little more than mental notes. Christmas Eve. Those who have felt the peace of a summer night in Norway or Iceland, where the day sleeps with wide open eyes, can fancy the quiet beauty of such a night among the white floes of the Antarctic. Today has passed, glistening in silky white, decked with sparkling jewels of blue and green, and we thought surely we had seen the last of nature's white harmonies. Then evening came, pensive and soothing and grey, and all the white world changed into soft violet, pale yellow, and rose. A dreamy stillness fills the air. To the south the sun has dipped behind a bank of pale grey cloud, and the sky above is touched with primrose light. Far to the north the dark, smooth sea is bounded by two low bergs that stretch across the horizon. The nearest is called violet-white, and the sunlight strikes the furthest, making it shine like a wall of gold. The sky above them is of a leaden peacock blue, with rosy cloudlets hanging against it. Such colouring as I have never seen before or heard described. To the westward, across the gulf, we can just distinguish the blue-black crags jutting from the snowy Lomons. Little clouds touched with gold and rose lie nestling in the black corries, and gather round the snowy peaks. To the south, in the centre of the floe, some bergs lie, cold grey, in the shadow of the bank of cloud. They look like Greek temples imprisoned forever in a field of snow. A faint cold air comes stealing to us over the floe. It ripples the yellow sky reflection at the ice edge for a moment and falls away. In the distance a seal is barking, a low muffled sound that travels far over the calm water, and occasionally a slight splash breaks the silence as a piece of snow separates from the field and joins its companion pieces that are floating quietly past our stern to the north. A mysterious, silent procession of soft, white spirits, each perfectly reflected in the lavender sea. Nature sleeps, breathlessly, silent. Perhaps she dreams of the spirit world that seems to draw so close to her on such a night. By midnight the tired crew were all below and sound asleep in their stuffy bunks, but the doctor and I found it impossible to leave the quiet decks and the mysterious daylight, so we prowled about and brewed coffee in the deserted galley. Then we watched the sun pass behind the grey bergs in the south for a few seconds, and appear again refreshed with a cool silvery light. A few flakes of snow floated in the clear, cold air, and two snowy petrels, white as the snow itself, flitted along the ice edge. A cold, dreamy white Christmas morning, beautiful beyond expression. From Edinburgh to the Antarctic, an artist's notes and sketches during the Dundee Antarctic expedition of 1892 to 1893. London, 1894. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, stageleft.org. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. The Desert of Sahara, Africa. Eugène Fromentin. The Saharans adore their country, and for my part, I should come very near justifying a sentiment so impassioned, especially when it is mingled with the attachment to one's native soil. Footnote: the word Sahara does not necessarily convey the idea of a desert immensity. Inhabited at certain points, it is called Fiafi. Habitable at certain others, it takes the name of Kifar, a word whose signification is the same as that of the common word Kela, abandoned. Habitable and inhabited at yet other points, it is called Fala. These three words represent each of the characteristics of the Sahara. Fiafi is the oasis, where life retires, about the fountains and wells, under the palms and fruit trees, sheltered from the sun, and Shub, Simud. Kifar is the sandy and void plain, which, however, when fertilized for a moment by the winter rains, is covered with grass, acheb, in the spring. And the nomadic tribes that ordinarily camp around the oases go thither to pasture their flocks. Fala, finally, is the sterile and bare immensity, the sea of sand, whose eternal billows, today agitated by the Shub, tomorrow will lie in motionless heaps. The sea that is slowly plowed by these fleets called caravans. General Dumas, Le Sahara Algérien. End footnote. It is a land without grace or softness, but it is severe, which is not an evil, though its first effect is to make one serious, an effect that many people confound with weariness. A great land of hills expiring in a still greater flat land bathed in eternal light, empty and desolate enough to give the idea of that surprising thing called the desert, with a sky almost always the same, silence, and on all sides a tranquil horizon. In the center, a kind of lost city surrounded by solitude, then a little verdure, sandy islets, and, lastly, a few reefs of whitish calcareous stone or black schists on the margin of an expanse that resembles the sea. In all this but little variety, few accidents, few novelties, unless it be the sun that rises over the desert and sinks behind the hills, ever calm, rayless, but devouring, or perhaps the banks of sand that have changed their place and form under the last wind from the south. Brief dawns, longer noons that are heavier than elsewhere, and scarcely any twilight. Sometimes a sudden expansion of light and warmth with burning winds that momentarily give the landscape a menacing physiognomy, and that may then produce crushing sensations. But more usually a radiant immobility, the somewhat mournful fixity of fine weather, in short, a kind of impassibility that seems to have fallen from the sky upon lifeless things, and from them to have passed into human faces. The first impression received from this ardent and inanimate picture, composed of sun, expanse, and solitude, is acute and cannot be compared with any other. However, little by little, the eye grows accustomed to the grandeur of the lines, the emptiness of the space, and the nakedness of the earth. And if one is still astonished at anything, it is at still remaining sensible to such slightly changing effects, and at being so deeply stirred by what are in reality the most simple sights. Here the sky is clear, arid, and unchanging. It comes in contact with fawn-colored or white ground, and maintains a frank blue in its utmost extent. And when it puts on gold opposite the setting sun, its base is violet and almost leaden-hued. I have not seen any beautiful mirages. Except during the Scirocco, the horizon is always distinctly visible and detached from the sky. There is only a final streak of ash blue, which is vigorously defined in the morning, but in the middle of the day is somewhat confounded with the sky and seems to tremble in the fluidity of the atmosphere. Directly to the south, a great way off towards Mazab, an irregular line formed by groves of tamarinds is visible. A faint mirage that is produced every day in this part of the desert makes these groves appear nearer and larger, but the illusion is not very striking, and one needs to be told in order to notice it. Shortly after sunrise, the whole country is rosy, a vivid rose, with depths of peach color. The town is spotted with points of shadow, and some little white argiles scattered along the edge of the palms gleam gaily enough in this mournful landscape, which for a short moment of freshness seems to smile at the rising sun. In the air are vague sounds and a suggestion of singing that makes us understand that every country in the world has its joyous awakening. Then, almost at the same moment every day, from the south, we hear the approach of innumerable twitterings of birds. They are the Gangas, coming from the desert to drink at the springs. It is then 6:30. 1 hour later, and the same cries suddenly arise in the north. The same flocks pass over my head, one by one, in the same numbers and order, and regain their desert plains. One might say that the morning is ended, and the sole smiling hour of the day has passed between the going and returning of the Gangas. The landscape that was rose has already become dun. The town has far fewer little shadows. It grays as the sun gets higher. In proportion as it shines brighter, the desert seems to darken. The hills alone remain rosy. If there was any wind, it dies away. Warm exhalations begin to spread in the air as if they were from the sands. 2 hours later, all movement ceases at once, and noontide commences. The sun mounts and is finally directly over my head. I have only the narrow shelter of my parasol, and there I gather myself together. My feet rest in the sand or on glittering stones. My pad curls up beside me under the sun. My box of colors crackles like burning wood. Not a sound is heard now. There are 4 hours of incredible calm and stupor. The town sleeps below me, then dumb and looking like a mass of violet with its empty terraces upon which the sun illumines a multitude of screens full of little rose apricots exposed there to dry. Here and there, a black hole marks a window or an interior door, and fine lines of dark violet show that there are only 1 or 2 strips of shadow in the whole town. A fillet of stronger light that edges the contour of the terraces helps us to distinguish these mud edifices from one another, piled as they are rather than built upon their 3 hills. On all sides of the town extends the oasis, also dumb and slumberous under the heavy heat of the day. It looks quite small and presses close against the 2 flanks of the town with an air of wanting to defend it at need rather than to entice it. I can see the whole of it. It resembles 2 squares of leaves enveloped by a long wall like a park roughly drawn upon the sterile plain. Although divided by compartments into a multitude of little orchards, also all enclosed within walls, seen from this height it looks like a green tablecloth. No tree is distinguishable. 2 stages of forest only can be remarked. The first, round-headed clumps, the second, clusters of palms. At intervals, some meager patches of barley, only the stubble of which now remains, form shorn spaces of brilliant yellow amid the foliage. Elsewhere in rare glades, a dry, powdery, and ash-colored ground shows. Finally, on the south side, a few mounds of sand, heaped by the wind, have passed over the surrounding wall. It is the desert trying to invade the gardens. The trees do not move. In the forest thickets we divine certain somber gaps in which birds may be supposed to be hidden, sleeping until their second awakening in the evening. This is also the hour when the desert is transformed into an obscure plain. The sun, suspended over its center, inscribes upon it a circle of light, the equal rays of which fall full upon it in all ways and everywhere at the same time. There is no longer any clearness or shadow. The perspective indicated by the fleeting colors almost ceases to measure distances. Everything is covered with a brown tone, continuous without streaks or mixture. There are 15 or 20 leagues of country as uniform and flat as a flooring. It seems that the most minute salient object should be visible upon it, and yet the eye discerns nothing there. One could not even say now where there is sand, earth, or stony places, and the immobility of this solid sea then becomes more striking than ever. On seeing it start at our feet and then stretch away and sink towards the south, the east, and the west without any traced route or inflection, we ask ourselves what may be this silent land, clothed in a doubtful tone that seems the color of the void, whence no one comes, whither no one goes, and which ends in so straight and clear a strip against the sky. We do not know. We feel that it does not end there, and that it is, so to speak, only the entrance to the high sea. Then add to all these reveries the frame of the names we have seen upon the map, of places that we know to be there, in such or such direction, at 5, 10, 20, 50 days' march, some known, others only indicated, and yet others more and more obscure. Then the Negro country, the edge of which we only know, 2 or 3 names of towns with a capital for a kingdom, lakes, forests, a great sea on the left, perhaps great rivers, extraordinary inclemencies under the equator, strange products, monstrous animals, hairy sheep, elephants, and what then? Nothing more distinct. Unknown distances, an uncertainty, an enigma. Before me I have the beginning of this enigma, and the spectacle is strange beneath this clear noonday sun. Here is where I should like to see the Egyptian Sphinx. It is vain to gaze around far or near. No moving thing can be distinguished. Sometimes, by chance, a little convoy of laden camels appears, like a row of blackish points slowly mounting the sandy slopes. We only perceive them when they reach the foot of the hills. They are travelers. Who are they? Whence come they? Without our perceiving them, they have crossed the whole horizon beneath our eyes. Or perhaps it is a spout of sand which suddenly detaches itself from the surface like a fine smoke, rises into a spiral, traverses a certain space, bending under the wind, and then evaporates after a few seconds. The day passes slowly. It ends as it began, with half-rednesses, an amber sky, depths assuming color, long oblique flames which will empurple the mountains, the sands on the eastern rocks in their turn. Shadows take possession of that side of the land that has been fatigued by the heat during the first half of the day. Everything seems to be somewhat comforted. The sparrows and turtle-doves begin to sing among the palms. There is a movement as of resurrection in the town. People show themselves on the terraces and come to shake the sieves. The voices of animals are heard in the squares, horses neighing as they are taken to water and camels bellowing. The desert looks like a plate of gold. The sun sinks over the violet mountains, and the night makes ready to fall. On été dans le Sahara, Paris, 1857. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wesley Dragonsight. March 25th, 2024. Greatest Wonders of the World. Edited by Esther Singleton. Fingal's Cave, Part 1. Scotland, by Sir Walter Scott. July 19th, 1810. Yesterday we visited Staffa and Iona. The former is one of the most extraordinary places I ever beheld. It exceeded in my mind every description I had heard of it, or rather the appearance of the cavern, composed entirely of basaltic pillars as high as the roof of a cathedral, and running deep into the rock, externally swept by a deep and swelling sea, and paved, as it were, with a ruddy marble, baffles all description. You can walk along the broken pillars with some difficulty, and in some places with a little danger, as far as the farthest extremity. Boats also can come in below when the sea is placid, which is seldom the case. I had become a sort of favorite with the Hebridean boatmen, I suppose from my anxiety about their old customs, and they were much pleased to see me get over the obstacles which stopped some of the party. So they took the whim of solemnly christening a great stone at the mouth of the cavern, Clachan an Bard, or the Poet's Stone.
It was consecrated with the pibroch, which the echoes rendered tremendous, and a glass of whiskey, not poured forth in the ancient mode of liberation, but turned over the throats of the assistants. The head boatman, whose father had himself been a bard, made me a speech on the occasion. But as it was in Gaelic, I could only receive it as a silly beauty does a fine spun compliment, bow, and say nothing. When this fun was over, in which, strange as it may seem, the men were quite serious, we went to Iona, where there are some ancient and curious monuments. From this remote island the light of Christianity shone forth on Scotland and Ireland. The ruins are a rude architecture, but curious to the antiquary. Our return was less comfortable. We had to row 20 miles against the Atlantic tide and some wind. Besides the pleasure of seeing occasional squalls gathering to windward, the ladies were sick, especially poor Hannah Mackenzie, and none of the gentlemen escaped, except Staffa and myself. The men, however, cheered by the pipes and by their own interesting boat songs, which were uncommonly wild and beautiful. One man leading and the others answering in chorus, kept pulling away without apparently the least sense of fatigue, and we reached Ulva at 10 at night, tolerably wet and well disposed for bed. The haze and dullness of the atmosphere seem to render it dubious if we can proceed as we intended to Staffa today, for mist among these islands is rather unpleasant. Erskine reads prayers on deck to all hands, and introduces a very apt allusion to our being now in sight of the first Christian church from which revelation was diffused over Scotland and all the islands. There is a very good form of prayer for the lighthouse service composed by the Reverend Mr. Bruton. A pleasure vessel lies under our lee from Belfast, with an Irish party related to McNeil and Colonsay. The haze is fast degenerating into downright rain, and that right heavy verifying the words of Collins. And thither where beneath the showery west the mighty kings of 3 fair realms are laid. After dinner, the weather being somewhat cleared, sailed for Staffa and took boat. The surf running heavy up between the island and the adjacent rock called Bushala. We landed at the creek near the Cormorant's Cave. The mist now rendered so thick as to hide all the view of Iona, which was our landmark, and although Duff Stevenson and I had been formerly on the isle, we could not agree upon the proper road to the cave. I engaged myself with Duff and Erskine in a chamber of great toil and danger, and which at length brought me to the cannonball, as they call a round granite stone, moved by the sea up and down on a groove of rock, which is worn for itself, with a noise resembling thunder. Here I gave up my research, and returned to my companions, who had not been more fortunate. As night was now falling, we resolved to go aboard and postpone the adventure to the enchanted cavern until next day. The yacht came to an anchor with the purpose of remaining off the island all night, but the hardness of the ground and the weather becoming squally obliged us to return to our safer mooring at Colmkill. 29th August, 1814. Night squally and raining. Morning ditto. We weigh, however, and return towards Staffa, and very happily the day clears as we approach the isle. As we ascertain the situation of the cave, I shall only make this memorandum, that when the weather will serve, the best landing is to the lee of Bushala, a little conical inlet of rock, composed of basaltic columns placed in oblique or sloping position. In this way you land at once on the flat causeway, formed by the heads of the truncated pillars which leads to the cave. But if the state of the tide renders it impossible to land under the Bushala, then take one of the adjacent creeks, in which case keeping to the left hand along the top of the ledge of the rocks which girdles in the isle, you find a dangerous and precipitous descent to the causeway aforesaid from the table. Here we are under the necessity of towing our comrade Hamilton, whose gallant heart never fails him, whatever the tenderness of his toes may do. He was successfully lowered by a rope down the precipice, and proceeded along the flat terrace or causeway already mentioned. We reached the celebrated cave. I am not sure whether I was more affected by this second than by the first view of it. The stupendous columnar side walls, the depth and strength of the ocean with which the cavern is filled, the variety of tints formed by stalactites dropping and petrifying between the pillars, and resembling a sort of chasing of yellow or cream-colored marble filling the intersides of the roof, the corresponding variety below, where the ocean rolls over a red and in some places a violet-colored rock, the basis of the basaltic pillars, the dreadful noise of those august billows so well corresponding with the grandeur of the scene, are all circumstances elsewhere unparalleled. We have now seen in our voyage the three grandest caverns in Scotland, Smough, McAllister's Cave, and Staffa, so that, like the troglodytes of yore, we may be supposed to know something of the matter. It is, however, impossible to compare scenes of nature so different, nor were I compelled to assign a preference to any of the three. Could I do it but with reference to their distinct characters, which might affect different individuals in different degrees. The characteristic of the Smough Cave may in this case be called the terrific, for the difficulties which oppose the stranger are a nature so uncommonly wild as for the first time at least to convey an impression of terror, with which the scenes to which he is introduced fully correspond. On the other hand, the dazzling whiteness of the incrustations in McAllister's Cave, the elegance of the entablature, the beauty of its limpid pool, and the graceful dignity of its arch, render its lending features those of severe and chastened beauty. Staffa, the third of these subterranean wonders, may challenge subliminally as its principal characteristic, without the savage gloom of the Somme Cave, and investigated with more apparent ease, though perhaps with equal real danger. The stately regardly of its columns forms a contrast to the grotesque imagery of McAllister's Cave, combining at once the sentiments of grandeur and beauty. The former is, however, predominant, as it must necessarily be in any scene of the kind. We had scarce left Staffa when the wind and rain returned. Lockhart, Life of Sir Walter Scott, Edinburgh, 1878. Footnotes. That wondrous dome, whereas to shame the temples decked by skills of earthly architect, Nature herself, it seems, would raise a minster to her Maker's praise, not for a meaner use ascend her columns or her arches bend, nor of a theme less solemn tells that mighty surge that ebbs and swells, and still beneath each awful pause from the high vaults an answer draws, in varied tone prolonged and high that mocks the organ's melody, nor doth its entrance front in vain to old Iona's holy fane, that nature's voice might seem to say, well how'st thou done, frail child of clay? Thy humble powers, that stately shrine, task high and hard, but witness mine. Lord of the Isles, Canto 4, Stanza 10. End, Section 9.
Section 10 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. Fingal's Cave 2 by John Keats. I am puzzled how to give you an idea of Staffa. It can only be represented by a first-rate drawing. One may compare the surface of the island to a roof. This roof is supported by grand pillars of basalt standing together as thick as honeycombs. The finest thing in Fingal's Cave, it is entirely a hollowing out of basalt pillars. Suppose now the giants, who rebelled against Jove, had taken a whole mass of black columns and bound them together like bunches of matches, and then with immense axes had made a cavern in the body of these columns. Of course, the roof and floor must be composed of broken ends of the columns. Such is Fingal's cave, except that the sea has done the work of excavations and is continually dashing there, so that we walk along the sides of the cave on the pillars which are left as if for convenient stairs. The roof is arched somewhat Gothic-wise, and the length of some of the entire side pillars is 50 feet. About the island you might see an army of men, each on a pillar. The length of the cave is 120 feet, and from its extremity the view into the sea, through the large arch at the entrance, the colour of the columns is a sort of black with a lurking gloom of purple therein. For solemnity and grandeur it far surpasses the finest cathedral. At the extremity of the cave there is a small perforation into another cave, at which the waters meeting and buffeting each other, there is sometimes produced a report as of a cannon heard as far as Iona, which must be 12 miles. As we approached in the boat, there was such a fine swelling of the sea that the pillars appeared rising immediately out of the crystal, but it is impossible to describe it. Not Aladdin's Magian ever such a work began. Not the Wizard of the Dee ever such a dream could see. Not St. John in Patmos Isle, in the passion of his toil, when he saw the churches 7, golden-isled, built up in heaven, gazed at such a rugged wonder. As I stood its roofing under, lo, I saw one sleeping there, on the marble, cold and bare, while the surges washed his feet, and his garments white did beat, drenched about the sombre rocks, on his neck his well-grown locks, lifted dry above the main, were upon the curl again. What is this, and what art thou? Whispered I, and touched his brow. What art thou, and what is this? Whispered I, and strove to kiss the spirit's hand, to wake his eyes. Up he started in a trice. I am Lycidas, said he, famed in funeral minstrelsy. This was architected thus by the great Oceanus. Here his mighty waters play hollow organs all the day. Here by turns his dolphins all, finny palmers great and small, come to pay devotion due. Each a mouth of pearls must strew. Many a mortal of these days dares to pass our sacred ways, dares to touch audaciously this cathedral of the sea. I have been the pontiff priest, where the waters never rest, where a fledgy seabird choir soars forever, holy fire I have hid from mortal man. Proteus is my sacristan, but the stupid eye of mortal hath passed beyond the rocky portal. So for ever will I leave such a taint, and soon unweave all the magic of the place. 'Tis now free to stupid face, to cutters and to fashion boats, to cravats and petticoats. The great sea shall war it down, for its fame shall not be blown at every farthing's quadrille dance. So saying with a spirit's glance, he dived. I am sorry I am so indolent as to write such stuff as this. It can't be helped. The western coast of Scotland is a most strange place. It is composed of rocks, mountains, mountainous and rocky islands intersected by lochs. You can go but a short distance anywhere from salt water in the Highlands. Letters of John Keats, London and New York, 1891. End of section 10, read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 11 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. In the Himalayas, India, by G.W. Stevens. In Calcutta, they grumbled that the hot weather was beginning already. Mornings were steamy, days sticky, and the municipal impurities rose rankly. The carter squatted over his bullocks with his shining body stark naked, but for a loincloth. At Siliguri, the bottom of the ascent to Darjeeling, the rough grass and the tea gardens were sheeted at sunrise in a silver frost. What few natives appeared happed their heads in shawls as if they had toothache. It takes you an afternoon and a night to get as far as Siliguri. What you principally notice on the way is the dullness of the flat, moist richness of Bengal, and the extraordinary fullness of the first-class carriages. Even at this winter season, the residents of Calcutta snatch at the chance of being cold for 24 hours. When you get out of your carriage at the junction station, you see on the other side of the platform a dumpy little toy train, a train at the wrong end of a telescope with its wheels cut from beneath it. Engines and trucks and carriages seem to be crawling like snakes on their bellies. 6 miniature easy chairs, 3 facing 3, on an open truck with an awning, make a first-class carriage. This is the Darjeeling Himalaya Railway, 2-foot gauge, climbing 4 feet to the 100 for 50 miles up the foothills of the greatest mountains in the world. It is extraordinary as the only line in India that has been built with Indian capital. But you will find that the least of its wonders. A flat-faced hillman bangs with a hammer 3 times on a spare bit of railway metal hung up by way of a gong. The whistle screams, and you pant away on surely the most entrancing railway journey in the world. Nothing very much to make your heart jump in the first 7 miles. You bowl along the surface of a slightly ascending cartload, and your view is mostly bamboo and tea. Graceful enough and cool to the eye, the bamboos, hedges or clumps of slender stem with plumes of pale leaf swinging and nodding above them. The tea, trim ranks and files of short, well-furnished bushes with lustrous, dark green leaves, not unlike evergreens or myrtle in a nursery at home. But you soon feel that you have known bamboo and tea all your life. Then, suddenly, you begin to climb, and all at once you are in a new world, a world of plants. A new world is easy to say, but this is new indeed and a very world. Such a primeval vegetable world as you have read of in books and eked out with dreams. It has everything you know in your world, only everything expressed in vegetation. It is a world in its variety alone. Trees of every kind rise up round you at every angle, unfamiliar most of them, and exaggerations of forms you know, as if they were seen through a microscope. You might come on such broad, fleshy leaves by way of Jack's giant beanstalk. Other growths take the form of bushes as high as our trees, but beside them are skinny, stunted starvelings, such as the most niggardly country might show. Then there are grasses, tufted, ruddy bamboo grass, and huge yellow straws with giant bents leaning insolently over to flick your face as you go by. Smaller still grow the ferns, lurking shyly in the crevices of the banks. And over everything, most luxuriant of everything, crawl 100-armed creepers, knitting and knotting the whole jungle into one melee of struggling life. The varieties, the trees and shrubs and grasses and ferns and creepers you would see in any tropical garden, but you could not see them at home. You could not see them in their unpruned native intercourse one with the other. The rise and fall of the ground, the whims of light and air, coax them into shapes that answer to the most fantastic imagination. Now you are going through the solemn aisles of a great cathedral. Gray trunks for columns, with arches and vaulted roofs of green, with dark retreating chapels and altar trappings of mingled flowers. Now it is a king's banqueting hall, tapestried with white flowering creeper and crimson and purple bougainvillea. Overhead the scarlet mahogany blossoms of a sparse-leaved tulip tree might be butterflies frescoed on a ceiling. Fancy can compel the wilderness into moments of order, but wild it remains. The growths are not generally buildings, but animate beings in a real world. You see no perfectly shaped tree, as in a park or garden. One is warped, another stunted, another bare below, each formed, like men, by the pressure of 1,000 fellows. Here is a corpse spreading white, stark arms abroad. Here are half a dozen young creatures rolling over each other like puppies at play. And there is a creeper flinging tumultuous, enraptured arms round a stately tree. Presently it is gripping it in thick bands like Laocoon's serpent, then choking it mercilessly to death, then dead itself, its bleached, bare streamers dangling limply in the wind. It is life indeed, this forest, plants fighting, victorious and vanquished, loving and getting children, springing and waxing and decaying and dying, our own world of men translated into plants. While I am spinning similitudes, the Darjeeling Himalaya Railway is panting always upwards, boring through the thick world of trees like a mole. Now it sways round a curve so short that you can almost look back into the next carriage, and you understand why the wheels are so low. Now it stops dead, and almost before it stops, starts backwards up a zigzag, then forwards up another, and on again. In a moment it is skating on the brink of a slide of shale that trembles to come down and overwhelm it. Next it is rumbling across a bridge above the point it passed 10 minutes ago, and also that which it will reach 10 minutes hence. Twisting, backing, circling, dodging, but always rising, it untreads the skein whose end is in the clouds and the snows. Presently the little engine draws quite clear of the jungle. Your skirt opener slopes, and the blue plain below is no longer a fleeting vista, but a broad prospect. You see how the forest spills itself onto the fields and spreads into a dark puddle over their lightness. You see a great river overlaying the dimness with a ribbon of steel. The ferns grow thicker about you, gigantic fronds bow at you from gullies overhead, and you see the tree fern, a great crown of drooping green on a trunk of a man's height, standing superbly alone, knowing its supreme gracefulness. Next, as you rise and rise, the air gets sharp. Through a gauzy veil of mist appear again huge forests, but dark and gloomy, with brown moss dripping dankly from every branch. Rising, rising, and you have now come to Goom, the highest point. Amid the cold fog appears the witch of Goom, 100 years old, with a pointed chin and mop of grizzled hair, all witch fashion, but beaming genially and requesting baksheesh. Then round a corner, and here is Darjeeling, a scattered settlement on a lofty ridge, facing a great cup enclosed by other ridges. Mountains elsewhere, here hills. Long spurs run down into the hollow, half black with forest, half pale and veined with many paths. At the bottom is a little checker of fresh green millet. The rim at the top seems to line the sky. And the Himalayas and the eternal snows? The devil a Himalaya in sight. Thick vapors dip down and over the very rim of the cup. Beyond Darjeeling is a tumult of peaked creamy cloud. You need not be told it. Clouds that hide mountains always ape their shapes. The majestic Himalayas are behind that screen, and you will not see them today, nor perhaps tomorrow, not yet for a fortnight of tomorrows. You must console yourself with Darjeeling and the hillmen. And Darjeeling is pleasant to the eye as you look down on it, a huddle of gray corrugated iron roofs, one stepping over the other, hugging the hillside with one or two red ones to break the monotone. There is no continuous line of them. Each stands by itself in a ring of deep green first. The place is cool and grateful after an Indian town, clean and roomy, a place of homes and not of pens. In the middle of it is the bazaar, and my day, by luck, was market day. Here again you could never fancy yourself in India. A few Hindus there are, but beside the dumpy hillmen their thin limbs, tiny features, and melting eyes seem hardly human. More like the man you know is the Tibetan, with a long profile and long sharp nose, though his hat has the turned up brim of the Chinese, though he wears a long bottle green dressing gown open to the girdle, and his pigtail knocks at the back of his knees. But the prevailing type, though as Mongolian, is far more genial than the Tibetan. Squat little men, for the most part, fill the bazaar, with broad faces that give room for the features, with button noses and slits for eyes. They wear boots and puttees, or gaiters made of many-colored carpet bagging, and their women are like them, with shawls over their heads and broad sashes swathing them from bosom to below the waist, with babies slung behind their backs, not astride on the hip as are the spawn of India. Their eyes are black as sloes, puckered too, but seeming puckered with laughter, and their yellow skins are actually rosy on the cheeks like a ripe apricot. Square-faced, long pigtailed, plump, cheery, open of gaze and easy of carriage, rolling cigarettes and offering them to soothe babies. They might not be beautiful in Europe. Here they are ravishing. But you come to Darjeeling to see the snows. So on a night of agonizing cold, feet and hands a block of ice the moment you cease to move them, must follow a rise before it is light. Maybe the clouds will be kinder this morning. No, the same stingy, clammy mist. Only there, breaking through it, high up in the sky, yes, there are a few faint streaks of white. Just a few marks of snow scored on the softer white of the cloud. Chill with the utterly disconsolate cold of ice through a window of fog. Still, there are certainly Himalayas there. Up and up I toiled. The sun was plainly rising behind the ridge of Darjeeling. In the cup below the sunlight was drawing down the hillsides and peeling off the twilight. Then, at a sudden turn of the winding ascent, I saw the summit of Kinchinjunga. Just the summit, poised in the blue, shining and rejoicing in the sunrise. And as I climbed and climbed, other peaks rose into sight below. And beside him, all dazzling white, mounting and mounting, the higher I mounted, every instant more huge and towering and stately, boring into the sky. Up, till I came to the summit and the sun appeared, a golden ball swimming in a sea of silver. He was sending the clouds away curling before him. They drifted across the mountains. But he pursued and smote and dissolved them. And ever the mountains rose and rose, huger and huger. As they swelled up, they heaved the clouds away in rolls off their shoulders. Now their waists were free, and all but their feet. Only a chasm of fog still hid their lower slopes. 50 miles away, they looked as if I could toss a stone across to them. Only you could never hope to hit their heads, they towered so gigantically. Now the clouds, clearing to right and left, laid bare a battlemented range of snow-white wall, barring the whole horizon. Behind these appeared other peaks. It was not a range, but a country of mountains. Not now a wall, but a 4-square castle carved by giants out of eternal ice. It was the end of the world, a sheer rampart, which forbade the fancy of anything beyond. And in the center, by peak and col and precipice, the prodigy reared itself up to Kinchinjunga. Bare rock below, then blinding snow seamed with ridges of chimneys, and then, above the mighty summit, a tremendous 3-cornered slab of gray granite between two resplendent faces of snow. Other mountains tiptoe at the sky, snatch at it with a peak like a needle. Kinchinjunga heaves himself up into it, broadly, massively, and makes his summit a diadem. He towers without effort, knowing his majesty. Sublime and inviolable, he lifts his gray nakedness and his mail of burnished snow, and turns his forehead serenely to sun and storm. Only their touch, of all things created, has perturbed his solitude, since the birth of time. In India, New York, 1899. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. Niagara Falls, North America. Anthony Trollope. It has been said that it matters much from what point the falls are first seen. But to this I demur. It matters, I think, very little, or not at all. Let the visitor first see it all, and learn the whereabouts of every point, so as to understand his own position and that of the waters, and then, having done that in the way of business, let him proceed to enjoyment. I doubt whether it be not the best to do this with all sightseeing. I am quite sure that it is the way in which acquaintance may be best and most pleasantly made with a new picture. The falls are, as I have said, made by a sudden breach in the level of the river. All cataracts are, I presume, made by such breaches, but generally the waters do not fall precipitously as they do at Niagara, and never elsewhere, as far as the world yet knows, has a breach so sudden been made in such a body of water. Up above the falls for more than a mile the waters leap and burst over rapids, as though conscious of the destiny that awaits them. Here the river is very broad and comparatively shallow, but from shore to shore it frets itself into little torrents, and begins to assume the majesty of its power. Looking at it even here, one feels sure that no strongest swimmer could have a chance of saving himself if fate had cast him in even among those petty whirlpools. The waters, though so broken in their descent, are deliciously green. This color, as seen early in the morning or just as the sun has set, is so bright as to give to the place of its chiefest charms. This will be best seen from the further end of the island, Goat Island as it is called, which, as the reader will understand, divides the river immediately above the falls. Indeed, the island is a part of that precipitously broken ledge over which the river tumbles, and no doubt in process of time will be worn away and covered with water. The time, however, will be very long. In the meanwhile it is perhaps a mile round, and is covered thickly with timber. At the upper end of the island the waters are divided, and coming down in two courses, each over its own rapids, form two separate falls. The bridge by which the island is entered is 100 yards or more above the smaller fall. The waters here have been turned by the island, and make their leap into the body of the river below, at a right angle with it, about 200 yards below the greater fall. Taken alone, this smaller cataract would, I imagine, be the heaviest fall of water known. But taken in conjunction with the other, it is terribly shorn of its majesty. The waters here are not green as they are at the larger cataract, and though the ledge has been hollowed and bowed by them so as to form a curve, that curve does not deepen itself into a vast abyss as it does at the horseshoe up above. This smaller fall is again divided, and the visitor passing down a flight of steps and over a frail wooden bridge finds himself on a smaller island in the midst of it. But we will go at once on to the glory and the thunder and the majesty and the wrath of that upper hell of waters. We are still, let the reader remember, on Goat Island, still in the States, and on what is called the American side of the main body of the river. Advancing beyond the path leading down to the lesser fall, we come to that point of the island at which the waters of the main river begin to descend. From hence, across to the Canadian side, the cataract continues itself in one unabated line. But the line is very far from being direct or straight. After stretching for some little way from the shore to a point in the river which is reached by a wooden bridge, at the end of which stands a tower upon the rock, After stretching to this, the line of the ledge bends inwards against the flood, in and in and in, till one is led to think that the depth of that horseshoe is immeasurable. It has been cut with no stinting hand. A monstrous cantle has been worn back out of the center of the rock, so that the fury of the waters converges, and the spectator, as he gazes into the hollow with wishful eyes, fancies that he can hardly trace out the center of the abyss. Go down to the end of that wooden bridge, seat yourself on the rail, and there sit till all the outer world is lost to you. There is no grander spot about Niagara than this. The waters are absolutely around you. If you have that power of eye control which is so necessary to the full enjoyment of scenery, you will certainly see nothing but the water. You will certainly hear nothing else, and the sound, I beg you to remember, is not an ear-cracking, agonizing crash and clang of noises, but is melodious and soft withal, though loud as thunder. It fills your ears, and as it were envelops them, but at the same time you can speak to your neighbor without an effort. But at this place and in these moments, the less of speaking I should say, the better. There is no grander spot than this. Here, seated on the rail of the bridge, you will not see the whole depth of the fall. In looking at the grandest works of nature, and of art too, I fancy, it is never well to see all. There should be something left to the imagination, and much should be half concealed in mystery. The greatest charm of a mountain range is the wild feeling that there must be strange, desolate worlds in those far-off valleys beyond. And so here at Niagara, that converging rush of waters may fall down at once into a hell of rivers for what the eye can see. It is glorious to watch them in their first curve over the rocks. They come green as a bank of emeralds, but with a fitful flying color, as though conscious that in one moment more they would be dashed into spray and rise into air, pale as driven snow. The vapor rises high into the air and is gathered there, visible always, as a permanent white cloud over the cataract, but the bulk of the spray which fills the lower hollow of that horseshoe is like a tumult of snow. This you will not fully see from your seat on the rail. The head of it rises ever and anon out of the cauldron below, but the cauldron itself will be invisible. It is ever so far down, far as your own imagination can sink it, but your eyes will rest full upon the curve of the waters. The shape you will be looking at is that of a horseshoe, but of a horseshoe miraculously deep from toe to heel, and this depth becomes greater as you sit there. That which at first was only great and beautiful becomes gigantic and sublime, till the mind is at loss to find an epithet for its own use. To realize Niagara, you must sit there till you see nothing else than that which you have come to see. You will hear nothing else and think of nothing else. At length you will be at one with the tumbling river before you. You will find yourself among the waters as though you belonged to them. The cool liquid green will run through your veins, and the voice of the cataract will be the expression of your own heart. You will fall as the bright waters fall, rushing down into your new world with no hesitation and with no dismay, and you will rise again as the spray rises, bright, beautiful, and pure. Then you will flow away in your course to the uncompassed, distant, and eternal ocean. And now we will cross the water, and with this object will return by the bridge out of Goat Island on the mainland of the American side. But as we do so, let me say that one of the great charms of Niagara consists in this, that over and above that one great object of wonder and beauty, there is so much little loveliness especially of water, I mean. There are little rivulets running here and there over little falls, with pendant boughs above them, and stones shining under their shallow depths. As the visitor stands and looks through the trees, the rapids glitter before him, and then hide themselves behind islands. They glitter and sparkle in far distances under the bright foliage, till the remembrance is lost, and one knows not which way they run. Close to the cataract, exactly at the spot from whence in former days the Table Rock used to project from the land over the boiling cauldron below, there is now a shaft down which you will descend to the level of the river, and pass between the rock and the torrent. This Table Rock broke away from the cliff, and fell, as up the whole course of the river the succeeding rocks have split and fallen from time to time, through countless years, and will continue to do till the bed of the upper lake is reached. You will descend this shaft, taking to yourself or not taking to yourself a suit of oilclothes, as you may think best. In the spot to which I allude, the visitor stands on a broad, safe path made of shingles, between the rock over which the water rushes. He will go in so far that the spray rising back from the bed of the torrent does not incommode him. With this exception, the further he can go in, the better, but circumstances will clearly show him the spot to which he should advance. Unless the water be driven in by a strong wind, 5 yards make the difference between a comparatively dry coat and an absolutely wet one, and then let him stand with his back to the entrance, thus hiding the last glimmer of the expiring day. So standing, he will look up among the falling waters, or down into the deep, misty pit, from which they reascend in almost as palpable a bulk. The rock will be at his right hand, high and hard, and dark and straight, like the wall of some huge cavern such as children enter in their dreams. For the first 5 minutes he will be looking but at the waters of a cataract, at the waters indeed of such a cataract as we know no other, and at their interior curves which elsewhere we cannot see. But by and by all this will change. He will no longer be on a shingly path beneath a waterfall, but that feeling of a cavern wall will grow upon him, of a cavern deep below roaring seas, in which the waves are there, though they do not enter in upon him, or rather not the waves, but the very bowels of the ocean. He will feel as though the floods surrounded him, coming and going with their wild sounds, and he will hardly recognize that though among them he is not in them. And they, as they fall with a continual roar, not hurting the ear but musical withal, will seem to move as the vast ocean waters may perhaps move in their internal currents. He will lose the sense of one continued descent, and think that they are passing round him in their appointed courses. The broken spray that rises from the depth below rises so strongly, so palpably, so rapidly, that the motion in every direction will seem equal. And as he looks on, strange colors will show themselves through the mist. The shades of gray will become green or blue, with ever and anon a flash of white. And then, when some gust of wind blows in, with greater violence, the sea-girt cavern will become all dark and black. O my friend, let there be no one there to speak to thee then, no, not even a brother. As you stand there, speak only to the waters. North America, London, 1862. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. Niagara Falls 2, by Charles Dickens. We called at the town of Erie at 8 o'clock that night, and lay there an hour. Between 5 and 6 next morning we arrived at Buffalo, where we breakfasted, and being too near the great falls to wait patiently anywhere else, we set off by train the same morning at 9 o'clock to Niagara. It was a miserable day, chilly and raw, a damp mist falling, and the trees in that northern region quite bare and wintry. Whenever the train halted, I listened for the roar, and was constantly straining my eyes in the direction where I knew the falls must be, from seeing the river rolling on towards them. every moment expecting to behold the spray. Within a few moments of our stopping, not before, I saw 2 great white clouds rising up slowly and majestically from the depths of the earth. That was all. At length we alighted, and then for the first time I heard the mighty rush of water and felt the ground tremble underneath my feet. The bank is very steep and was slippery with rain and half melted ice. I hardly know how I got down, but I was soon at the bottom and climbing with 2 English officers who were crossing and had joined me, over some broken rocks, deafened by the noise, half blinded by the spray, and wet to the skin. We were at the foot of the American Fall. I could see an immense torrent of water tearing headlong down from some great height, but had no idea of shape or situation or anything but vague immensity. When we were seated in the little ferry boat and were crossing the swollen river immediately before both cataracts, I began to feel what it was, but I was in a manner stunned, and unable to comprehend the vastness of the scene. It was not until I came on Table Rock, and looked, great heaven, on what a fall of bright green water, that it came upon me in its full might and majesty. Then, when I felt how near to my Creator I was standing, the first effect, and the enduring one, instant and lasting, of the tremendous spectacle was peace. Peace of mind, tranquillity, calm recollections of the dead, great thoughts of eternal rest and happiness, nothing of gloom or terror. Niagara was at once stamped upon my heart an image of beauty, to remain there changeless and indelible until its pulses ceased to beat forever. Oh, how the strife and trouble of daily life receded from my view and lessened in the distance, during the 10 memorable days we passed on that enchanted ground! What voices spoke from out the thundering water! What faces faded from the earth, looked out upon me from its gleaming depths! What heavenly promise glistened in those angels' tears, the drops of many hues, that showered around and twined themselves about the gorgeous arches which the changing rainbows made! I never stirred in all that time from the Canadian side, whither I had gone at first. I never crossed the river again, for I knew there were people on the other shore, and in such a place it is natural to shun strange company. To wander to and fro all day, and see the cataracts from all points of view, to stand upon the edge of the great Horseshoe Fall, marking the hurried water gathering strength as it approached the verge, yet seeming to pause before it shot into the gulf below, to gaze from the river's level up at the torrent as it came streaming down, to climb the neighboring heights and watch it through the trees, and see the wreathing water in the rapids hurrying on to take its fearful plunge, to linger in the shadow of the solemn rocks 3 miles below, watching the river, as stirred by no visible cause, it heaved and eddied and awoke the echoes, being troubled yet far down beneath its surface by its giant leap. To have Niagara before me, lighted by the sun and by the moon, red in the day's decline, and grey as evening slowly fell upon it, to look upon it every day, and wake up in the night and hear its ceaseless voice, this was enough. I think in every quiet season now, still do those waters roll and leap, and roar and tumble all day long, still are the rainbows spanning them 100 feet below. Still, when the sun is on them, do they shine and glow like molten gold. Still, when the day is gloomy, do they fall like snow, or seem to crumble away like the front of a great chalk cliff, or roll down the rock like dense white smoke. But always does the mighty stream appear to die as it comes down, and always from its unfathomable grave arises that tremendous ghost of spray and mist which is never laid, which has haunted this place with the same dread solemnity since darkness brooded on the deep, and that first flood before the deluge, light, came rushing on creation at the word of God. American Notes for General Circulation, London, 1842. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai. in May 2024. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. Section 14, Fuji-San, Japan, by Sir Edwin Arnold. I have just made in the company of Captain John Inglis, Royal Navy, naval adviser to the imperial government of this country, and a young Japanese gentleman, Mr. Aso, a very fortunate and delightful ascent of Fuji-San, the famous mountain. You would not wonder, residing here, that everybody in Japan talks about Fuji and thinks about her, paints her on fans and limns her with gold on lacquer, carves her on temple gates and house fronts, and draws her for curtains of shops and signboards of inns, rest houses and public institutions. Living in Tokyo or Yokohama, or anywhere along this Tokaido, the southern road of Japan, you would soon perceive how the great volcano dominates every landscape, asserts perpetually her sovereignty over all other hills and mountains, and becomes in reality, as well as imagination, an indispensable element in the national scenery. Far away at sea, when approaching Japan, if the weather be clear, long before the faintest blue line of coast is discernible from the deck, there is seen hanging in the air a dim white symmetrical cone, too constant for a cloud, which is Fuji-San. After you have landed and taken up your residence in Yokohama, Tokyo, or any point of the southeastern littoral, you will be always seeing Fuji-yama from some garden nook, some tea-house gallery, some grove of cryptomerias or thicket of bamboo, or even from the railway carriage window. In the spring and autumn, as frequently as not, she will, indeed, be shrouded in the dense matters of white or great cumulus, which her crest collects and seems to create in the mists of the Pacific. But during summer, when the snows are all melted from the vast cone, and again in winter, when she is covered with snow halfway down her colossal sides, but the air is clear, the superb mountain stands forth, dawn after dawn, and evening after evening, like no other eminence in the world for beauty, majesty, and perfectness of outline. There are loftier peaks, of course, for Fuji-San is not much higher than Mont Blanc, but there is none, not even Etna, which rises so proudly alone, isolated, distinct from the very brink of the sea, with nothing to hide or diminish the dignity of the splendid and immense curves sweeping up from where the broad foot rests, planting on the Suruga Gulf, to which the imperial head soars, lifted high above the clouds into the blue of the firmament. By many and many a picture or photograph, you must know well those almost perfectly matched flanks, that massive base, the towering lines of that mighty cone, slightly truncated and dentated at the summit. But no picture gives, and no artist could ever reproduce, the variety and charm of the aspect which Fuji-San puts on from day to day and hour to hour under the differing influences of air and weather. Sometimes it is as a white cloud that you see her, among the white clouds, changeless among the changeful shapes from which she emerges. Sometimes there will break forth, high above all clouds, a patch of deep grey against the blue, the broad head of Fuji. Sometimes you will only know where she sits by the immense collection of cirrus and cirrocumulus there alone gathered in the sky, and sometimes, principally at dawn and nightfall, she will suddenly manifest herself, from her foot, jewelled with rich harvests, to her brow, bare and lonely as a desert, all violet against the gold of the setting sun, or else all gold and green against the rose and silver of the daybreak. As late as the 14th century, Fuji was constantly smoking, and fire is spoken of with the eruptions, the last of which took place in December 1707, and continued for nearly 40 days. The Ho-ye-san, or hump in the south face, was probably then formed. In this, her final outbreak, Fuji covered Tokyo itself, 60 miles away, with 6 inches of ash, and sent rivers of lava far and wide. Since then she has slept, and only one little spot underneath the Kwan Nom Gatake, on the lip of the crater where steam exhales and the red pumice cracks are hot, shows that the heart of this huge volcano yet glows, and that she is capable of destroying again her own beauty, and the forests and rich regions of fertility which clothe her knees and feet. It is a circuit of 120 miles to go all round the base of Fuji-San. If you could cut a tunnel through her from Yoshiwara to Kawaguchi, it would be 40 miles long. Generally speaking, the lower portion of the mountain is cultivated to a height of 1,500 feet, and it is a whole province which thus climbs around her. From the border of the farms there begins a rough and wild but flowery moorland, which stretches round the hill to an elevation of 4,000 feet, where there the thick forest belt commences. This girdles the volcano up to 7,000 feet on the Subashiri side and 8,000 on the Murayama fall, but is lower to the eastward. Above the forest extends a narrow zone of thicket and bush, chiefly dwarfed larch, juniper, and a vaccinium, after which comes the bare, burnt, and terribly majestic peak itself, where the only living thing is a little yellow lichen which grows in the fissures of the lava blocks, for no eagle or hawk ventures so high, and the boldest or most bewildered butterfly will not be seen above the bushes halfway down. The best, indeed the only, time for the ascent of the mountain is between July 15th and September 5th. During this brief season the snow will be melted from the cone, the huts upon the path will be opened for pilgrims, and there will be only the danger of getting caught by a typhoon, or reaching the summit to find it swathed day after day in clouds, and no view obtainable. Our party of 3 started for the ascent on August 25th, taking that one of the many roads by which Fuji is approached that goes by Subashiri. Such an expedition may be divided into a series of stages. You have first to approach the foot of the mountain by train or otherwise, then to ride through the long slope of cultivated region. Then, abandoning horses or vehicles, to traverse on foot the sharper slopes of the forest belt. At the confines of this you will reach the first station, called Sho or Go, for Japanese fancy has likened the mountain to a heap of dry rice, and the stations are named by rice measure. From the first station to the 9th, whatever road you take, all will be hard, hot, continuous climbing. You must go by narrow, bad paths, such as a goat might make, in loose volcanic dust, gritty pumice, or over the sharp edges of lava dikes, which cut boots and sandals to shreds. At daybreak the horses are brought, and the 6 coolies, 2 by 2, bind upon their backs the futons and the food. We start, a long procession, through a broad avenue in the forest, riding for 5 miles under a lovely dawn, the sun shining gloriously on the forehead of Fuji, who seems further off and more immensely lofty the nearer we approach. The woodland is full of wild strawberries and flowers, including tiger lilies, clematis, Canterbury bells, and the blue hotari no hana, or firefly blossom. At 6:30 a.m. we reach Umagayeshi, or turn the horse's back, and hence to the mountain top there is nothing for it but to walk every step of the long, steep, and difficult path. 2 of the men with the lightest loads lead the way along the narrow path, in a wood so thick that we shall not see Fuji again till we have passed through it. It takes us every now and then through the gates and precincts of little Shinto temples, where the priests offer us tea or mountain water. In one of them, at Komitake, we are invited to ring the brass gong in order that the deity may make our limbs strong for the task before us. And this is solemnly done by all hands, the ninsoku slapping their brown thighs piously after sounding the bell. The shortest time in which the ascent has been made is 6 hours and a half. We, taking it more easily, made no attempt to beat the record, and stopped frequently to botanize, geologize, etc. The rarefication of the air gave our Japanese companion, Takagi-san, a slight headache, which soon passed as the circulation became accustomed to the atmosphere, but Captain Inglis and I, being, I suppose, both in excellent health and strength, experienced no inconvenience worth mentioning. At 4:30 next morning, while I was dreaming under my thick coverings, a hand touched me, and a voice said softly, "Dana-san, hinode?" Master, here is the sun. The shoji at my feet were thrown open. I looked out, almost as you might from the moon, over a prodigious abyss of space, beyond which the eastern rim of all the world seemed to be on fire with flaming light. A belt of splendid rose and gold illuminated all the horizon, darting long spears of glory into the dark sky overhead, gilding the tops of 1,000 hills, scattered over the purple plains below, and casting on the unbroken background of clouds beyond an enormous shadow of Fuji. The spectacle was of unparalleled splendor, recalling Lord Tennyson's line, "And in the east God made himself an awful rose of dawn." Moment by moment it grew more wonderful in loveliness of color and brilliant birth of day, and then, suddenly, just when the sun rolled into sight, an orb of gleaming gold flooding the world beneath with almost insufferable radiance, a vast mass of dense white clouds swept before the north wind over the view, completely blotting out the sun, the belt of rose and gold, the lighted mountains and plains, and the lower regions of Fuji-San. It was day again, but misty, white, and doubtful, and when we started to climb the last 2 stages of the cone, the flags of the stations were invisible, and we could not know whether we should find the summit clear or wrapped in enveloping clouds. All was to be fortunate, however, on this happy day, and after a hard clambering of the remaining 2,000 feet, we planted our staffs victoriously on the level ground of the crater's lip, and gazed north, south, east, and west through clear and cloudless atmosphere over a prodigious prospect, whose diameter could not be less than 300 miles. It was one of the few days when O Anamochi, the lord of the great hole, was wholly propitious. Behind the long row of little black huts standing on the edge of the mountain gaped that awful, deadly cup of the volcano, an immense pit 1/2 a mile wide and 600 or 700 feet deep, its sides black, yellow, red, white, and grey, with the varying hues of the lava and scoriae. In one spot, where a perpetual shadow lay, from the ridge peaks of Kengamine and the Shakanowari Ishi, or cleft rock of Buddha, gleamed a large patch of unmelted snow, and there was dust-covered snow at the bottom of the crater. We skirted part of the crater, passed by the dangerous path which is styled Oya Shirazu, Ko Shirazu, the place where you must forget parents and children to take care of yourself. Saw the issue of the Kimme-sai, or golden famous water, and of the Gimme-sai, or silver famous water, and came back to breakfast at our hut, silent with the delight and glory, the beauty and terror of the scene. Enormous flocks of fleecy clouds and cloudlets wandered in the lower air, many thousand feet beneath, but nowhere concealed the lakes, peaks, rivers, towns, villages, valleys, sea-coasts, islands, and distant provinces spreading out all round. Imagine the prospect obtainable at 13,000 feet of elevation through the silvery air of Japan on a summer's morning, with not a cloud, except shifting, thin, and transitory ones, to veil the view. At the temple with the bell we were duly stamped, shirts, sticks, and clothing, with the sacred mark of the mountain, and having made the hearts of our faithful and patient Ninsoku glad with extra pay, turned our backs on the greatest extinct volcano, whose crest, glowing again in the morning sunlight, had no longer any secrets for Captain Inglis or Takagi-san, or myself. Seas and Lands, New York, 1891. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gillian, Hendrie. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. The Cedars of Lebanon, Syria, by Alphonse de Lamartine. The Sheikh of Eden, the last inhabited village towards the summit of Lebanon, was the maternal uncle of Monsieur Mazouai, my interpreter. Informed by his nephew of our arrival in Tripoli, the venerable Sheikh descended the mountain with his eldest son and a portion of his retinue. He came to visit me at the convent of the Franciscans and offered me hospitality at his home in Eden. From Eden to the Cedars of Solomon it is only a 3 hours' march, and if the snows that cover the mountains will permit us, we can visit these ancient trees that have spread their glory over all Lebanon and that are contemporaries of the great king. We accepted, and the start was arranged for the following day. At 5 o'clock in the morning we were on horseback. The caravan, more numerous than usual, was preceded by the Sheikh of Eden, an admirable old man whose eloquence of manner, noble and easy politeness, and magnificent costume were far from suggesting an Arab chieftain. One would have called him a patriarch marching at the head of his tribe. He rode upon a mare of the desert whose golden bay skin and floating mane would have made a worthy mount for a hero of Jerusalem. His son and his principal attendants caracoled upon magnificent stallions a few paces before him. We came next, and then the long file of our mukh under sais. The Sheikh has sent 3 Arabs over the route to the Cedars to learn if the snow will permit us to approach those trees. The Arabs returning say that access is impracticable. There are 14 feet of snow in a narrow valley which must be crossed before reaching the trees. Wishing to get as near as possible, I entreat the Sheikh to give me his son and several horsemen. I leave my wife and my caravan at Eden. I mount the strongest of my horses, Sham, and we are en route at break of day. A march of 3 hours over the crests of the mountains or in the fields softened with melting snow. I arrive at the edge of the Valley of the Saints, a deep gorge where the glance sweeps from the rocky height to a valley more confined, more sombre, and more solemn even than that of Hamana. At the top of this valley, at the place where, after continually rising, it reaches the snows, a superb sheet of waterfalls, 100 feet high, and 2 or 3 toises wide. The entire valley resounds with this waterfall and the leaping torrents that it feeds. On every side, the rocky flanks of the mountain stream with foam. We see almost beyond our vision, in the depths of the valley, 2 large villages, the houses of which can scarcely be distinguished from the rocks rolled down by the torrent. The tops of the poplars and the mulberries from here look like tufts of reed or grass. We descend to the village of Bysshe by paths cut in the rock, and so abrupt that one can hardly imagine that men will risk themselves upon them. People do perish sometimes. A stone thrown from the crest where we stand would fall upon the roofs of these villages, where we shall arrive after an hour's descent. Above the cascade and the snows, enormous fields of ice extend, undulating like vapours, in tints greenish and blue by turns. In about a quarter of an hour, towards the left in a half-circular valley formed by the last mounts of Lebanon, we see a large black blot upon the snow, the famous group of cedars. They crown the brow of the mountain like a diadem. They mark the branching off of numerous and large valleys that descend from there. The sea and the sky are their horizon. We put our horses to a gallop over the snow to get as near as possible to the forest, but on arriving 500 or 600 steps from the trees, we plunge our horses up to their shoulders. We realise that the report of the Arabs is correct, and we must renounce the hope of touching these relics of the centuries and of nature. We alight and sit upon a rock to contemplate them. Those trees are the most celebrated natural monuments in the whole universe. Religion, poetry, and history have equally consecrated them. Holy Writ celebrates them in several places. They are one of the favourite images which the prophets employ. Solomon wished to consecrate them. doubtless on account of the renown of magnificence and sanctity that these prodigies of vegetation enjoyed at this epoch, to the ornamentation of the temple that he was the first to elevate to the one God. These were certainly the trees, for Ezekiel speaks of the cedars of Eden as the most beautiful of Lebanon. The Arabs of all sects have a traditional veneration for them. They attribute to these trees not only a vegetative force that gives them eternal life, but even a soul that makes them give signs of wisdom, of foresight, similar to those of instinct in animals and intelligence in men. They know the seasons in advance. They move their enormous branches like human limbs. They spread or contract their boughs. They raise their branches towards the sky or incline them to the earth, according as the snow is preparing to fall or to melt. They are divine beings under the form of trees. They grow on this single spot on the mounts of Lebanon. They take root far beyond the region where all prolific vegetation dies. All this strikes the imagination of the Oriental people with astonishment, and I do not know that science is not even more astonished. Alas, however, Bassan languishes, and Carmel and the flower of Lebanon fade. These trees diminish every century. Travellers formerly counted 30 or 40, later 17, and still later about a dozen. There are now only 7 of those whose massive forms can presume to be contemporaneous with biblical times. Around these old memorials of past ages, which know the history of the ground better than history herself, and which could tell us, if they could speak, of many empires, religions, and vanished human races, there remains still a little forest of cedars, more yellow, it appears to me, than a group of 400 or 500 trees or shrubs. Each year, in the month of June, the population of Bysshe, Eden, and Canobin, and all the villages of the neighbouring valleys, ascend to the cedars and celebrate Mass at their feet. How many prayers have resounded beneath their branches! And what more beautiful temple, what nearer altar than the sky? What more majestic and holier dais than the highest plateau of Lebanon, the trunks of the cedars and the sacred boughs that have shaded and will still shade so many human generations, pronouncing differently the name of God, but who recognize him everywhere in his works and adore him in his manifestations of nature. And I also prayed in the presence of those trees. The harmonious wind that resounded through their sonorous branches played in my hair and froze upon my eyelids those tears of sorrow and adoration. Voyage en Orient, Paris, 1843. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Greatest Wonders of the World. Edited by Esther Singleton. The Giant's Causeway, Ireland. William Makepeace Thackeray. The road to the causeway is bleak, wild, and hilly. The cabins along the road are scarcely better than those of Kerry, the inmates as ragged and more fierce and dark-looking. I never was so pestered by juvenile beggars as in the dismal village of Ballantoy. A crowd of them rushed after the car, calling for money in a fierce manner, as if it was their right. Dogs as fierce as the children came yelling after the vehicle, and the faces which scowled out of the black cabins were not a whit more good-humoured. We passed by 1 or 2 more clumps of cabins, with their turf and corn stacks lying together at the foot of the hills, placed there for the convenience of the children, doubtless, who can thus accompany the car either way, and shriek out their "Bonny gentleman, give us a halfpenny." A couple of churches, one with a pair of its pinnacles blown off, stood in the dismal open country, and a gentleman's house here and there. There were no trees about them, but a brown grass round about, hills rising and falling in front, and the sea beyond. The occasional view of the coast was noble, wild Bengor towering eastwards as we went along, Raggeri Island before us, in the steep rocks and caves of which Bruce took shelter when driven from yonder Scottish coast, that one sees stretching blue in the north-east. I think this wild, gloomy tract through which one passes is a good prelude for what is to be the great sight of the day, and got my mind to a proper state of awe by the time we were near the journey's end. Turning away shorewards by the fine house of Sir Francis Macnaghten, I went towards a lone, handsome inn that stands close to the causeway. The landlord at Ballycastle had lent me Hamilton's book to read on the road, but I had not time then to read more than half a dozen pages of it. They described how the author, a clergyman distinguished as a man of science, had been thrust out of a friend's house by the frightened servants one wild night, and butchered by some white boys who were waiting outside and called for his blood. I had been told at Belfast that there was a corpse in the inn. Was it there now? It had driven off, the cowboy said, in a handsome hearse and four to Dublin the whole way. It was gone, but I thought the house looked as if the ghost was there. See, yonder are the black rocks stretching to Portrush. How leaden and grey the sea looks, how grey and leaden the sky. You hear the waters rushing evermore as they have done since the beginning of the world. The car drives us with a dismal grinding noise of the wheels to the big lone house. There's no smoke in the chimneys, the doors are locked. 3 savage-looking men rush after the car. Are they the men who took out Mr. Hamilton? Took him out and butchered him in the moonlight? Is everybody, I wonder, dead in that big house? Will they let us in before those men are up? Out comes a pretty, smiling girl with a curtsy, just as the savages are at the car, and you are ushered into a very comfortable room, and the men turn out to be guides. Well, thank heaven it's no worse. I had £15 still left, and when desperate, have no doubt should fight like a lion. The traveller no sooner issues from the inn by a back door, which he is informed will lead him straight to the causeway, than the guides pounce upon him, with a dozen rough boatmen who are likewise lying in wait, and a crew of shrill beggar boys with boxes of spars, ready to tear him and each other to pieces seemingly, yell and bawl incessantly round him. "I'm the guide Miss Hendrie recommends," shouts one. "I'm Mr. MacDonald's guide," pushes in another. "This way," roars a third, and drags his prey down a precipice, the rest of them clambering and quarrelling after. I had no friends. I was perfectly helpless. I wanted to walk down to the shore by myself, but they would not let me, and I had nothing for it but to yield myself into the hands of the guide who had seized me, who hurried me down the steep to a little wild bay, flanked on each side by rugged cliffs and rocks, against which the waters came tumbling, frothing, and roaring furiously. Upon some of these black rocks 2 or 3 boats were lying. 4 men seized a boat, pushed it shouting into the water, and ravished me into it. We had slid between 2 rocks, where the channel came gurgling in. We were up one swelling wave that came in a huge advancing body 10 feet above us, and were plunging madly down another. The descent causes a sensation in the lower regions of the stomach, which it is not at all necessary here to describe. Before I had leisure to ask myself why the deuce I was in that boat, with 4 rowers hurrooing and bounding madly from one liquid mountain to another, 4 rowers whom I was bound to pay. I say, the query came qualmishly across me why the devil I was there, and why not walking calmly on the shore. The guide began pouring his professional jargon into my ears. "Every one of those bays," says he, "has a name. Take my place and the spray won't come over you. That is Port Noffer and the next Port Naganj. Them rocks is the Stookhorns, for every rock has its name as well as every bay. And yonder, give way, my boys. Hooray, we're over it now. Has it wet you much, sir? That's a little cave. It goes 500 feet underground, and the boats go into it easy of a calm day." "Is it a fine day or a rough one now?" said I, the internal disturbance going on with more severity than ever. "It's betwixt and between, or I may say neither one nor the other. Sit up, sir. Look at the entrance of the cave. Don't be afraid, sir. Never has an accident happened in any one of these boats, and the most delicate ladies have rowed in them on rougher days than this. Now, boys, pull to the big cave. That, sir, is 660 yards in length, though some say it goes for miles inland, where the people sleeping in their houses hear the waters roaring under them. The water was tossing and tumbling into the mouth of the little cave. I looked, for the guide would not let me alone till I did, and saw what might be expected, a black hole of some 40 feet high, into which it was no more possible to see than into a millstone. "For heaven's sake, sir," says I, "if you have no particular wish to see the mouth of the big cave, put about and let us see the causeway and get ashore." This was done, the guide meanwhile telling some story of a ship of the Spanish Armada having fired her guns at 2 peaks of rock, then visible, which the crew mistook for chimney pots. What benighted fools these Spanish armadillos must have been! It is easier to see a rock than a chimney pot. It is easy to know that chimney pots do not grow on rocks. But where, if you please, is the causeway? "That's the causeway before you," says the guide. "Which?" "That pier which you see jutting out into the bay right ahead." "Mon Dieu! And have I travelled 150 miles to see that?" I declare, upon my conscience, the barge moored at Hungerford Market is a more majestic object, and seems to occupy as much space. As for telling a man that the causeway is merely a part of the sight, that he is there for the purpose of examining the surrounding scenery, that if he looks to the westward he will see Portrush and Donegal head before him, that the cliffs immediately in his front are green in some places, black in others, interspersed with blotches of brown and streaks of verdure. What is all this to a lonely individual lying sick in a boat between 2 immense waves that only give him momentary glimpses of the land in question, to show that it is frightfully near, and yet you are an hour from it? They won't let you go away. That cursed guide will tell out his stock of legends and stories. The boatmen insist upon you looking at boxes of specimens, which you must buy of them. They laugh as you grow paler and paler. They offer you more and more specimens. Even the dirty lad who pulls number 3 and is not allowed by his comrades to speak, puts in his oar and hands you over a piece of Irish diamond. It looks like half-sucked alicompane, and scorns you. "Hurry, lads, now for it, give way!" How the oars do hurtle in the rowlocks as the boat goes up an aqueous mountain and then down into one of those cursed maritime valleys where there is no rest, as on shore. At last, after they had pulled me enough about and sold me all the boxes of specimens, I was permitted to land at the spot whence we set out, and whence, though we had been rowing for an hour, we had never been above 500 yards distant. Let all cockneys take warning from this. Let the solitary one caught issuing from the back door of the hotel shout at once to the boatman to be gone, that he will have none of them. Let him, at any rate, go first down to the water to determine whether it be smooth enough to allow him to take any decent pleasure by riding on its surface. For after all, it must be remembered that it is pleasure we come for, that we are not obliged to take those boats. Well, well, I paid 10 shillings for mine, and 10 minutes after would cheerfully have paid £5 to be allowed to quit it. It was no hard bargain after all. As for the boxes of spar and specimens, I at once, being on terra firma, broke my promise and said I would see them all first. It was wrong to swear, I know, but sometimes it relieves one so much. The first act on shore was to make a sacrifice to Sanctissima Tellus, offering up to her a neat and becoming taglioni coat bought for £1 in Covent Garden only 3 months back. I sprawled on my back on the smoothest of rocks, that is, and tore the elbows to pieces. The guide picked me up. The boatmen did not stir, for they had their will of me. The guide alone picked me up, I say, and bade me follow him. We went across a boggy ground in one of the little bays, round which rise the green walls of the cliff, terminated on either side by a black crag, and the line of the shore washed by the polyphloisboiotic, nay, the polyphloisboitotic sea. 2 beggars stepped over the bog after us, howling for money, and each holding up a cursed box of specimens. No oaths, threats, entreaties would drive these vermin away. For some time the whole scene had been spoiled by the incessant and abominable jargon of them, the boatmen, and the guides. I was obliged to give them money to be left in quiet, and if, as no doubt will be the case, the Giant's Causeway shall be a still greater resort of travellers than ever, the county must put policemen on the rocks to keep the beggars away, or fling them in the water when they appear. And now, by force of money, having got rid of the sea and land beggars, you are at liberty to examine at your leisure the wonders of the place. There is not the least need for a guide to attend the stranger, unless the latter have a mind to listen to a parcel of legends, which may be well from the mouth of a wild, simple peasant who believes in his tales, but are odious from a dullard who narrates them at the rate of 6d. a lie. Fee him and the other beggars, and at last you are left tranquil to look at the strange scene with your own eyes and enjoy your own thoughts at leisure. That is, if the thoughts awakened by such a scene may be called enjoyment, but for me, I confess, they are too near akin to fear to be pleasant, and I don't know that I would desire to change that sensation of awe and terror which the hour's walk occasioned for a greater familiarity with this wild, sad, lonely place. The solitude is awful. I can't understand how those chattering guides dare to lift up their voices here and cry for money. It looks like the beginning of the world somehow. The sea looks older than in other places, the hills and rocks strange and formed differently from other rocks and hills, as those vast dubious monsters were formed who possessed the earth before man. The hilltops are shattered into 1,000 cragged fantastical shapes. The water comes swelling into scores of little strange creeks, or goes off with a leap, roaring into those mysterious caves yonder, which penetrate who knows how far into our common world. The savage rock sides are painted of 100 colours. Does the sun ever shine here? When the world was moulded and fashioned out of formless chaos, this must have been the bit over, a remnant of chaos. Think of that. It is a tailor's simile. Well, I am a Cockney. I wish I were in Pall Mall. Yonder is a kelp burner. A lurid smoke from his burning kelp rises up to the leaden sky, and he looks as naked and fierce as Cain. Bubbling up out of the rocks at the very brim of the sea rises a little crystal spring. How comes it there? And there is an old grey hag beside, who has been there for hundreds and hundreds of years, and there sits and sells whisky at the extremity of creation. How do you dare to sell whisky there, old woman? Did you serve old Saturn with a glass when he lay along the causeway here? In reply she says, she has no change for a shilling. She never has, but her whisky is good. This is not a description of the Giant's Causeway, as some clever critic will remark, but of a Londoner there, who is by no means so interesting an object as the natural curiosity in question. That single hint is sufficient. I have not a word more to say. If, says he, you cannot describe the scene lying before us, if you cannot state from your personal observation that the number of basaltic pillars composing the causeway has been computed at about 40,000, which vary in diameter, their surface presenting the appearance of a tessellated pavement of polygonal stones, that each pillar is formed of several distinct joints, the convex end of the one being accurately fitted into the concave of the next, and the length of the joints varying from 5 feet to 4 inches, that although the pillars are polygonal, there is but one of 3 sides in the whole 40,000. Think of that! But 3 of 9 sides, and it may be safely computed that 99 out of 100 pillars have either 5, 6, or 7 sides. If you cannot state something useful, you had much better, sir, retire and get your dinner. Never was summons more gladly obeyed. The dinner must be ready by this time, so remain you and look on that awful scene and copy it down in words if you can. If at the end of the trial you are dissatisfied with your skill as a painter, and find that the biggest of your words cannot render the hues and vastness of that tremendous swelling sea, of those lean solitary crags standing rigid along the shore, where they have been watching the ocean ever since it was made, of those grey towers of Dunluce standing upon a leaden rock, and looking as if some old princess of old fairy times were dragon-guarded within, of yon flat stretches of sand where the Scotch and Irish mermaids hold conference, come away too, and prate no more about the scene. There is that in nature, dear Jenkins, which passes even our powers. We can feel the beauty of a magnificent landscape, perhaps, but we can describe a leg of mutton and turnips better. Come then, this scene is for our betters to depict. If Mr. Tennyson were to come hither for a month and brood over the place, he might, in some of those lofty heroic lines which the author of the Morte d'Arthur knows how to pile up, convey to the reader a sense of this gigantic, desolate scene. What? You too are a poet? Well then, Jenkins, stay. But believe me, you had best take my advice and come off. The Irish Sketchbook, London, 1843. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. The Great Glacier of the Selkirks, by Douglas Sladen. Canada. If Banff represents the Rocky Mountains made easy, the Glacier House represents the Selkirks made easy, a much more notable performance, for these mountains had long been regarded as impassable by engineering. The Glacier House is a few miles beyond Rogers Pass, in the midst of the line's greatest marvels of nature and engineering. Just before comes the monarch of snowsheds, just above the monarch of glaciers, just below the monarch of viaducts. The great glacier of the Selkirks comes to a conclusion within a couple of miles above it. The moraines and splintered forests at its foot tell a frightful tale of destruction, and the glacier advances every year, but only a few inches, so the hotel is safe for the present. The hotel is a pretty little chalet, mostly dining room, with a trim, level lawn in front, containing a fine fountain. 18 miles broad is the great glacier of the Selkirks, 1 foot of which is planted so threateningly above the hotel and the railway station that it looks as if it meant to stamp them out of existence with the stealth of a thief in the night. A marvellous and delightful walk it is from the hotel to the glacier. At first through dry woods of fir and spruce, and balsam and tamarack, carpeted, wherever the sun breaks through, with purple blueberries, wild raspberries, pigeon and salmon berries. Here you might meet a grizzly bear any minute. You pause if you are only a man and a woman on the lover's seat under the 1,000-ton boulder hurled down by the glacier in the childhood of the earth. Then you pass the fierce glacial torrent of grey-green water, so cold or charged with impurities that fish refuse to live in it, swelling, as all snow-fed rivers do, as the heat of a summer's day waxes. Some of its pools are huge and deep, some of its falls and rapids as fierce as the cataract at Lorette, rounded boulders and splintered trunks everywhere, attesting its fury. The path crosses and recrosses the river over bridges of tree trunks, with smaller trunks loosely pinned across them, like the little straw mats in which cream cheeses are wrapped. As the path mounts, the scenery becomes more open, and you are greeted, according to the season, with Canada's gorgeous lily, or Canada's prodigality of wild fruits. For you are in the track of the glacier and the avalanche, and in the death of the forest is the birth of blossoms and berries. All around you now is a scene of awful grandeur, boulders as big as settlers' huts, and giant tree trunks, many of them blackened with fire, tossed together like the rubbish on a dust heap, and, brooding over all, the great glacier like a dragon crouching for the spring. One can hardly believe it is the glacier. The transitions are so abrupt. A turn of a path brings you almost in contact with a piece of ice larger than any lake in the British Islands. From under its skirts trickle tiny rills. A few feet below, the rills league themselves into a river. Even a first-class glacier is a disappointing affair if you go too close. Its blueness disappears, also its luminosity, except in crevasses deep enough to show you the pure heart of the ice. The surface is a dirty-looking mixture of ice and snow. There were two lovely horizontal crevasses, one so spacious and shining that it is called the Fairy Cavern. The pleasure of standing in them is spoilt because they look all the time as if they were going to close on you. At another foot of the glacier there are immense moraines, looking like the earthworks of Dover Castle. I examined them one October day when I went with a guide to the top of the glacier, 8,000 feet above sea level, to see the splendid glacier-girdled head of Mount Fox on the other side of the abyss. I never intend to do any more mountain climbing through deep, fresh snow. For the last hour or two of the ascent, the snow was as deep as one's thighs at every step, and though the guide was towing me by a rope tied round my waist, it was intolerably wearisome. To begin with, he had to sound with his staff at every step and see that we were on terra firma and not on the souffle of a crevasse. And though there had been such a snowfall the night before, the sun was as hot as summer overhead. The sight was worth doing once, with the miles and miles of the sea of ice all round one, and the long white slopes of virgin snow. If it had not been for the aggressive visage of Mount Fox, it would have answered to the description of the interior of Greenland given me by Dr. Nansen, where the world consists of yourselves, the sun, and the snow. We started at 8 o'clock in the morning, but in some way or other I was not quite as rapid as the guide had calculated, for a couple of hours before nightfall he began to get excited, if not alarmed, and muddling about in a mixture of drifts and moraines. But after dark he was not sure of his way until we struck the path at the foot of the glacier. The Glacier House has not only its noble and easily accessible glacier, it is in the very heart of the finest mountain scenery in the Selkirks, which is so different to the scenery of the Rockies. The Canadian Rockies are blunt-topped, fisty mountains, with knuckles of bare rock sticking out everywhere. The Selkirks are graceful pyramids and sharp sierras up to their shoulders in magnificent forests of lofty pines. The trees on the Rockies are much smaller and poorer. Right above the hotel, to the left of the overhanging glacier, is the bare steeple of Sir Donald, one of the monarchs of the range. Ross Peak and Cheops frown on the descent of the line to the Pacific, and the line of the Atlantic is guarded by the 100 pinnacles of the Rifted Mountain, formerly known as the Hermit, and now, with singular infelicity, rechristened in an eponymous fit, Mount Tupper. Sir Charles Tupper is one of Canada's greatest men, but his name is more suitable for a great man than a great mountain, especially since there is a very perfect effect of a hermit and his dog formed by boulders near the top of the mountain. The men in the railway camp have got over this difficulty with the doggerel, "That's Sir Charles Tupper, going home to his supper." We made 2 long stays at the Glacier House, and I never enjoyed anything more in my life than the effect of the snug little chalet with its velvety lawn in the stronghold of the giant mountains, brought into touch with the great world twice a day by the trains east and west, which echoed their approach and departure miles on miles through the ranges. Taken from On the Cars and Off, London, 1895. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. Mauna Loa, by Lady Brassey. At 6:30 a.m., we made the island of Hawaii, rather too much to leeward, as we had been carried by the strong current at least 18 miles out of our course. We were therefore obliged to beat up to windward, in the course of which operation we passed a large bark running before the wind, the first ship we had seen since leaving Tahiti, and also a fine whale blowing close to us. We could not see the high land in the center of the island, owing to the mist in which it was enveloped, and there was a great excitement and much speculation on board as to the principal points which were visible. At noon, the observations taken proved that Tom was right in his opinion as to our exact position. The wind dropped as we approached the coast, where we could see the heavy surf dashing against the black lava cliffs, rushing up the little creeks, and throwing its spray in huge fountain-like jets high above the tall coconut trees far inland. We sailed along close to the shore, and by 2 o'clock were near the entrance to the Bay of Hilo. In answer to our signal for a pilot, a boat came off with a man who said he knew the entrance to the harbor, but informed us that the proper pilot had gone to Honolulu on a pleasure trip. It was a clear afternoon. The mountains, Mauna Kea and Mauna Loa, could be plainly seen from top to bottom, their giant crests rising nearly 14,000 feet above our heads. Their tree and fern-clad slopes seemed with deep gulches or ravines, down each of which a fertilizing river ran into the sea. Inside the reef, the white coral shore, on which the waves seem too lazy to break, is fringed with a belt of coconut palms, amongst which, as well as on the hillsides, the little white houses are prettily dotted. All are surrounded by gardens, so full of flowers that the bright patches of color were plainly visible even from the deck of the yacht. The harbor is large and is exposed only to one bad wind, which is most prevalent during the winter months. It was 9:30 before we were all mounted and fairly off. The first part of our way lay along the flat ground, gay with bright scarlet Guernsey lilies, and shaded by coconut trees, between the town and the sea. Then we struck off to the right and soon left the town behind us, emerging into the open country. At a distance from the sea, Hilo looks as green as the Emerald Isle itself, but on a closer inspection, the grass turns out to be coarse and dry, and many of the trees look scrubby and half dead. Except in the gulches and the deep holes between the hills, the island is covered with lava, in many places of so recent a deposit that it has not yet had time to decompose, and there is consequently only a thin layer of soil on its surface. The soil being, however, very rich, vegetation flourishes luxuriantly for a time, but as soon as the roots have penetrated a certain depth and have come into contact with the lava, the trees wither up and perish like the seed that fell on stony ground. The ohia trees form a handsome feature in the landscape, with their thick stems, glossy foliage, and light crimson flowers. The fruit is a small, pink, waxy-looking apple, slightly acid, pleasant to the taste when you are thirsty. The candlenut trees attain to a large size, and their light green foliage and white flowers have a very graceful appearance. Most of the foliage, however, is spoiled by a deposit of black dust, not unlike what one sees on the leaves of a London garden. I do not know whether this is caused by the fumes of the not far distant volcano, or whether it is some kind of mold or fungus. After riding about 10 miles in the blazing sun, we reached a forest where the vegetation was quite tropical, though not so varied in its beauties as that of Brazil or of the still more lovely South Sea Islands. There were ferns of various descriptions in the forest, and many fine trees, entwined, supported, or suffocated by numerous climbing plants, amongst which were blue and lilac convolvulus and magnificent passion flowers. The protection from the sun afforded by this dense mass of foliage was extremely grateful, but the air of the forest was close and stifling, and at the end of the 5 miles we were glad to emerge once more into the open. The rest of the way lay over the hard lava, through a desert of scrubby vegetation, occasionally relieved by clumps of trees and hollows. More than once we had a fine view of the sea, stretching away into the far distance, though it was sometimes mistaken for the bright blue sky, until the surf could be seen breaking upon the black rocks amid the encircling groves of coconut trees. The sun shone fiercely at intervals, and the rain came down several times in torrents. The pace was slow, the road was dull and dreary, and many were the inquiries made for the halfway house long before we reached it. Directly we had finished our meal, about 3 o'clock, the guide came and tried to persuade us that, as the baggage mules had not yet arrived, it would be too late for us to go on today, and that we'd better spend the night where we were, and start early in the morning. We did not, however, approve of this arrangement, so the horses were saddled, and leaving word that the baggage mules were to follow us as soon as possible, we mounted and set off for the volcano house. We had not gone far before we were again overtaken by a shower, which once more drenched us to the skin. The scene was certainly one of extreme beauty. The moon was hidden by a cloud, and the prospect lighted only by the red glare of the volcano, which hovered before and above us like the Israelites' pillar of fire, giving us hope of a splendid spectacle when we should at last reach the long-wished-for crater. Presently the moon shone forth again, and gleamed and glistened on the raindrops and silver grasses till they looked like fireflies and glowworms. When we emerged from the wood, we found ourselves at the very edge of the old crater, the bed of which, 300 or 400 feet beneath us, was surrounded by steep and, in many places, overhanging sides. It looked like an enormous cauldron, 4 or 5 miles in width, full of mass-colored pitch. In the center was the still glowing stream of dark red lava flowing slowly towards us, and in every direction were red-hot patches and flames and smoke issuing from the ground. A bit of the black country at night, with all the coal heaps on fire, would give you some idea of the scene. Yet the first sensation is rather one of disappointment, as one expects greater activity on the part of the volcano, but the new crater was still to be seen, containing the lake of fire, with steep walls rising up in the midst of the sea lava. The grandeur of the view in the direction of the volcano increased as the evening wore on. The fiery cloud above the present crater augmented in size and depth of color. The extinct crater glowed red in 30 or 40 different places, and clouds of white vapor issued from every crack and crevice in the ground, adding to the sulphurous smell with which the atmosphere was laden. Our room faced the volcano. There were no blinds, and I drew back the curtains and lay watching the splendid scene until I fell asleep. Sunday, December 24th, Christmas Eve. I was up at 4 o'clock to gaze once more on the wondrous spectacle that lay before me. The molten lava still flowed in many places. The red cloud over the fiery lake was bright as ever, and the stream was slowly ascending in every direction, over hill and valley, till, as the sun rose, it became difficult to distinguish clearly the sulphurous vapors from the morning mist. We walked down to the sulphurous banks, about a quarter of a mile from the volcano house, and burned our gloves and boots in our endeavors to procure crystals, the beauty of which generally disappeared after a very short exposure to the air. We succeeded, however, in finding a few good specimens, and, by wrapping them at once in paper and cotton wool and putting them in a bottle, hoped to bring them home uninjured. On our return, we found a gentleman who had just arrived from Caen, and who proposed to join us in our expedition to the crater, and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon we set out, a party of 8, with 2 guides and 3 porters to carry our wraps and provisions, and to bring back specimens. Before leaving the inn, the landlord came to us and begged us in an earnest and confidential manner to be very careful, to do exactly what our guides told us, and especially to follow in their footsteps exactly when returning in the dark. He added, "There never has been an accident happen to anybody from my house, and I should feel real mean if one did, but there have been a power of narrow escapes." First of all, we descended the precipice, 300 feet in depth, forming the wall of the old crater, but now thickly covered with vegetation. It is so steep in many places that flights of zigzag wooden steps have been inserted in the face of the cliff in some places, in order to render the descent practicable. At the bottom we stepped straight onto the surface of cold boiled lava, which we had seen from above last night. Even here, in every crevice where a few grains of soil had collected, delicate little ferns might be seen struggling for life and thrusting out their green fronds toward the light. It was the most extraordinary walk imaginable over that vast plain of lava, twisted and distorted in every conceivable shape and form according to the temperature it had originally attained and the rapidity with which it had cooled its surface, like half-molten glass cracking and breaking beneath our feet. Sometimes we came to a patch that looked like the contents of a pot, suddenly petrified in the act of boiling. Sometimes the black iridescent lava had assumed the form of waves, or more frequently of huge masses of rope, twisted and coiled together. Sometimes it was piled up like a collection of organ pipes, or had gathered into mounds and cones of various dimensions. As we proceeded, the lava became hotter and hotter, and from every crack arose gaseous fumes, affecting our noses and throats in a painful manner, till at last, when we had to pass to leeward of the molten stream flowing from the lake, the vapors almost choked us, and it was with difficulty we continued to advance. The lava was more glassy and transparent looking, as if it had been fused at a higher temperature than usual, and the crystals of sulfur, alum, and other minerals with which it abounded reflected the light in bright prismatic colors. In places it was quite transparent, and we could see beneath it the long streaks of a stringy kind of lava, like brown spun glass, called Pélé's hair. Lava cascade flow. At last we reached the foot of the present crater and commenced the ascent of the outer wall. Many times the thin crust gave way beneath our guide, and he had to retire quickly from the hot, blinding, choking fumes that immediately burst forth. But we succeeded in reaching the top, and then what a sight presented itself to our astonished eyes! I could neither speak nor move at first, but could only stand and gaze at the terrible grandeur of the scene. We were standing on the extreme edge of the precipice, overhanging a lake of molten fire, 100 feet below us and nearly a mile across. Dashing against the cliffs on the opposite side with a noise like a roar of a stormy ocean, waves of blood-red fiery liquid lava hurled their billows upon an iron-bound headland, and then rushed up the face of the cliffs to toss their gory spray high in the air. The restless, heaving lake boiled and bubbled, never remaining the same for 2 minutes together. Its normal color seemed to be a dull, dark red, covered with a thin gray scum which every moment and in every part swelled and cracked and emitted fountains, cascades, and whirlpools of yellow and red fire, while sometimes one big golden river, sometimes 4 or 5, flowed across it. There was an island on one side of the lake, which the fiery waves seemed to attack unceasingly with relentless fury, as if bent on hurling it from its base. On the other side was a large cavern, into which the burning mass rushed with a loud roar, breaking down in its impetuous headlong career the gigantic stalactites that overhung the mouth of the cave, and flinging up the liquid material for the formation of fresh ones. It was all terribly grand, magnificently sublime, but no words could adequately describe such a scene. The precipice on which we were standing overhung the crater so much that it was impossible to see what was going on immediately beneath. But from the columns of smoke and vapor that arose, the flames and sparks that constantly drove us back from the edge, it was easy to imagine that there must have been 2 or 3 grand fiery fountains below. As the sun set and the darkness enveloped the scene, it became more awful than ever. We retired a little way from the brink to breathe some fresh air and to try and eat the food we had brought with us. But this was an impossibility. Every instant a fresh explosion or glare made us jump up to survey the stupendous scene. The violent struggles of the lava to escape from its fiery bed, and the loud and awful noises by which they were at times accompanied, suggested the idea that some imprisoned monsters were trying to release themselves from their bondage with shrieks and groans, and cries of agony and despair at the futility of their efforts. Sometimes there were at least 7 spots on the border of the lake where the molten lava dashed up furiously against the rocks. 7 fire fountains playing simultaneously. With the increasing darkness, the colors emitted by the glowing mass became more and more wonderful, varying from the deepest jet black to the palest gray, from darkest maroon through cherry and scarlet to the most delicious pink, violet, and blue, from the richest brown through orange and yellow to the lightest straw color. And there was yet another shade, only describable by the term molten lava color. Even the smokes and vapors were rendered beautiful by their borrowed lights and tints, and the black peaks, pinnacles, and crags which surrounded the amphitheater formed a splendid and appropriate background. Sometimes great pieces broke off and tumbled with a crash into the burning lake, only to be remelted and thrown up anew. I had for some time been feeling very hot and uncomfortable, and on looking round the cause was at once apparent. Not 2 inches beneath the surface, the gray lava on which we were standing was sitting red hot. A stick thrust through it caught fire, A piece of paper was immediately destroyed, and the gentlemen found the heat from the crevices so great that they could not approach near enough to light their pipes. One more last look, and then we turned our faces away from the scene that had enthralled us for so many hours. The whole of the lava we had crossed in the extinct crater was now aglow in many patches, and in all directions flames were bursting forth, fresh lava was flowing, and the smoke and steam were issuing from the surface. It was a toilsome journey, back again, walking as we did in single file and obeying the strict injunctions of our head guide to follow him closely and to tread exactly in his footsteps. On the whole, it was easier by night than by day to distinguish the route to be taken, as we could now see the dangers that, before, we could only feel. And many were the fiery crevices we stepped over or jumped across. Once I slipped, and my foot sank through a thin crust. Sparks issued from the ground, and the stick on which I leaned caught fire before I could fairly recover myself. Monday, December 25th, Christmas Day. Turning in last night was the work of a very few minutes, and this morning I awoke perfectly refreshed and ready to appreciate anew the wonders of the prospect that met my eyes. The pillar of fire was still distinctly visible when I looked out from my window, though it was not so bright when I had last seen it. But even as I looked, it began to fade and gradually disappeared. At the same moment, a river of glowing lava issued from the side of the bank which we had climbed on with so much difficulty yesterday, and slowly but surely overflowed the ground we had walked over. I woke Tom, and you may imagine the feelings with which we gazed upon the startling phenomenon, which, had it occurred a few hours earlier, might have caused the destruction of the whole party. A Voyage in the Sunbeam, London, 1878. End of Section 18.
Section 19 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. Trollhätta by Hans Christian Andersen. Whom did we meet at Trollhätta? It is a strange story. We will relate it. We landed at the first sluice and immediately stood in a kind of English garden. The broad pathways are covered with gravel and rise in low terraces between the green, sunlit greensward. It is charming and delightful here, but by no means imposing. If one desires to be excited in this manner, he must go a little higher up to the old sluices that have burst deep and narrow through the hard rock. Nature is magnificent here, and the water roars and foams in its deep bed far below. Up here one looks over valley and river. The banks of the river on the other side rises in green undulating hills with clusters of leafy trees and wooden houses painted red. Rocks and pine forests hem in the landscape. Through the sluices, steamboats and sailing vessels are ascending. The water itself is the attendant spirit that must bear them up above the rock. And from the forest it issues, buzzing, roaring, and blustering. The din of the Trollhätta Falls mingles with the noises of the sawmills and the smithies. "In 3 hours we shall be through the sluices," said the captain, "and then you shall visit the falls. We shall meet again at the inn above." We went along the path that led through the forest and thickets. A whole flock of bare-headed boys surrounded us, all wishing to be our guides. Each one outscreamed the other, and each gave contradictory explanations of how high was the water, and how high it did not or could rise. And here was also a great difference of opinion among the learned. Soon we came to a halt on a large heather-covered rock, a dizzying eminence. Before us, but deep below, the foaming, roaring water, the hell-fall, and over this, cascade after cascade, the rich, swelling, rushing river, the outlet of the largest lake in Sweden. What a sight! What a foaming above and below! It is like the waves of the sea, or like effervescing champagne, or like boiling milk. The water rushes around 2 rocky islands above, so that the spray rises like a mist from a meadow, while below it is more compressed and, hurrying away, returns in circles. Then it rolls down in a long wave-like fall, the Hell Fall. What a roaring storm in the deep! What a spectacle! Man is dumb. And so were also the screaming little guides. They were silent, and when they renewed their explanations and stories, they did not get far before an old gentleman, whom none of us had noticed although he was here among us, made himself heard above the noise with his peculiarly shrill voice. He spoke of the place and its former days as if they had been of yesterday. "Here on the rocky isles," said he, "here in olden times the warriors, as they are called, decided their disputes. The warrior, Sterkodder, dwelt in this region, and took a fancy to the pretty maid Ogn. But she fancied Hergrimme the more, and in consequence he was challenged by Sterkodder to a duel here by the falls, and met his death. But Ogn sprang towards them, and, seizing her lover's bloody sword, thrust it into her heart. Sterkodder did not get her. So 100 years passed, and another 100. The forest became heavy and thick. Wolves and bears prowled here summer and winter, and wicked robbers hid their booty here, and no one could find them. Yonder, by the fall before Top Island, on the Norwegian side, was their cave. Now it has fallen in. The cliff there overhangs it." "Yes, the Tailor's Cliff," screamed all the boys. "It fell in the year 1755. "Fell?" cried the old man, as if astonished that anyone could know of it but himself. "Everything will fall. The tailor also fell. The robbers placed him upon the cliff and told him that if he would be liberated for his ransom, he must sew a suit of clothes there. He tried to do it, but as he drew out his thread at the first stitch, he became dizzy and fell into the roaring water, and thus the rock got the name of the Tailor's Cliff. One day the robbers caught a young girl, and she betrayed them. She kindled a fire in the cavern, the smoke was seen, the cavern was discovered, and the robbers imprisoned and executed. That outside there is called the Thieves' Fall, and below, under the water, is another cave. The river rushes in there and issues out foaming. You can see it well up here and hear it too, but it can be heard better under the stony roof of the mountain sprite." And we went on and on along the waterfall toward Top Island, always on smooth paths covered with sawdust, to Polhemsluth. A cleft has been made in the rock for the first intended sluice work, which was not finished, but on account of which has been shaped the most imposing of all, the Trollhätte Falls. The hurrying water falls perpendicularly into the dark depth. The side of the rock here is connected with Top Island by means of a light iron bridge, which seems to be thrown over the abyss. We venture on this swaying bridge above the rushing, whirling water, and soon stand on the little rocky island between firs and pines that dart out of the crevices. Before us rushes a sea of waves, broken as they rebound against the rock on which we stand, spraying us with their fine eternal mist. On each side the torrent flows as if shot from a gigantic cannon, waterfall upon waterfall. We look above them all, and are lulled by the harmonic tone which has existed for thousands of years. "No one can ever get to that island over there," said one of our party, pointing to the large island above the highest fall. "I know one who got there," exclaimed the old man, and nodded with a peculiar smile. "Yes, my grandfather got there," said one of the boys, "but for 100 years scarcely anyone else has reached it. The cross that stands there was set up by my grandfather. It had been a severe winter. The whole of Lake Vernon was frozen, the ice dammed up the outlet, and for many hours the bottom was dry. Grandfather has told us about it. He and 2 others went over, set up the cross, and returned. Just then there was a thundering and cracking noise just like cannon. The ice broke up, and the stream overflowed meadows and forest. It is true, every word I say." One of the travellers cited Tigner. "Vilt göta stortade från fjällen. Hemsk trollet från satt toppfall rut. men snillet kom och sprängt stod hallen med skeppen I sitt sköt. Poor mountain sprite, he added, thy power and glory are failing. Man flies beyond thee. Thou must learn of him. The garrulous old man made a grimace and muttered something to himself. But we were now by the bridge before the inn. The steamboat glided through the open way, everyone hurried on board, and immediately it shot above the fall, just as if no fall existed. It was evening. I stood on the heights of Trollhätte's old sluices, and saw the ships with outspread sails glide away over the meadows like large white spectres. The sluice gates opened with a heavy crashing sound like that related of the copper gates of the Veimgericht. The evening was so still. In the deep silence, the tone of the Trollhätte Fall was like a chorus of 100 watermills, ever one and the same tone, and sometimes the ringing of a deep and mighty note that seemed to pass through the very earth. And yet, through all this, the eternal silence of nature was felt. Suddenly, a great bird with heavily flapping wings flew out of the trees in the deep woods toward the waterfall. Was it the mountain sprite? We must believe so. Pictures of Sweden, Leipzig, 1851. End of section 19. Read by Quartertone.
Section 20 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, stageleft.org. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. The Grand Canyon of the Colorado, United States. C.F. Gordon-Cumming. Probably the greatest chasm in the known world is the Grand Canyon of the Colorado River, the Rio Colorado Grande, which is a gorge upward of 200 miles in length and of tremendous depth. Throughout this distance, its vertical crags measure from 1 to upwards of 6,000 feet in depth. Think of it. The highest mountain in Scotland measures 4,418 feet. The height of Niagara is 145 feet. And here is a narrow, tortuous path where the river has eaten its way to a depth of 6,200 feet between vertical granite crags. Throughout this canyon, there is no cascade. And though the river descends 16,000 feet within a very short distance, forming rushing rapids, it is nevertheless possible to descend it by a raft, and this has actually been done in defiance of the most appalling dangers and hardships. It is such a perilous adventure as to be deemed worthy of note even in this country where every prospector carries his life in his hand, and to whom danger is the seasoning of daily life, which, without it, would appear positively monotonous. I suppose no river in the world passes through scenery so extraordinary as does the Colorado River in its journey of 2,000 miles from its birthplace in the Rocky Mountains till, traversing the burning plains of New Mexico, it ends its course in the Gulf of California. Its early career is uneventful. In its youth, it bears a maiden name, and as the Green River, wends its way joyously through the upper forests. Then it reaches that ghastly country known as the Mauvaise Terre of Utah and Arizona, a vast region extending also into Nevada and Wyoming, which, by the ceaseless action of water, has been carried into an intricate labyrinth of deep, gloomy caverns. For a distance of 1,000 miles, the river winds its tortuous course through these stupendous granite gorges, receiving the waters of many tributary streams, each rushing along similar deeply hewn channels. In all the range of fiction, no adventures can be devised more terrible than those which have actually befallen gold seekers and hunters who, from any cause, have strayed into this dreary and awesome region. It was first discovered by two bold explorers, by name Strobe and White, who, being attacked by Indians, took refuge in the canyons. Preferring to face unknown dangers to certain death at the hands of the enemy, they managed to collect enough timber to construct a rude raft and determined to attempt the descent. Once embarked on that awful journey, there was no returning. They must endure to the bitter end. On the 4th day, the raft was upset. Strobe was drowned, and the little store of provisions and ammunition was lost. White contrived to right the raft, and for 10 days the rushing waters bore him down the frightful chasm, seeing only the perpendicular cliffs on either side and the strip of sky far overhead, never knowing from hour to hour but that at the next winding of the canyon the stream might overleap some mighty precipice and so end his long anguish. During those awful 10 days of famine, a few leaves and seed pods clutched from the bushes on the rocks were his only food. At length he reached a wretched settlement of half-bred Mexicans who, deeming his escape miraculous, fed him. And eventually he reached the homes of white men who looked on him, as well they might, as on one returned from the grave. The life thus wonderfully saved was, however, sacrificed a few months later when he fell into the hands of his old Indian foes. The story of White's adventure was confirmed by various trappers and prospectors who, from time to time, ventured some little way into this mysterious rock labyrinth, and it was determined to attempt a government survey of the region. Accordingly, in 1869, a party, commanded by Major J.W. Powell, started on this most interesting but dangerous expedition. Warned by the fate of a party who attempted to explore the country in 1855 and who, with the exception of 2 men, Ashley and another, all perished miserably, the government party started with all possible precautions. 4 light Chicago-built boats were provisioned for 6 months and, with infinite difficulty, were transported 1,500 miles across the desert. On reaching their starting point, they were lured into the awful ravines from which it was, to say the least, problematic whether all would emerge alive. The dangers, great enough in reality, had been magnified by rumor. It was reported, with every semblance of probability, that the river formed terrible whirlpools, that it flowed underground for hundreds of miles, and emerged only to fall in mighty cataracts and appalling rapids. Even the friendly Indians entreated the explorers not to attempt so rash an enterprise, assuring them that none who embarked on that stream would escape alive. But in the face of all such counsel, the expedition started, and for upwards of 3 months the party traveled, one may almost say in the bowels of the earth, at least in her deepest furrows, through canyons where the cliffs rise sheer from the water to a height of 3/4 of a mile. They found, as was only natural, that imagination had exaggerated the horrors of the situation, and that it was possible to follow the rock-girt course of the Colorado through all its wanderings. Not without danger, of course. In many places the boat had to be carried. One was totally wrecked and its cargo lost, and the others came to partial grief, entailing the loss of valuable instruments and almost more precious lives. Though no subterranean passage was discovered, nor any actual waterfall, there were nevertheless such dangerous rapids as to necessitate frequent troublesome portage, and altogether the expedition had its full share of adventure. The ground was found to vary considerably. In some places the rock is so vivid in color, red and orange, that the canyons were distinguished as the Red Canyon and the Flaming Gorge. Some are mere fissures of tremendous depth, while in other places, where the water has carved its way more freely, they are broad, here and there expanding into a fertile oasis where green turf and lovely groves are enclosed by stupendous crags, miniature Yosemites, which to these travelers appeared to be indeed visions of paradise. Granite Crags, Edinburgh and London, 1884. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by George Banfield. Recorded in Somerset, England, March 2024. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. The Rock of Gibraltar, by Augustus J.C. Hare. It was a lovely day and a calm sea, which was a great subject of rejoicing, for even as it was, the rickety Spanish vessel rolled disagreeably. Owing to the miserable slowness of everything, we were 11 hours on board. There was little interest till we reached the yellow headland of Trafalgar. Then the rugged outlines of the African coast rose before us, and we entered the straits, between Tarifa, sleeping amid its orange groves on the Spanish coast, and the fine African peak above Ceuta. Soon, on the left, the great rock of Gibraltar rose from the sea like an island, though not the most precipitous side, which turns inwards towards the Mediterranean. But it was already gunfire, and too late to join another steamer and land at the town. So we waited for a shoal of small boats which put out from Algeciras and surrounded our steamer to carry us on shore. Here we found in the Fonda Inglesa, kept by an English landlady, one of the most primitive but charming little hotels we ever entered. The view from our rooms alone decided us to stay there some days. Hence, framed by the balcony, Gibraltar rose before us in all the glory of its rugged, sharp-edged cliffs, grey in the morning, pink in the evening light, with the town at its foot, whence, at night, thousands of lights were reflected on the still water. In the foreground were groups of fishing boats at anchor, and, here and there, a lateen sail flitted, like a white albatross, across the bay. On the little pier beneath us was endless life and movement, knots of fishermen in their blue shirts and scarlet caps and sashes, mingling with solemn-looking Moors in turbans, yellow slippers, and flowing burnouses, who were watching the arrival or embarkation of their wares, and an endless variety of travellers from all parts of Europe, waiting for different steamers, or come over to see the place. Here an invalid might stay, imbibing health from the fine air and sunshine, and never be weary of the ever-changing diorama. In every direction delightful walks wind along the cliffs, through groves of aloes and prickly pear, or descend into little sandy coves full of beautiful shells. Behind the town, a fine old aqueduct strides across the valley, and beyond it the wild moors begin at once sweeping backwards to a rugged chain of mountains. Into the gorges of these mountains we rode one day, and most delightful they are, clothed in parts with magnificent old cork trees, while in the depths of a ravine, overhung with oleander and rhododendron, is a beautiful waterfall. It was with real regret that we left Algeciras and made the short voyage across the bay to Gibraltar, where we instantly found ourselves in a place as unlike Spain as it is possible to imagine. Upon the wharf you are assailed by a clamour of English-speaking porters and boatmen. Passing the gates you come upon a barrack yard swarming with tall British soldiers, looking wonderfully bright and handsome after the insignificant figures and soiled shabby uniforms of the Spanish army. Hence the Waterport Street opens, the principal thoroughfare of the town, though from its insignificant shops, with English names, and its low public houses, you have to look up at the strip of bright blue sky above to be reminded that you are not in an English seaport. Just outside the principal town, between it and the suburb of Europe, is the truly beautiful Alameda, an immense artificial garden where endless gravel paths wind through labyrinths of geraniums and coronella and banks of flame-coloured ixia, which are all in their full blaze of beauty under the March sun, though the heat causes them to wither and droop before May. During our stay at Gibraltar, it has never ceased to surprise us that this Alameda, the shadiest and pleasantest place open to the public upon the rock, should be almost deserted, but so it is. Even when the band playing affords an additional attraction, there are not a dozen persons to listen to it, whereas at Rome, on such occasions, the Pincio, exceedingly inferior as a public garden, would be crowded to suffocation, and always presents a lively and animated scene. One succession of gardens occupies the western base of the rock, and most luxuriant and gigantic are the flowers that bloom in them. Castor oil plants, daturas, and daphnes here attain the dignity of timber, while geraniums and heliotropes, many years old, so large as to destroy all the sense of floral proportions which has hitherto existed in your mind. It is a curious characteristic, and typical of Gibraltar, that the mouth of a cannon is frequently found protruding from a thicket of flowers. The eastern side of the rock, in great part a perpendicular precipice, is elsewhere left uncultivated, and is wild and striking in the highest degree. Here, beyond the quaint Jewish cemetery of closely set gravestones, bearing Hebrew inscriptions on the open hillside, a rugged path winds through rocks and tangled masses of flowers and palmists to a curious stalactitic cavern called Martin's Cave. On this side of the cliff, a remnant of the famous apes of Tarshish is suffered to remain wild and unmolested, though their numbers, always very small, have lately been reduced by the very ignorant folly of a young officer who shot one and wounded 9 others, for which he has been very properly impounded. On the northern side of the rock are the famous galleries tunnelled in the face of the precipice, with cannon pointing towards Spain from their embrasures. Through these, or, better, by delightful paths, fringed with palmettos and asphodel, you may reach El Hacho, the signal station, whence the view is truly magnificent over the sea, and the mountain chains of 2 continents, and down into the blue abysses beneath the tremendous precipice upon which it is placed. The greatest drawback to the charms of Gibraltar has seemed to be the difficulty of leaving it. It is a beautiful prison. We came fully intending to ride over the mountain passes by Ronda, but on arriving we heard that the whole of that district was in the hands of the brigands under the famous chief Don Diego, and the governor positively refused to permit us to go that way. Our lamentations at this have since been cut short by the news of a double murder at the hands of the brigands on the way we wished to have taken, and at the very time we should have taken it. So we must go to Malaga by sea, and wait for the happy combination of a good steamer and calm weather falling on the same day. Late in the afternoon of the 15th of March, we embarked on board the Lisbon in the dockyard of Gibraltar. It had been a lovely day, and the Grand Rock had looked its best, its every cleft filled with flowers and foliage. The sun set before we had rounded Europe Point, and the precipitous cliffs of the eastern bay rose utterly black against the yellow sky. Wanderings in Spain, London, 1873. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatest Wonders of the World. Edited by Esther Singleton. Thingvalla, Iceland. Lord Dufferin. At last I have seen the famous geysers, of which every one has heard so much. But I have also seen Thingvalla, of which no one has heard anything. The geysers are certainly wonderful marvels of nature, but more wonderful, more marvelous is Thingvalla. And if the one repay you for crossing the Spanish Sea, it would be worth while to go round the world to reach the other. Of the boiling fountains, I think I can give you a good idea, but whether I can contrive to draw for you anything like a comprehensible picture of the shape and nature of the Almana Gia, the Hrafna Gia, and the lava veil, called Thingvalla, that lies between them, I am doubtful. Before coming to Iceland, I had read every account that had been written of Thingvalla by any former traveler, and when I saw it, it appeared to me a place of which I had never heard. So I suppose I shall come to grief in as melancholy a manner as my predecessors, whose ineffectual pages whiten the entrance to the valley they have failed to describe. After an hour's gradual ascent through a picturesque ravine, we emerged upon an immense desolate plateau of lava that stretched away for miles and miles like a great stony sea. A more barren desert you cannot conceive. Innumerable boulders, relics of the glacial period, encumbered the track. We could only go at a foot pace. Not a blade of grass, not a strip of green, enlivened the prospect, and the only sound we heard was the croak of the curlew and the wail of the plover. Hour after hour we plodded on, but the grey waste seemed interminable, boundless, and the only consolation Sigurdur would vouchsafe was that our journey's end lay on this side of some purple mountains that peeped like the tents of a demon leaguer above the stony horizon. As it was already 8 o'clock, and we had been told the entire distance from Reykjavik to Thingvalla was only 35 miles, I could not comprehend how so great a space should still separate us from our destination. Concluding more time had been lost in shooting, lunching, etc. By the way then, we supposed, I put my pony into a canter, and determined to make short work of the 12 miles, which seemed still to lie between us and the hills, on this side of which I understood from Skidr our encampment for the night was to be pitched. Judge then of my astonishment when, a few minutes afterwards, I was arrested in full career by a tremendous precipice, or rather chasm, which suddenly gaped beneath my feet, and completely separated the barren plateau we had been so painfully traversing from a lovely, gay, sunlit flat 10 miles broad that lay, sunk at a level lower by 100 feet, between us and the opposite mountains. I was never so completely taken by surprise. Sigurdur's purposely vague description of our halting place was accounted for. We had reached the famous Almana Gia, like a black rampart in the distance. The corresponding chasm of the Hrafna Gia cut across the lower slope of the distant hills, and between them now slept in sunshine and beauty the broad verdant plain of Thingvalla. Footnote 4. The plain of Thingvalla is in a great measure clothed with birch brushwood. End of footnote. Ages ago, who shall say how long, some vast commotion shook the foundations of the island, and bubbling up from sources far away amid the inland hills, a fiery deluge must have rushed down between their ridges, until, escaping from the narrow gorges, it found space to spread itself into one broad sheet of molten stone over an entire district of country, reducing its varied surface to one vast blackened level. One of two things then occurred. Either the vitrified mass contracting as it cooled, the center area of 50 square miles burst asunder at either side from the adjoining plateau, and sinking down to its present level, left the two paralleled gias, or chasms, which form its lateral boundaries, to mark the limits of the disruption, or else, while the pith or marrow of the lava was still in a fluid state, its upper surface became solid, and formed a roof beneath which the molten stream flowed on to lower levels, leaving a vast cavern into which the upper crust subsequently plumped down. But to return where I left myself, on the edge of the cliff, gazing down with astonished eyes over a panorama of land and water embedded at my feet. I could scarcely speak for pleasure and surprise. Fitz was equally taken aback, and as for Wilson, he looked as if he thought we had arrived at the end of the world. After having allowed us sufficient time to admire the prospect, Sigurdur turned to the left along the edge of the precipice, until we reached a narrow pathway accidentally formed down a longitudinal niche in the splintered face of the cliff, which led across the bottom and up the opposite side of the Gia into the plain of Thingvalla. Independently of its natural curiosities, Thingvalla was most interesting to me on account of the historical associations connected with it. Here, long ago, at a period when feudal despotism was the only government known throughout Europe, free parliaments used to sit in peace and regulate the affairs of the young republic. And to this hour the precincts of its Commons House of Parliament are as distinct and unchanged as on the day when the high-hearted fathers of the immigration first consecrated them to the service of a free nation, by a freak of nature, as the subsiding plain cracked and shivered into 20,000 fissures, in a regular oval area of about 200 feet by 50, was left almost entirely surrounded by a crevice so deep and broad as to be utterly impassable. At one extremity alone a scanty causeway connected it with the adjoining level, and allowed of access to its interior. It is true, just at one point the encircling chasm grows so narrow as to be within the possibility of a jump, and an ancient worthy named Flosy, pursued by his enemies, did actually take it at a fly, but as leaping an inch short would have entailed certain drowning in the bright green waters that sleep 40 feet below, you can conceive there was never much danger of this entrance becoming a thoroughfare. I confess that for one moment, while contemplating the scene of Flosy's exploit, I felt like a true Briton, an idiotic desire to be able to say that I had done the same. That I survived to write this letter is a proof of my having come subsequently to my senses. This spot, then, erected by nature almost into a fortress, the founders of the Icelandic constitution chose for the meetings of their thing, or parliament. Armed guards defended the entrance, while the grave bonders deliberated in security within. To this day, at the upper end of the place of meeting, may be seen the 3 hummocks, where sat in state the chiefs and judges of the land. But those grand old times have long since passed away. Along the banks of the Auxerre no longer glisten the tents and booths of the assembled lieges. No longer stalwart berserks guard the narrow entrance to the Althing. Ravens alone sit on the sacred Logberg, and the floor of the old Icelandic House of Commons is ignominiously cropped by the sheep of the parson. For 300 years did the gallant little republic maintain its independence. 300 years of unequaled literary and political vigor. At last its day of doom drew near. Like the Scotch nobles in the time of Elizabeth, their own chieftains intrigued against the liberties of the Icelandic people, and in 1261 the island became an appendage of the Norwegian crown. Yet even then the deed embodying the concession of their independence was drawn up in such haughty terms as to resemble rather the offer of an equal alliance than the renunciation of imperial rights. As I gazed around on the silent, deserted plain, and paced to and fro along the untrodden grass that now clothed the Althing, I could scarcely believe it had ever been the battlefield where such keen and energetic wits encountered, that the fire-scathed rocks I saw before me were the very same that had once inspired one of the most successful rhetorical appeals ever hazarded in a public assembly. From the Althing, I strolled over to the Almanna Gia, visiting the pool of execution on our way. As I have already mentioned, a river from the plateau above leaps over the precipice into the bottom of the Gia, and flows for a certain distance between its walls. At the foot of the fall, the waters linger for a moment in a dark, deep, brimming pool, hemmed in by a circle of ruined rocks. To this pool, in ancient times, all women convicted of capital crimes were immediately taken and drowned. Witchcraft seems to have been the principal weakness of ladies in those days, throughout the Scandinavian countries. For a long period no disgrace was attached to its profession. Odin himself, we are expressly told, was a great adept, and always found himself much exhausted at the end of his performance, which leads me to think that, perhaps, he dabbled in electrobiology. Turning aside from what, I dare say, was the scene of many an unrecorded tragedy, we descended the gorge of the Almanna Gia towards the lake, and I took advantage of the opportunity again to examine its marvelous construction. The perpendicular walls of rock rose on either hand from the flat greensward that carpeted its bottom, pretty much as the waters of the Red Sea must have risen on each side of the fugitive Israelites. A blaze of light smote the face of one cliff, while the other lay in the deepest shadow, and on the rugged surface of each might still be traced corresponding articulations that once had dovetailed into each other, ere the igneous mass was rent asunder. So unchanged, so recent seemed the vestiges of this convulsion, that I felt as if I had been admitted to witness one of nature's grandest and most violent operations, almost in the very act of its execution. A walk of about 20 minutes brought us to the borders of the lake, a glorious expanse of water, 15 miles long by 8 miles broad, occupying a basin formed by the same hills, which must also, I imagine, have arrested the further progress of the lava torrent. A lovelier scene I have seldom witnessed. In the foreground lay huge masses of rock and lava, tossed about like the ruins of a world, and washed by waters as bright and green as polished malachite. Beyond, a bevy of distant mountains, robed by the transparent atmosphere in tints unknown to Europe, peeped over each other's shoulders into the silver mirror at their feet, while here and there from among their purple ridges columns of white vapor rose like altar smoke towards the tranquil heaven. The next morning we started for the geysers, this time dividing the baggage train, and sending on the cook in light marching order, with the materials for dinner. The weather still remained unclouded, and each mile we advanced disclosed some new wonder in the unearthly landscape. A 3 hours' ride brought us to the Ravnagia, the eastern boundary of Thingvalla, and winding up its rugged face, we took our last look over the lovely plain beneath us, and then manfully set across the same kind of arid lava plateau as that which we had already traversed before arriving at the Almanagia. Letters from high latitude being some account of a voyage in the schooner yacht Foam in 1856, London 1859. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. Land's End and Logan Rock, England, John Ayrton Paris. The sunbeams tremble and the purple light illumes the dark Bolerium, seat of storms. High are his granite rocks, his frowning brow hangs o'er the smiling ocean. In his caves, where sleep the haggard spirits of the storm, while dreary are the schistose rocks around, encircled by the waves, where to the breeze the haggard cormorant shrieks, and far beyond are seen the cloud-like islands, grey in mists. Sir H. Davy. In an excursion to the Land's End, the traveller will meet with several intermediate objects well worthy his attention, more worthy, perhaps, than the celebrated promontory itself, as being monuments of the highest antiquity in the kingdom. They consist of druidical circles, cairns, or circular heaps of stones, cromlechs, crosses, military entrenchments, and the obscure remains of castles. Having arrived at the celebrated promontory, we descend a rapid slope, which brings us to a bold group of rocks composing the western extremity of our island. Some years ago, a military officer who visited this spot was rash enough to descend on horseback. The horse soon became unruly, plunged, reared, and, fearful to relate, fell backwards over the precipice, and rolling from rock to rock, was dashed to atoms before it reached the sea. The rider was for some time unable to disengage himself, but at length by a desperate effort he threw himself off, and was happily caught by some fragments of rock at the very brink of the precipice, where he remained in a state of insensibility until assistance could be afforded him. The awful spot is marked by the figure of a horseshoe, traced on the turf with a deep incision, which is cleared out from time to time, in order to preserve it as a monument of rashness which could alone be equalled by the good fortune with which it was attended. Why any promontory in an island should be exclusively denominated the Land's End, it is difficult to understand. Yet so powerful is the charm of a name that many persons have visited it on no other account. The intelligent tourist, however, will receive a much more substantial gratification from his visit. The great geological interest of the spot will afford him an ample source of entertainment and instruction, while the magnificence of its convulsed scenery, the ceaseless roar and deep intonation of the ocean, and the wild shrieks of the cormorant all combine to awaken the blended sensations of awe and admiration. The cliff which bounds this extremity is rather abrupt than elevated, not being more than 60 feet above the level of the sea. It is composed entirely of granite, the forms of which present a very extraordinary appearance, assuming in some places the resemblance of shafts that had been regularly cut with the chisel. In others, regular equidistant fissures divide the rock into horizontal masses and give it the character of basaltic columns. In other places again, the impetuous waves of the ocean have opened, for their retreat, gigantic arches, through which the angry billows roll and bellow with tremendous fury. Several of these rocks from their grotesque forms have acquired whimsical appellations, as that of the Armed Knight, the Irish Lady, etc. An inclining rock on the side of a craggy headland, south of the Land's End, has obtained the name of Dr. Johnson's Head, and visitors, after having heard the appellation, seldom fail to acknowledge that it bears some resemblance to the physiognomy of that extraordinary man. On the north, this rocky scene is terminated by a promontory 229 feet above the level of the sea, called Cape Cornwall, between which and the Land's End the coast retires and forms Whitesand Bay, a name which it derives from the peculiar whiteness of the sand, and amongst which the naturalist will find several rare microscopic shells. There are, besides, some historical recollections which invest this spot with interest. It was in this bay that Stephen landed on his first arrival in England, as did King John on his return from Ireland, and Perkin Warbeck in the prosecution of those claims to the crown to which some late writers have been disposed to consider that he was entitled, as the real son of Edward IV. In the rocks near the southern termination of Whitesand Bay may be seen the junction of the granite and slate. Large veins of the former may also be observed to traverse the latter in all directions. We now return to the Land's End, from which we should proceed to visit a promontory called Castle Trerin, where is situated the celebrated Logan Stone. If we pursue our route along the cliffs, it will be found to be several miles southeast of the Land's End, although by taking the direct and usual road across the country, it is not more than 2 miles distant. But the geologist must walk or ride along the coast on horseback, and we can assure him that he will be amply recompensed for his trouble. From the cape on which the signal station is situated, the rock scenery is particularly magnificent, exhibiting an admirable specimen of the manner and forms into which granite disintegrates. About 40 yards from this cape is the promontory called Tolpedden Penwith, which in the Cornish language signifies the Hold Headland in Penwith. The name is derived from a singular chasm known by the appellation of the Funnel Rock. It is a vast perpendicular excavation in the granite, resembling in figure an inverted cone, and has been evidently produced by the gradual decomposition of one of those vertical veins with which this part of the coast is so frequently intersected. By a circuitous route you may descend to the bottom of the cavern, into which the sea flows at high water. Here the Cornish chough, Corvus graticulus, has built its nest for several years, a bird which is very common about the rocky parts of this coast, and may be distinguished by its red legs and bill, and the violaceous blackness of its feathers. This promontory forms the western extremity of the Mounts Bay. The antiquary will discover in this spot the vestiges of one of the ancient cliff castles, which were little else than stone walls stretching across necks of land from cliff to cliff. The only geological phenomenon worthy of particular notice is a large and beautiful contemporaneous vein of red granite containing schorl, is 1 foot in width and may be seen for about 40 feet in length. Continuing our route around the coast, we at length arrive at Castle Trerin. Its name is derived from the supposition of its having been the site of an ancient British fortress, of which there are still some obscure traces, although the wild and rugged appearance of the rocks indicate nothing like art. The foundation of the whole is a stupendous group of granite rocks, which rise in pyramidal clusters to a prodigious altitude and overhang the sea. On one of those pyramids is situated the celebrated Logan Stone, which is an immense block of granite weighing about 60 tons. The surface in contact with the under rock is of very small extent, and the whole mass is so nicely balanced that, notwithstanding its magnitude, the strength of a single man applied to its under edge is sufficient to change its centre of gravity. And though at first in a degree scarcely perceptible, yet the repetition of such impulses at each return of the stone produces at length a very sensible oscillation. As soon as the astonishment which this phenomenon excites has in some measure subsided, the stranger anxiously inquires how and whence the stone originated. Was it elevated by human means, or was it produced by the agency of natural causes? Those who are in the habit of viewing mountain masses with geological eyes will readily discover that the only chisel ever employed has been the tooth of time, the only artist engaged, the elements. Granite usually disintegrates into rhomboidal and tabular masses, which by the farther operation of air and moisture gradually lose their solid angles and approach the spheroidal form. De Luc observed, in the giant mountains of Silesia, spheroids of this description so piled upon each other as to resemble Dutch cheeses, and appearances no less illustrative of the phenomenon may be seen from the signal station to which we have just alluded. The fact of the upper part of the cliff being more exposed to atmospheric agency than the parts beneath will sufficiently explain why these rounded masses so frequently rest on blocks which still preserve the tabular form. And since such spheroidal blocks must obviously rest in that position in which their lesser axes are perpendicular to the horizon, it is equally evident that whenever an adequate force is applied, they must vibrate on their point of support. Although we are thus led to deny the druidical origin of this stone, for which so many zealous antiquaries have contended, still we by no means intend to deny that the Druids employed it as an engine of superstition. It is indeed very probable that, having observed so uncommon a property, they dexterously contrived to make it answer the purposes of an ordeal, and by regarding it as the touchstone of truth, acquitted or condemned the accused by its motions. Mason poetically alludes to this supposed property in the following lines: "Behold yon huge and unknown sphere of living adamant, which poised by magic rests its central weight on yonder pointed rock. Firm as it seems, such is its strange and virtuous property, it moves obsequious to the gentlest touch of him whose heart is pure. But to a traitor, though in a giant's prowess nerved his arm, it stands as fixed as Snowdon." The rocks are covered with a species of byssus, long and rough to the touch, forming a kind of hoary beard. In many places they are deeply furrowed, carrying with them a singular air of antiquity, which combines with the whole of the romantic scenery to awaken in the minds of the poet and enthusiast the recollection of the druidical ages. The botanist will observe the common thrift, Statice armeria, imparting a glowing tinge to the scanty vegetation of the spot, and by growing within the crevices of the rocks, affording a very picturesque contrast to their massive fabric. Here too the Daucus maritimus, or wild carrot, Sedum telfinium, Saxifraga stellaris, and Asplenium marinum may be found in abundance. The granite in this spot is extremely beautiful on account of its porphyritic appearance. The crystals of feldspar are numerous and distinct. In some places the rock is traversed by veins of red feldspar and of black tourmaline or schorl, of which the crystalline forms of the prisms, on account of their close aggregation, are very indistinct. Here may also be observed a contemporaneous vein of schorl rock in the granite, nearly 2 feet wide, highly inclined and very short, and not having any distinct walls. On the western side of the Logan rock is a cavern, formed by the decomposition of a vein of granite, the feldspar of which assumes a brilliant flesh red and lilac colour, and where it is polished by the sea, exceeding even in beauty the serpentine caverns at the Lizard. A Guide to the Mounts Bay and the Land's End, London, 2nd edition, 1824. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, stageleft.org. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. Mount Hekla, Iceland, Sir Richard F. Burton. Footnote. Heklafjall derives from Hekla, akin to Hökl, a priest's cope, meaning a cowled or hooded frock knitted of various colors and applied to the Vesuvius of the north from its cap and body vest of snow. Icelanders usually translate it as a chasuble because its rounded black shoulders bear stripes of white, supposed to resemble the cross carried to Calvary. End footnote. The Hekla of our ingenuous childhood, when we believed in the 7 wonders of the world, was a mighty cone, a pillar of heaven, upon whose dreadful summit white, black, and sanguine red lay in streaks and patches, with volumes of sooty smoke and lurid flames, and a pitchy sky. The whole was somewhat like the impossible illustrations of Vesuvian eruptions in body colors, plus the ice proper to Iceland. The Hekla of reality, number 5 in the island scale, is a commonplace heap, half the height of Hermon, and a mere pygmy compared with the Andine peaks, rising detached from the plains about 3.5 miles in circumference, backed by the snows of Tindifjall and Taffajökull, and supporting a skyline that varies greatly with the angle under which it is seen. Travelers usually make it a 3-horned Parnassus, with the central knob highest, which is not really the case. From the southwest, it shows now 4, then 5 distinct points: the northwestern lip of the northern crater, which hides the true apex, the southwestern lip of the same, the northeastern lip of the southern crater, which appears the culminating point, and the 2 eastern edges of the southern bowls. A pair of white patches represents the eternal snows. On the right of the picture is the steep, but utterly unimportant, Ringjörngur, crowned with its benchmark. To the left, the Skardsfjall, variegated green and black, and in the center, the Bjofell, a western buttress of the main building, which becomes alternately a saddleback, a dorsum, and an elephant's head, trunk, and shoulders. We came upon the valley of the western Raungau at a rough point, a gash in the hard yellow turf-clad clay, dotted with rough lava blocks and with masses of conglomerate, hollowed, turned, and polished by water. The shape was a succession of S, and the left side was the more tormented. Footnote. Raungau, wrong or crooked stream, is a name that frequently occurs and generally denotes either that the trend is opposed to the general watershed or that an angle has been formed in the bed by earthquakes or eruptions. End footnote. Above the ford, a dwarf cascade had been formed by the lava of 45, which caused the waters to boil, and below the ford jumped a second, where the stream forks. We then entered an Iceland forest, at least 4 feet high. The chaparral was composed of red willow, Salix purpurea, of graudivir, woolly-leaved willow, Sulix laponum, the tree under which the devil flayed the goats, a diabolical difficulty when the bush is a foot high, and the awful and venerable birch, la demoiselle de forêt, which has so often blushed with patrician blood. About mid-afternoon, we reached Nifferhout, Birch Bark Hill, the fashionable place for the ascent, and we at once inquired for the guide. Upon the carpe diem principle, he had gone to Reykjavik with the view of drinking his late gains. But we had time to organize another, and even alpenstocks with rings and spikes are to be found at the farmhouse. Everything was painfully tourist. In the evening we scaled the stiff slope of earth and palagonite which lies behind or east of Nifferhout. This crupper of Bjolfur, the Elephant Mountain, gives perhaps harder work than any part of Hekla on the normal line of ascent. From the summit, we looked down upon a dwarf basin with a lakelet of fresh water, which had a slightly carbonic acid taste, and which must have contained lime, as we found 2 kinds of shells, both uncommonly thin and fragile. 3 species of weeds floated off the clean sand strips. Walking northward to a deserted byre, we found the drain gushing underground from sand and rock, forming a distinct river valley, and eventually feeding the western Rangau. This Botten is not in the map, though far from certain that it is not mentioned by Mackenzie, we named it the Unknown Lake. Before night fell, we received a message that 3 English girls and their party proposed to join us. This was a scare, but happily the Miss Hopes proved plucky as they were young and pretty, and we rejoiced in offering this pleasant affront of the feminine foot to that grim old solitaire, Father Hekla. Before the sleep necessary to prepare for the next day's work, I will offer a few words concerning the Etna of the North, sparing the reader, however, the mortification of a regular history. It was apparently harmless, possibly dormant, till A.D. 1104, when Simon, the Paris clerk, then 48 years old, threw in a casket and awoke the sleeping lion. Since that time, 14 regular eruptions, without including partial outbreaks, are recorded, giving an average of about 2 per century. The last was in 1845. The air at Reykjavik was flavored, it is said, like a gun that wants washing, and the sounds of a distant battle were conducted by the lava and basaltic ground. The ashes extended to Scotland, when some writers tell us that on this occasion Hekla lost 500 feet in height, quote, so much of the summit having been blown away by the explosions, end quote. They forget or ignore the fact that the new crater opened laterally and low down. Like Etna, Vesuvius, and especially Stromboli, Hekla became mythical in Middle Age Europe, and gained wide repute as one of the gates of Helviti. Witches' Sabbaths were held there. The spirits of the wicked, driven by those grotesque demons of Father Pinamonti, which would make the fortune of Zoological Society, were seen trooping into the infernal crater. And such facts as these do not readily slip off the mind of man. The Danes still say, "Begone to Heckenfjeld." The North Germans, "Go to Heckelberg." And the Scotch consign you to John Heckelbirnie's house. Even Goldsmith, Animated Nature, issue 48, had heard of the local creed. Quote, the inhabitants of Iceland believe the bellowings of Hekla are nothing else but the cries of the damned, and that its eruptions are contrived to increase their tortures, end quote. Uno von Troil, letter 1, who in 1770, along with those Encycliti Britannici Baron Bank and Dr. Solander, quote, gained the pleasure of being the first who ever reached the summit of this celebrated volcano, end quote, attributes the mountain's virginity to the superstitions of the people. He writes soberly about its marvels, and he explains its high fame by its position skirting the watery way to and from Greenland, and North America. His companions show less modesty of imagination. We may concede that an unknown ascent, quote, required great circumspection, end quote, and that in a high wind ascensionists were obliged to lie down. But how explain the, quote, dread of being blown into the most dreadful precipices, end quote, when the latter do not exist? Moreover, we learned that to accomplish this undertaking, they had to travel from 300 to 360 miles over uninterrupted bursts of lava, which is more than the maximum length of the island from northeast to southwest. As will be seen, modern travelers have followed suit passing well. The next morning, July 13, broke fair and calm, reminding me, da bel paese laddove il si suona. The Miss Hopes were punctual to a minute, an excellent thing in traveling womanhood. We rode up halfway, somewhat surprised to find so few parasitic craters. The only signs of independent eruption on the western flank were the Raudkala, red hills, as the people call their lava hornitos and spiracles, which are little bigger than the bottle-house cones of Leith. At an impassable divide, we left our poor nags to pass the dreary time without water or forage, and we followed the improvised guide, who caused not a little amusement. His general port was that of a bear that has lost its ragged staff. I took away his alpenstock for one of the girls, and he was plantigrade rather than cremnobatic. He had stripped to his underalls, which were very short, whilst his stockings were very long, and the heraldic gloves converted his hands to paws. The two little snow fawns, quote, steep glassy slopes of hard snow, end quote, were the easiest of walking. We had nerved ourselves to, quote, break neck or limbs, be maimed or boiled alive, end quote, but we looked in vain for the, quote, concealed abysses, end quote, for the, quote, crevasses to be crossed, end quote, and for places where a, quote, slip would be to roll to destruction, end quote. We did not sight the lava wall, a capital protection against giddiness. The snow was anything but slippery. The surface was scattered with dust, and it bristled with a forest of dwarf earth pillars where blown volcanic sand preserved the ice. After a slow hour and a half, we reached the crater of 45, which opened at 9 a.m. on September 2nd and discharged lava till the end of November. It might be passed unobserved by the inexperienced man. The only remnant is the upper lip prolonged to the right. The dimensions may have been 120 by 150 yards, and the cleft shows a projecting ice sledge ready to fall. The feature is well marked by the new lava field of which it is the source. The bristly stone river is already degrading to superficial dust. A little beyond this bowl, the ground smokes, discharging snow steam made visible by the cold air. Hence, doubtless, those sententious travelers, quote, experienced at one and the same time a high degree of heat and cold, end quote. 15 minutes more led us to the first or southern crater, whose old bogey, elbow or rim, is one of the horns conspicuous from below. It is a regular formation about 100 yards at the bottom each way, with the right, east side red and cindery, and the left yellow and sulphury. Mosses and a few flowerets grow on the lips. In the sole rise jets of steam, and a rock rib bisects it diagonally from northeast to southwest. We thought it the highest point of the volcano, but the aneroid corrected our mistake. From the first crater, we walked over the left or western dorsum, over which one could drive a coach, and we congratulated one another upon the exploit. Former travelers, quote, balancing themselves like rope dancers, succeeded in passing along the ridge of slags, which was so narrow that there was scarcely room for their feet, end quote. The breadth being, quote, not more than 2 feet, having a precipice on each side several hundred feet in depth, end quote. Charity, suggests that the feature has altered, but there was no eruption between 1766 and 1845. Moreover, the lip would have diminished, not increased. And one of the most modern visitors repeats the, quote, very narrow ridge, end quote, with the classical but incorrect adjuncts of, quote, Scylla here, Charybdis there, end quote. Scylla, say the crater slope, is disposed at an angle of 30 degrees, and Mr. Chapman coolly walked down this vast little hollow. I descended Charybdis, the outer counterscarp, far enough to make sure that it is equally easy. Passing the carriage road, our own name, we crossed a neve without any necessity for digging footholes. It lies where sulfur is notably absent. The hot patches, which account for the freedom from snow, even so high above the congelation line, are scattered about the summit. In other parts, the thermometer, placed in an 18-inch hole, made earth colder than air. After a short climb, we reached the apex, the ruddy-walled northeastern lip of the red crater, number 2. Its lower or western rim forms 2 of the 5 summits seen from the prairie and hides the highest point. We thus ascertained that Hecla is a linear volcano of 2 mouths, or 3, including that of 45, and that it wants a true apical crater. But how reconcile the accounts of travelers? Pliny Miles found 1 cone and 3 craters. Madame Ida Pfeiffer, like Metcalfe, 3 cones and no crater. On the summit, the guides sang a song of triumph, while we drank to the health of our charming companions, and, despite the cold wind which eventually drove us down, carefully studied the extensive view. The glorious day was out of character with the scene niente che montagna, as the unhappy Venetians described the Morea. Rain and sleet and blinding snow would better have suited the picture, but happily they were conspicuous by their absence. Inland, beyond a steep snow bed unpleasantly crevassed, lay a grim photograph all black and white, Laungokul, looking down upon us with a grand and freezing stare. The Raventinu Valley, marked by a dwarf cone, and beyond where streams head, the gloomy regions stretching to the Springensandur, dreary wastes of utter sterility, howling deserts of dark ashes, wholly lacking water and vegetable life, and wanting the gleam and glow which light up the Arabian wild. Skeptower and Oriva were hidden from sight. Seawards, ranging from west to south, the view, by contrast, was a picture of amenity and civilization. Beyond castellated Jarvur and conical Scalbride appeared the familiar forms of Essia and the long lava projections of the Gold Breast country melting into the western main. Nearer stretched the fair lowlands, once a broad, deep bay, now traversed by the network of Olvuzau, Tjorazau, and the Markarfjord, while the sixfold bunch of the Westman Islands, mere stone lumps upon a blue ground, seemingly floating far below the raised horizon, lay crowned by summer's sea. Eastward, we distinctly traced the Fiskevogel, run the eye along the southern shore, and again the scene shifts. Beyond the red hornitos of the slope rises the classical, three-horned, not lofty but remarkable for its trident-topped Tinfjall, Toothfell, with its 2 horns or pyramids of ice, casting blue shadows upon the untrodden snow, and the whole mighty mass known as the Eastern Jarkul Eyjafjall, Island Fell, so called from the black button of rock which crowns the long white dorsum, Kautlau, Goldfjall, Merkajokul, and Gordolands, all connected by ridges and apparently neither lofty nor impracticable. Ultimathul, or A Summer in Iceland, London and Edinburgh, 1875. End section 24.
Section 25 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Shoesmith. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. Victoria Falls, Africa, by David Livingstone. We proceeded next morning, 9th August 1860, to see the Victoria Falls. Mosi Oyatunya is the Makololo name, and it means smoke-sounding. Seongo, or Chongwei, meaning the rainbow or the place of the rainbow, was the more ancient term they bore. We embarked in canoes, belonging to Tuba Mokoro, smasher of canoes, an ominous name, but he alone, it seems, knew the medicine which insures one against shipwreck in the rapids above the falls. For some miles the river was smooth and tranquil, and we glided pleasantly over water clear as crystal and past lovely islands densely covered with a tropical vegetation. Noticeable among the many trees were the lofty hyphene and borassus palms, the graceful wild date palm with its fruit in golden clusters, and the umbrageous mokononga of cypress form with its dark green leaves and scarlet fruit. Many flowers peeped out near the water's edge, some entirely new to us, and others, as the convolvulus, old acquaintances. But our attention was quickly called from the charming islands to the dangerous rapids down which Tuba might unintentionally shoot us. To confess the truth, the very ugly aspect of these roaring rapids could scarcely fail to cause some uneasiness in the minds of newcomers. It is only when the river is very low, as it was now, that anyone durst venture to the island to which we were bound. If one went during the period of flood, and fortunately hit the island, he would be obliged to remain there till the water subsided again, if he lived so long. Both hippopotamus and elephants have been known to be swept over the falls, and of course smashed to pulp. Before entering the race of waters we were requested not to speak, as our talking might diminish the virtue of the medicine, and no one with such boiling, eddying rapids before his eyes would think of disobeying the orders of a canoe-smasher. It soon became evident that there was sound sense in this request of Tuba's, although the reason assigned was not unlike that of the canoe-man from Shesheke, who begged one of our party not to whistle, because whistling made the wind come. It was the duty of the man at the bow to look ahead for the proper course, and when he saw a rock or a snag to call out to the steersman. Tuba doubtless thought that talking on board might divert the attention of his steersman at a time when the neglect of an order, or a slight mistake would be sure to spill us all into the chafing river. There were places where the utmost exertions of both men had to be put forth in order to force the canoe to the only safe part of the rapid, and to prevent it from sweeping down broadside on, where in a twinkling we should have found ourselves floundering among the plotuses and cormorants, which were engaged in diving for their breakfast of small fish. At times it seemed as if nothing could save us from dashing in our headlong race against the rocks, which, now that the river was low, jutted out of the water. But just at the very nick of time, Tuba passed the word to the steersman, and then, with ready pole, turned the canoe a little aside, and we glided swiftly past the threatened danger. Never was canoe more admirably managed. Once only did the medicine seem to have lost some of its efficacy. We were driving swiftly down. A black rock over which the white foam flew lay directly in our path. The pole was planted against it as readily as ever, but it slipped just as Tuba put forth his strength to turn the bow off. We struck hard and were half full of water in a moment. Tuba recovered himself as speedily, shoved off the bow, and shot the canoe into a still shallow place to bail out the water. Here we were given to understand that it was not the medicine which was at fault. That had lost none of its virtue. The accident was owing entirely to Tuba having started without his breakfast. Need it be said, we never let Tuba go without that meal again. We landed at the head of Garden Island, which is situated near the middle of the river and on the lip of the falls. On reaching that lip, and peering over the giddy height, the wondrous and unique character of the magnificent cascade at once burst upon us. It is a rather hopeless task to endeavor to convey an idea of it in words, since, as was remarked on the spot, an accomplished painter, even by a number of views, could but impart a faint impression of the glorious scene. The probable mode of its formation may perhaps help to the conception of its peculiar shape. Niagara has been formed by a wearing back of the rock over which the river falls. But during the long course of ages it has gradually receded and left a broad, deep, and pretty straight trough in front. It goes on wearing back daily and may yet discharge the lakes from which its river, the St. Lawrence, flows. But the Victoria Falls have been formed by a crack right across the river in the hard, black basaltic rock which there formed the bed of the Zambesi. The lips of the crack are still quite sharp, save about 3 feet of the edge over which the river rolls. The walls go sheer down from the lips without any projecting crag or symptoms of stratification or dislocation. When the mighty rift occurred, no change of level took place in the 2 parts of the bed of the river thus rent asunder, and consequently in coming down the river to Garden Island, the water suddenly disappears, and we see the opposite side of the cleft, with grass and trees growing where once the river ran, on the same level as that part of its bed on which we sail. The first crack is in length a few yards more than the breadth of the Zambesi, which by measurement we found to be a little over 1,860 yards. But this number we resolved to retain as indicating the year in which the fall was, for the first time, carefully examined. The main stream here runs nearly north and south, and the cleft across it is nearly east and west. The depth of the rift was measured by lowering a line, to the end of which a few bullets and a foot of white cotton cloth were tied. One of us lay with his head over a projecting crag, and watched the descending calico, till, after his companions had paid out 310 feet, the weight rested on a sloping projection, probably 50 feet from the water below, the actual bottom being still further down. The white cloth now appeared the size of a crown piece. On measuring the width of this deep cleft by sextant, it was found at Garden Island, its narrowest part, to be 80 yards, and at its broadest somewhat more. Into this chasm, of twice the depth of Niagara Fall, the river a full mile wide rolls with a deafening roar, and this is Mosi-Oya-Tunya, or the Victoria Falls. Looking from Garden Island down to the bottom of the abyss, nearly half a mile of water, which has fallen over that portion of the falls to our right, or west of our point of view, is seen collected in a narrow channel 20 or 30 yards wide, and flowing at exactly right angles to its previous course to our left, while the other half, or that which fell over the eastern portion of the falls, is seen in the left of the narrow channel below, coming towards our right. Both waters unite midway in a fearful boiling waterfall, and find an outlet by a crack situated at right angles to the fissure of the falls. This outlet is about 1,170 yards from the western end of the chasm, and some 600 from its eastern end. The whirlpool is at its commencement. The Zambesi, now apparently not more than 20 or 30 yards wide, rushes and surges south through the narrow escape channel for 130 yards, then enters a second chasm, somewhat deeper and nearly parallel with the first. Abandoning the bottom of the eastern half of this second chasm to the growth of large trees, it turns sharply off to the west and forms a promontory, with the escape channel at its point, of 1,170 yards long and 416 yards broad at the base. After reaching this base, the river runs abruptly round the head of another promontory, and flows away to the east in a third chasm, then glides round a third promontory, much narrower than the rest, and away back to the west, in a fourth chasm. And we could see in the distance that it appeared to round still another promontory, and bend once more in another chasm toward the east. In this gigantic, zigzag yet narrow trough, the rocks are all so sharply cut and angular that the idea at once arises that the hard basaltic trap must have been riven into its present shape by a force acting from beneath, and that this probably took place when the ancient inland seas were cut off by similar fissures nearer the ocean. The land beyond, or on the south of the falls, retains, as already remarked, the same level as before the rent was made. It is as if the trough below Niagara were bent right and left several times before it reached the railway bridge. The land in the supposed bends, being of the same height as that above the fall, would give standing places, or points of view, of the same nature as that from the railway bridge. But the nearest would be only 80 yards instead of 2 miles, the distance to the bridge, from the face of the cascade. The tops of the promontories are in general flat, smooth, and studded with trees. The first, with its base on the east, is at one place so narrow that it would be dangerous to walk to its extremity. On the second, however, we found a broad rhinoceros path and a hut, but unless the builder were a hermit with a pet rhinoceros, we cannot conceive what beast or man ever went there for. On reaching the apex of this second eastern promontory, we saw the great river of a deep sea-green color, now sorely compressed, gliding away at least 400 feet below us. Garden Island, when the river is low, commands the best view of the great fall chasm, as also of the promontory opposite, with its grove of large evergreen trees, and brilliant rainbows of 3/4 of a circle, 2, 3, and sometimes even 4 in number, resting on the face of the vast perpendicular rock, down which tiny streams are always running, to be swept again back by the upward rushing vapor. But as, at Niagara, one has to go over to the Canadian shore to see the chief wonder, the great Horseshoe Fall, so here we have to cross over to Moselekatse's side, to the promontory of evergreens, for the best view of the principal falls of Mosi-Oa-Tunya. Beginning, therefore, at the base of this promontory, and facing the cataract at the west end of the chasm, there is, first, a fall of 36 yards in breadth, and of course, as they all are, upwards of 310 feet in depth. The Boaruka, a small island, intervenes, and next comes a great fall, with a breadth of 573 yards. A projecting rock separates this from a second grand fall of 325 yards broad, in all upwards of 900 yards of perennial falls. Further east stands Garden Island. Then, as the river was at its lowest, came a good deal of the bare rock of its bed, with a score of narrow falls, which, at the time of flood, constitute one enormous cascade of nearly another half-mile. Near the east end of the chasm are 2 larger falls, but they are nothing at low water compared to those between the islands. The whole body of water rolls clear over, quite unbroken, but after a descent of 10 or more feet, the entire mass suddenly becomes a huge sheet of driven snow. Pieces of water leap off it in the form of comets with tails streaming behind, till the whole snowy sheet becomes myriads of rushing, leaping, aqueous comets. This peculiarity was not observed by Charles Livingstone at Niagara, and here it happens, possibly from the dryness of the atmosphere, or whatever the cause may be, which makes every drop of Zambesi water appear to possess a sort of individuality. It runs off the ends of the paddles, and glides in beads along the smooth surface like drops of quicksilver on a table. Here we see them in a conglomeration, each with a train of pure white vapor racing down till lost in clouds of spray. A stone dropped in became less and less to the eye, and at last disappeared in the dense mist below. Charles Livingstone had seen Niagara, and gave Mosi-Oa-Tunya the palm, though now at the end of a drought and the river at its very lowest. Many feel a disappointment on first seeing the great American falls, but Mosi-Oa-Tunya is so strange it must ever cause wonder. In the amount of water, Niagara probably excels, though not during the months when the Zambesi is in flood. The vast body of water, separating in the comet-like forms described, necessarily encloses in its descent a large volume of air, which, forced into the cleft to an unknown depth, rebounds and rushes up loaded with vapor to form the 3 or even 6 columns, as of steam, visible at the Batoka village, Moachemba, 21 miles distant. On attaining a height of 200 or at most 300 feet from the level of the river above the cascade, this vapor becomes condensed into a perpetual shower of fine rain. Much of the spray, rising to the west of Garden Island, falls on the grove of evergreen trees opposite, and from their leaves heavy drops are forever falling to form sundry little rills, which, in running down the steep face of the rock, are blown off and turned back, or licked off their perpendicular bed up into the column from which they have just descended. The morning sun gilds these columns of watery smoke with all the glowing colors of double or treble rainbows. The evening sun, from a hot yellow sky, imparts a sulphurous hue, and gives one the impression that the yawning gulf might resemble the mouth of the bottomless pit. No bird sings and sings on the branches of the grove of perpetual showers, or ever builds his nest there. We saw hornbills and flocks of little black weavers flying across from the mainland to the islands, and from the islands to the points of the promontories and back again, but they uniformly shunned the region of perpetual rain, occupied by the evergreen grove. The sunshine, elsewhere in this land so overpowering, never penetrates the deep gloom of that shade. In the presence of the strange Mosi-Oa-Tunya, we can sympathize with those who, when the world was young, peopled earth, air, and river with beings not of mortal form. Sacred to what deity would be this awful chasm and that dark grove over which hovers an ever-abiding pillar of cloud? The ancient Batoka chieftains used Kazaruka, now Garden Island, and Boaruka, the island further west, also on the lip of the falls, as sacred spots for worshipping the deity. It is no wonder that under the cloudy columns and near the brilliant rainbows, with the ceaseless roar of the cataract, with the perpetual flow as if pouring forth from the hand of the Almighty, their souls should be filled with reverential awe. The Zambezi and its Tributaries, 1858 to 1864, London, 1865. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chuck Lavazzi, stageleft.org. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. The Dragon Tree of Orotava, Canary Islands, Alexander von Humboldt. Footnote. This famous tree was blown down by a storm in 1868. Its age was estimated from 5,000 to 6,000 years. E.S. End footnote. Orotava, the ancient Taoro of the Guanches, is situated on a very steep declivity. The streets seem deserted. The houses are solidly built and of gloomy appearance. We passed along a lofty aqueduct, lined with a great number of fine ferns, and visited several gardens in which the fruit trees of the north of Europe are mingled with orange trees, pomegranates, and date trees. We were assured that these last were as little productive here as on the coast of Cumana. Although we had been made acquainted, from the narratives of many travelers, with the dragon tree in Monsieur Franqui's garden, we were not the less struck with its enormous size. We were told that the trunk of this tree, which is mentioned in several very ancient documents as marking the boundaries of a field, was as gigantic in the 15th century as it is in the present time. Its height appeared to us to be about 50 or 60 feet. Its circumference near the roots is 45 feet. We could not measure higher, but Sir George Staunton found that, 10 feet from the ground, the diameter of the trunk is still 12 English feet, which corresponds perfectly with the statement of Boddam, who found its mean circumference 33 feet 8 inches French measure. The trunk is divided into a great number of branches, which rise in the form of a candelabrum and are terminated by tufts of leaves like the yucca which adorns the Valley of Mexico. This division gives it a very different appearance from that of the palm tree. Among organic creations, this tree is undoubtedly, together with the Adansonia or baobab of Senegal, one of the oldest inhabitants of our globe. The baobabs are of still greater dimensions than the dragon tree of Orotava. There are some which, near the root, measure 34 feet in diameter, though their total height is only from 50 to 60 feet. But we should observe that the Adansonia, like the Ochroma and all the plants of the family Bombax, grow much more rapidly than the Dracæna, the vegetation of which is very slow. That, in Monsieur Franqui's garden, still bears every year both flowers and fruit. Its aspect forcibly exemplifies that eternal youth of nature which is an inexhaustible source of motion and of life. The Dracæna, which is seen only in cultivated spots in the Canary Islands, at Madeira, and Porto Santo, presents a curious phenomenon with respect to the emigration of plants. It has never been found in a wild state on the continent of Africa. The East Indies is its real country. How has this tree been transplanted to Tenerife, where it is by no means common? Does its existence prove that, at some very distant period, the Guanches had connections with other nations originally from Asia? Footnote: the form of the dragon tree is exhibited in several species of the genus Dracæna at the Cape of Good Hope, in China, and in New Zealand. But in New Zealand, it is superseded by the form of the yucca, for the Dracæna borealis of Ayton is a convallaria, of which it has all the appearance. The astringent juice, known in commerce by the name of dragon's blood, is, according to the inquiries we made on the spot, the produce of several American plants. At Laguna, toothpicks steeped in the juice of the dragon tree are made in the nunneries and are much extolled as highly useful for keeping the gums in a healthy state. End footnote. The age of trees is marked by their size, and the union of age with the manifestation of constantly renewed vigor is a charm peculiar to the vegetable kingdom. The gigantic dragon tree of Orotava, as sacred in the eyes of the inhabitants of the Canaries as the olive tree in the citadel of Athens or the elm of Ephesus, the diameter of which I found, when I visited those islands, to be more than 16 feet, had the same colossal size when the French adventurers, the Betancourt, conquered these gardens of the Hesperides in the beginning of the 15th century. Yet it still flourishes, as if in perpetual youth, bearing flowers and fruit. A tropical forest of Hymenaeas and Cisalpinae may perhaps present to us a monument of more than 1,000 years' standing. The colossal dragon tree, Dracæna Draco, stands in one of the most delightful spots in the world. In June 1799, when we ascended the peak of Tenerife, we measured the circumference of the tree and found it nearly 48 English feet. Our measurement was taken several feet above the root. Lower down and nearer to the ground, Ledru made it nearly 79 English feet. The height of the tree is not much above 69 English feet. According to tradition, this tree was venerated by the Guanches, as was the ash tree of Ephesus by the Greeks, or as the Lydian plane tree which Xerxes decked with ornaments, and the sacred banyan tree of Ceylon, and at the time of the first expedition of the Betancourt in 1402, it was already as thick and as hollow as it now is. Remembering that the Dracæna grows extremely slowly, we are led to infer the high antiquity of the tree of Orotava. Berthollet, in his description of Tenerife, says, On comparera les jeunes dragonnières, poissons de l'arbre gigantesque, les calculs qu'on fait sur l'âge de ce dernier effraient l'imagination. Nova Acta Academiae Leopoldino Carolinae Naturae Curiosorum, 1827, Volume 13, page 781. The dragon tree has been cultivated in the Canaries and in Madeira and Porto Santo from the earliest times, and an accurate observer, Leopold von Buch, has even found it wild in Tenerife, near Egueste. The measurement of the dragon tree of the Villa Franchi was made on Borda's first voyage with Pinglet in 1771, not in his second voyage in 1776 with Baralea. It is affirmed that in the earlier times of Norman and Spanish conquests in the 15th century, Mass was said at a small altar erected in the hollow trunk of the tree. Unfortunately, the dragon tree of Orotava lost one side of its top in the storm of the 21st of July, 1819. Personal narrative of travels to the equinoctial regions of America during the years 1799 to 1804, London, 1825, and Aspects of Nature, Philadelphia, 1849. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. Mount Shasta by J. W. Boddam-Wheatham. United States. Mount Shasta is the most striking feature of Northern California. Its height is about 14,500 feet above the sea, very nearly the height of Mount Blanc. Mount Blanc is broken into a succession of peaks, but Shasta is one stupendous peak, set upon a broad base that sweeps out far and wide. From the base, the volcanic cone rises up in one vast stretch of snow and lava. It is very precipitous to the north and south, but east and west there are two slopes right up to the crater. It is a matter of doubt whether Shasta is dead or only sleeping. Vesuvius slept calmly for centuries, and then spread death and desolation for miles around. The base of the mountain is magnificently watered and wooded, and forms a splendid hunting ground. The woods are full of deer and bears, and now and then a mountain goat, an animal very like the chamois of the Alps, is seen in the higher part of the mountains. Well provided with blankets and provisions, we started with a guide and a man to look after the horses at a very early hour, and rode through a beautiful forest of pines, silver firs, and cedars. Along the banks of the streams were aspens, willows, and the trees known by the name of the balm of Gilead, whose vivid green leaves were already changing to a rich orange or an apple red, forming a beautiful contrast of colours with the glazed green of the cedars and the green-tinted white of the silver firs. After an easy ascent to a height of about 8,000 feet, we reached the limits of vegetation. Thence our upward path lay over snow, ice, and lava, lonely, isolated barrenness on every side, relieved only by an occasional solitary dwarf pine, struggling to retain life amidst fierce storms and heavy weighing snow. Many of them were quite dead, but embalmed by frost and snow in a never-decaying death. With a few loads of this fuel we soon made a splendid fire, the warmth of which was most welcome in the cold, rarefied atmosphere. Scarcely had we finished a capital supper ere night descended, and great clouds and fitful fogs began to drift past. These in their turn broke, and the moon threw a weird light over the forests below, whilst above rose piles upon piles of pinkish lava and snowfields, reaching far up into the sky, whose magnificent blue grew more sparkling and clear every moment. Wrapping ourselves in our bundles of blankets, we crept as close as possible to the huge fire, and before long my companions were fast asleep and snoring. I could not sleep a wink, and mentally registered a vow never again to camp out without a pillow. No one can tell me, till he has tried it, the difference there is between going to sleep with a pillow under the head and a stone or a pair of boots or saddle as its resting place. The deep silence, unbroken save by a most unromantic snore, was painfully oppressive, and I longed to hear even a growl from a bear or a deep whine from a California lion. Footnote: these so-called lions are a sort of panther, and abound in most parts of California and Oregon. They are very cowardly and seldom attack a man unless they can spring on him from a tree, and not often then. End footnote. I listened intently, for it seemed as if the slightest sound, even 100 miles away, ought to be heard, so still and frosty was the air. But none fell on my ear, not even a murmur to soothe one to sleep, and I began to think bears and lions were snores and delusions,
when, just as I was dozing off, I felt my arm violently pulled, and a voice called out that it was time for us to make a start. Hot coffee soon had a cheering effect, and long before daylight we left our warm camping ground and began the higher ascent on foot. Broken stone and slabs of lava afforded pretty good foothold, far preferable to the fields of frozen snow, which we carefully avoided. After a couple of hours' hard walking we seemed to be just as far from the summit as when we started, but the views gradually became grander. From a rocky promontory we looked back over a sea of glittering clouds, the only land visible being the peaks of the coast range near the Pacific. All else was cloud, to which the moonlight lent an almost dazzling whiteness. Far clouds of feathery gold, shaded with deepest purple, gleam like islands on a dark blue sea. When the sun rose and the mists cleared off, the scene was indescribably grand, and the gradual unfolding of the vast panorama unapproachable in its splendour. After some hours of weary climbing over crumbling scoria and splintered rock, we reached the crater. In the ascent to the summit overlooking the crater, we had to cross an ice field. It had that blue tinge found in the ice of which glaciers are composed, and its slipperiness made it almost impossible to walk over it, the ice lying often in ridges resembling the waves of the sea. The main crater covers several acres. It is hemmed in by rims of rock, and is filled with volcanic debris, covered with snow and ice. Numbers of little boiling springs were bubbling up through the bed of sulphur, and were suggestive of the subterranean fires which once threw their molten lava over the surrounding country. The view from the summit was most extensive, and, fortunately, there was none of the usual smoke from the forest fires so prevalent in autumn in northern California and Oregon to impede the range of vision. Looking northward, far over into Oregon, we could see her lakes, valleys, and mountains. Southward we could trace the Sacramento and Pitt rivers. The great boundary wall of the Sierra Nevada lay to the east, and farther onward the deserts and sparkling lakes of Utah could be distinguished. To the west the sinuous outline of the coast range was visible, and beyond the broad Pacific shelved away to the horizon. Fertile valleys, rugged mountains, wood and water all lent their aid to enhance the beauty of this unsurpassable scene. The descent to our camping ground was accomplished in a comparatively short time. On the way we stopped to witness a most glorious sunset. Round the horizon ran a thin mist with a brilliant depth of colouring. To the east a blue gauze seemed to cover each valley as it sank into night, and the intervening ridges rose with increasing distinctness. The lower country was flooded with an exquisitely delicate light, and a few fleecy clouds tinted with gold, pale salmon, and sapphire passed over the empurpled hills of the coast range. The great shadow of Mount Shasta spread itself, cone-like, across the valley. The blue mists were quenched. The distant mountains glowed like fairy hills for a few moments, and the sun, poising itself like a great globe of fire in the darkening heavens, descended slowly below the golden ridge to illumine another hemisphere. During our descent we passed through some patches of red snow, which leaves a crimson track behind those who cross over it. This curious phenomenon is always avoided by the Shasta Indians when acting as guides or porters, as they say it brings death if you tread on it willingly and after due warning. We found a warm fire to welcome us on our arrival at the camp, and the exertions of the day made us very willing to turn in among the blankets, where we slept soundly till long after daybreak. The following day, when we arrived at our original starting point, my companions resumed their journey to San Francisco, and I went on to Sisson's, a station on the stage road, whence I was to start on a shooting expedition amongst the Castle Rocks. Sisson, so called after the name of the proprietor, is a very delightful place to spend a few days at. The view of Mount Shasta, which is directly opposite the house, is magnificent, and Sisson himself is a capital sportsman guide, and succeeds in making his guests feel comfortable. Looking at Mount Shasta is occupation enough for some time. The play of colour on the mountain is extraordinary. The lava, which is of a rosy hue, often penetrates through the snow, and when the sun shines upon it, the effect is most beautiful. The pure white fields of snow are diversified by great blue glaciers, and when the sunbeams fall with refracted glory on the veins of ice, they exhibit wonderful tints of opal, green, and pink. The effects produced by the mingling colours of lava, snow, and ice, and the contrasting shadows of a deep violet hue, are so varied, and the radiation of colour at sunrise and sunset so vivid, that it is difficult to keep the eyes turned from the mountain, for nothing seems worthy of consideration in comparison with Shasta. Western Wanderings, a record of travel in the Evening Land, London, 1874. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. The Lagoons of Venice, by John Ruskin. In the olden days of travelling, now to return no more, in which distance could not be vanquished without toil, but in which that toil was rewarded, partly by the power of deliberate survey of the countries through which the journey lay, and partly by the happiness of the evening hours, when from the top of the last hill he had surmounted, the traveller beheld the quiet village where he was to rest, scattered among the meadows beside its valley stream, or from the long hoped-for turn in the dusty perspective of the causeway, saw, for the first time, the towers of some famed city, faint in the rays of sunset, hours of peaceful and thoughtful pleasure, for which the rush of the arrival in the railway station is perhaps not always, or to all men, an equivalent. In those days, I say, when there was something more to be anticipated and remembered in the first aspect of each successive halting-place than a new arrangement of glass roofing and iron girder, there were few moments of which the recollection was more fondly cherished by the travelled than that which, as I endeavoured to describe in the close of the last chapter, brought him within sight of Venice as his gondola shot into the open lagoon from the canal of Mestre. Not but that the aspect of the city itself was generally the source of some slight disappointment, for seen in this direction, its buildings are far less characteristic than those of other great towns of Italy. But this inferiority was partly disguised by distance, and more than atoned for by the strange rising of its walls and towers out of the midst, as it seemed, of the deep sea, for it was impossible that the mind or the eye could at once comprehend the shallowness of the vast sheet of water which stretched away in leagues of rippling lustre to the north and south, or trace the narrow line of islets bounding it to the east. The salt breeze, the moaning seabirds, the masses of black weed separating and disappearing gradually, in knots of heaving shoal, under the advance of the steady tide, all proclaimed it to be indeed the ocean on whose bosom the great city rested so calmly. Not such blue, soft, lake-like ocean as bathes the Neapolitan promontories, or sleeps beneath the marble rocks of Genoa, but a sea with the bleak power of our own northern waves, yet subdued into a strange spacious rest, and changed from its angry pallor into a field of burnished gold as the sun declined behind the belfry tower of the lonely island church, fitly named St. George of the Seaweed. As the boat drew nearer to the city, the coast which the traveller had just left sank behind him into one long, low, sad-coloured line, tufted irregularly with brushwood and willows. But at what seemed its northern extremity, the hills of Aqua rose in a dark cluster of purple pyramids, balanced on the bright mirage of the lagoon. 2 or 3 smooth surges of inferior hill extended themselves about their roots, and beyond these, beginning with the craggy peaks above Vicenza, the chain of the Alps girded the whole horizon to the north, a wall of jagged blue, here and there showing through its clefts a wilderness of misty precipices, fading far back into the recesses of Cadore, and itself rising and breaking away eastward, where the sun struck opposite upon its snow into mighty fragments of peaked light, standing up behind the barred clouds of evening, one after another, countless, the crown of the Adrian Sea, until the eye turned back from pursuing them, to rest upon the nearer burning of the campaniles of Murano, and on the great city, where it magnified itself along the waves, as the quick, silent pacing of the gondola drew nearer and nearer. And at last, when its walls were reached, and the outmost of its untrodden streets was entered, not through towered gate or guarded rampart, but as a deep inlet between two rocks of coral in the Indian Sea, when first upon the traveller's sight opened the long ranges of columned palaces, each with its black boat moored at the portal, each with its image cast down, beneath its feet, upon that green pavement which every breeze broke into new fantasies of rich tessellation. When first at the extremity of the bright vista, the shadowy Rialto threw its colossal curve slowly forth from behind the palace of the Camerlengi, that strange curve, so delicate, so adamantine, strong as a mountain cavern, graceful as a bow just bent, when first, before its moon-like circumference was all risen, the gondolier's cry, "Ah, Stali!" struck sharp upon the ear, and the prow turned aside under the mighty cornices that half met over the narrow canal, with a splash of the water followed close and loud, ringing along the marble by the boat's side, and when at last that boat darted forth upon the breadth of silver sea, across which the front of the ducal palace, flushed with its sanguine veins, looks to the snowy dome of Our Lady of Salvation, it was no marvel that the mind should be so deeply entranced by the visionary charm of a scene so beautiful and so strange as to forget the darker truths of its history and its being. Well might it seem that such a city had owed her existence rather to the rod of the enchanter than the fear of the fugitive, that the waters which encircled her had been chosen for the mirror of her state rather than the shelter of her nakedness, and that all which in nature was wild or merciless, time and decay, as well as the waves and tempests, had been one to adorn her instead of to destroy, and might still spare, for ages to come, that beauty which seemed to have fixed for its throne the sands of the hourglass as well as of the sea. From the mouths of the Adige to those of the Piave, there stretches at a variable distance of from 3 to 5 miles from the actual shore a bank of sand divided into long islands by narrow channels of sea. The space between this bank and the true shore consists of the sedimentary deposits from these and other rivers, a great plain of calcareous mud covered in the neighbourhood of Venice by the sea at high water to the depth in most places of a foot or a foot and a half, and nearly everywhere exposed at low tide, but divided by an intricate network of narrow and winding channels, from which the sea never retires. In some places, according to the run of the currents, the land has risen into marshy islets, consolidated, some by art and some by time, into ground firm enough to be built upon, or fruitful enough to be cultivated. In others, on the contrary, it has not reached the sea level, so that at the average low water, shallow lakelets glitter among its irregularly exposed fields of seaweed. In the midst of the largest of these, increased in importance by the confluence of several large river channels towards one of the openings in the sea bank, the city of Venice itself is built on a crowded cluster of islands. The various plots of higher ground which appear to the north and south of this central cluster have at different periods been also thickly inhabited, and now bear, according to their size, the remains of cities, villages, or isolated convents and churches, scattered among spaces of open ground, partly waste and encumbered by ruins, partly under cultivation for the supply of the metropolis. The average rise and fall of the tide is about 3 feet, varying considerably with the season, but this fall on so flat a shore is enough to cause continual movement in the waters, and in the main canals to produce a reflux which frequently runs like a mill stream. At high water no land is visible for many miles to the north or south of Venice, except in the form of small islands crowned with towers or gleaming with villages. There is a channel some 3 miles wide between the city and the mainland, and some 1.5 miles wide between it and the sandy breakwater called the Lido, which divides the lagoon from the Adriatic, but which is so low as hardly to disturb the impression of the cities having been built in the midst of the ocean, although the secret of its true position is partly, yet not painfully, betrayed by the clusters of piles set to mark the deep water channels, which undulate far away in spotty chains like the studded backs of huge sea snakes, and by the quick glittering of the crisped and crowded waves that flicker and dance before the strong winds upon the unlifted level of the shallow sea. But the scene is widely different at low tide. A fall of 18 or 20 inches is enough to show ground over the greater part of the lagoon, and at the complete ebb the city is seen standing in the midst of a dark plain of seaweed, of gloomy green, except only where the larger branches of the Brenta and its associated streams converge towards the port of the Lido. Through this salt and sombre plain the gondola and the fishing boat advance by tortuous channels, seldom more than 4 or 5 feet deep, and often so choked with slime that the heavier keels furrow the bottom till their crossing tracks are seen through the clear sea water like the ruts upon a wintry road, and the oar leaves the gashes upon the ground at every stroke, or is entangled among the thick weed that fringes the banks with the weight of its sullen waves, leading to and fro upon the uncertain sway of the exhausted tide. The scene is often profoundly oppressive, even at this day, when every plot of higher ground bears some fragment of fair building. But in order to know what it was once, let the traveller follow in his boat at evening the windings of some unfrequented channel far into the midst of the melancholy plain. Let him remove in his imagination the brightness of the great city that still extends itself in the distance, and the walls and towers from the islands that are near, and so wait until the bright investiture and sweet warmth of the sunset are withdrawn from the waters, and the black desert of their shore lies in its nakedness beneath the night, pathless, comfortless, infirm, lost in dark languor and fearful silence, except where the salt rivulets plash into the tideless pools, or the sea-birds flit from their margins with a questioning cry, and he will be enabled to enter, in some sort, into the horror of heart with which this solitude was anciently chosen by man for his habitation. They little thought, who first drove the stakes into the sand and strewed the ocean reeds for their rest, that their children were to be the princes of the ocean, and their palaces its pride. And yet, in the great natural laws that rule that sorrowful wilderness, let it be remembered what strange preparation had been made for the things which no human imagination could have foretold, and how the whole existence and fortune of the Venetian nation were anticipated or compelled by the setting of those bars and doors to the rivers and the sea. Had deeper currents divided their islands, hostile navies would again and again have reduced the rising city into servitude. Had stronger surges beaten their shores, all the riches and refinement of the Venetian architecture must have been exchanged for the walls and bulwarks of an ordinary seaport. Had there been no tide, as in other parts of the Mediterranean, the narrow canals of the city would have become noisome, and the marsh in which it was built pestiferous. Had the tide been only a foot or 18 inches higher in its rise, the water access to the doors of the palaces would have been impossible. Even as it is, there is sometimes a little difficulty at the ebb in landing without setting foot upon the lower and slippery steps, and the highest tides sometimes enter the courtyards and overflow the entrance halls. 18 inches more of difference between the level of the flood and ebb would have rendered the doorsteps of every palace at low water a treacherous mass of weeds and limpets, and the entire system of water carriage for the higher classes in their easy and daily intercourse must have been done away with. The streets of the city would have been widened, its network of canals filled up, and all the peculiar character of the place and the people destroyed. The reader may perhaps have felt some pain in the contrast between this faithful view of the site of the Venetian throne and the romantic conception of it which we ordinarily form. But this pain, if he have felt it, ought to be more than counterbalanced by the value of the instance thus afforded to us, at once of the inscrutableness and the wisdom of the ways of God. If, 2,000 years ago, we had been permitted to watch the slow setting of the shrine of those turbid rivers into the polluted sea, and the gaining upon its deep and fresh waters of the lifeless, impassable, unvoyageable plain, how little could we have understood the purpose with which those islands were shaped out of the void, and the torpid waters enclosed with their desolate walls of sand. How little could we have known any more than of what now seems to us most distressful, dark, and objectless, the glorious aim which was then in the mind of him in whose hands are all the corners of the earth. How little imagined that in the laws which were stretching forth the gloomy margins of those fruitless banks and feeding the bitter grass among their shadows, there was indeed a preparation, and the only preparation possible, for the founding of a city which was to be set like a golden clasp on the girdle of the earth, to write her history on the white scrolls of the sea surges, and to word it in their thunder, and to gather and give forth, in world-wide pulsation, the glory of the West and of the East, from the burning heart of her fortitude and splendour. The Stones of Venice, Sunnyside, Orpington, Kent, 1886. End of section 28. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 29th of April, 2024.
Section 29 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. The Cataracts of the Nile, Africa, Amelia B. Edwards. At Aswan, one bids goodbye to Egypt and enters Nubia through the gates of the cataract, which is, in truth, no cataract, but a succession of rapids extending over 2/3 of the distance between Elephantine and Philae. The Nile, diverted from its original course by some unrecorded catastrophe, the nature of which has given rise to much scientific conjecture, here spreads itself over a rocky basin bounded by sand slopes on the one side and by granite cliffs on the other. Studded with numerous islets, divided into numberless channels, foaming over sunken rocks, eddying among water-worn boulders, now shallow, now deep, now loitering, now hurrying, here sleeping in the ribbed hollow of a tiny sand drift, there circling above the vortex of a hidden whirlpool. The river, whether looked upon from the deck of the dahabia or the heights above the shore, is seen everywhere to be fighting its way through a labyrinth, the paths of which have never yet been mapped or sounded. These paths are everywhere difficult and everywhere dangerous, and to that labyrinth the Shelley, or cataract Arab, alone possesses the key. At the time of the inundation, when all but the highest rocks are under water, and navigation is as easy here as elsewhere, the Shelley's occupation is gone, but as the floods subside and travellers begin to reappear, his work commences. To haul dahabias up those treacherous rapids by sheer stress of rope and muscle, to steer skilfully down again through channels bristling with rocks and boiling with foam, becomes now, for some 5 months of the year, his principal industry. It is hard work, but he gets well paid for it, and his profits are always on the increase. From 40 to 50 dahabias are annually taken up between November and March, and every year brings a larger influx of travellers. Meanwhile, accidents rarely happen, prices tend continually upward, and the cataract Arabs make a little fortune by their singular monopoly. The scenery of the first cataract is like nothing else in the world, except the scenery of the second. It is altogether new and strange and beautiful. It is incomprehensible that travellers should have written of it in general with so little admiration. They seem to have been impressed by the wildness of the waters, by the quaint forms of the rocks, by the desolation and grandeur of the landscape as a whole, but scarcely at all by its beauty, which is paramount. The Nile here widens to a lake. Of the islands, which it would hardly be an exaggeration to describe as some hundreds in number, no two are alike. Some are piled up like the rocks at the Land's End in Cornwall, block upon block, column upon column, tower upon tower, as if reared by the hand of man. Some are green with grass, some golden with slopes of drifted sand. Some are planted with rows of blossoming lupins, purple and white. Others are again mere cairns of loose blocks, with here and there a perilously balanced top boulder. On one, a singular upright monolith, like a menhir, stands conspicuous, as if placed there to commemorate a date or to point the way to Philae. Another mass rises out of the water, squared and buttressed in the likeness of a fort. A third, humped and shining like the wet body of some amphibious beast, lifts what seems to be a horned head above the surface of the rapids. All these blocks and boulders and fantastic rocks are granite, some red, some purple, some black. Their forms are rounded by the friction of ages. Those nearest the brink reflect the sky like mirrors of burnished steel. Royal ovals and hieroglyphed inscriptions, fresh as of yesterday's cutting, stand out here and there from those glittering surfaces with startling distinctness. A few of the larger islands are crowned with clumps of palms, and one, the loveliest of any, is completely embowered in gum trees and acacias, dom and date palms, and feathery tamarisks, all festooned together under a hanging canopy of yellow-blossomed creepers. On a brilliant Sunday morning with a favourable wind, we entered on this fairy archipelago. Sailing steadily against the current, we glided away from Aswan, left Elephantine behind, and found ourselves at once in the midst of the islands. From this moment every turn of the tiller disclosed a fresh point of view, and we sat on deck, spectators of a moving panorama. The diversity of subjects was endless. The combinations of form and colour, of light and shadow, of foreground and distance, were continually changing. A boat or a few figures alone were wanting to complete the picturesqueness of the scene, but in all those channels and among all those islands we saw no sign of any living creature. The second or great cataract begins a little way above Wadi Halfa and extends over a distance of many miles. It consists, like the first cataract, of a succession of rocks and rapids, and is skirted for the first 5 miles or so by the sand cliff ridge, which, as I have said, forms a background to the ruins just opposite Wadi Halfa. This ridge terminates abruptly in the famous precipice known as the Rock of Abusir. Only adventurous travellers bound for Dongola or Khartoum go beyond this point, and they, for the most part, take the shorter route across the desert from Korosko. It is hard, now that we are actually here, to realize that this is the end of our journey. The cataract, an immense multitude of black and shining islets, among which the river, divided into hundreds of separate channels, spreads far and wide for a distance, it is said of more than 16 miles, foams at our feet. Foams and frets and falls, gushing smooth and strong where its course is free, murmuring hoarsely where it is interrupted, now hurrying, now loitering, here eddying in oily circles, there lying in still pools, unbroken by a ripple, everywhere full of life, full of voices, everywhere shining to the sun. Northwards, when it winds away towards Abu Simbel, we see all the fantastic mountains of yesterday on the horizon. To the east, still bounded by outliers of the same disconnected chain, lies a rolling waste of dark and stony wilderness, trenched with innumerable valleys through which flow streams of sand. On the western side, the continuity of the view is interrupted by the ridge which ends with Abu Sir. Southward, the Libyan desert reaches away in one vast, undulating plain, tawny, arid, monotonous, all sun, all sand, lit here and there with arrowy flashes of the Nile. Farthest of all, pale but distinct, on the outermost rim of the world, rise two mountain summits, one long, one dome-like. Our Nubians tell us that they are the mountains of Dongola. Comparing our position with that of the third cataract, as it appears upon the map, we come to the conclusion that these ghost-like silhouettes are the summits of Mount Fogo and Mount Arambo, two apparently parallel mountains situate on opposite sides of the river about 10 miles below Hanek, and consequently about 145 miles, as the bird flies, from the spot on which we are standing. In this extraordinary panorama, so wild, so weird, so desolate, there is nothing really beautiful except the colour. But the colour is transcendent. Never, even in Egypt, have I seen anything so tender, so transparent, so harmonious. I shut my eyes and it all comes before me. I see the amber of the sands, the pink and pearly mountains, the cataract rocks all black and purple and polished, the dull grey palms that cluster here and there upon the larger islands, the vivid verdure of the tamarisks and pomegranates, the Nile, a greenish-brown flecked with yeasty foam. Over all, the blue and burning sky, permeated with light and palpitating with sunshine. I made no sketch. I felt that it would be ludicrous to attempt it, and I feel now that any endeavour to put the scene into words is a mere presumptuous effort to describe the indescribable. Words are useful instruments, but like the etching needle and the burin, they stop short at form. They cannot translate colour. If a traveller pressed for time asked me whether he should or should not go as far as the second cataract, I think I should recommend him to turn back from Abu Simbel. The trip must cost 4 days, and if the wind should happen to be unfavourable either way, it may cost 6 or 7. The 40 miles of river that have to be twice traversed are the dullest on the Nile. The cataract is but an enlarged and barren edition of the cataract between Aswan and Philae, and the great view, as I have said, has not that kind of beauty which attracts the general tourist. It has an interest, however, beyond and apart from that of beauty. It rouses one's imagination to a sense of the greatness of the Nile. We look across a world of desert and see the river still coming from afar. We have reached a point at which all that is habitable and familiar comes abruptly to an end. Not a village, not a bean field, not a shadouf, not a saké is to be seen in the plain below. There is no sail on these dangerous waters. There is no moving creature on these pathless sands. But for the telegraphic wires stalking ghost-like across the desert, it would seem as if we had touched the limit of civilization and were standing on the threshold of a land unexplored. Yet for all this, we feel as if we were at only the beginning of the mighty river. We have journeyed well nigh 1,000 miles against the stream. But what is that to the distance which still lies between us and the Great Lakes? And how far beyond the Great Lakes must we seek for the source that is even yet undiscovered? 1,000 miles up the Nile, London, 1890. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. In the Alps, Théophile Gautier. The foot of the high mountains that form the chain of Mont Blanc, clothed with forests and pastures, revealed hues of delightful intensity and vigor. Imagine an immense piece of green velvet, crumpled into large folds like the curtain of a theatre, with the deep black of its hollows and the golden glitterings of its lights. This is a very faint image for the grandeur of the object, but I know of none that could better describe the effect. Shaleous green, mineral green, all those greens that result from the combinations of Prussian blue and yellow ochre, or Naples yellow, the mixture of indigo and Indian yellow, Veronese green and vert poisson, could not reproduce that quality of green that we might properly call mountain green, and which passes from velvety black into the tenderest shades of green. In this play of shades, the first form the shadows, the deciduous trees, and the spaces of meadow or moss the lights. The undulations and the cleft ravines of the mountain break these great masses of green, this vigorous foreground, this energetic repertoire, rendering the light tones of the zones bare of verdure and crowned by the high lights of the snows, more vaporous and throwing them back. In the various more open places, the grass grows green in the sun, and trees resembling light black patches sown upon the light ground give it the appearance of tufted material. But when we speak of trees and firs, woods and forests, do not picture to yourselves anything but vast blots of dark moss upon the slopes of the mountains. The highest trunks there assume the proportion of a blade of grass. The road turns towards the left, and gliding between stones and blocks that have fallen down or drifted into the valley by means of the winter torrents and avalanches, soon enters a forest of birch trees, firs, and larches, whose openings allow you to see on the other side of Aiguilles Rouges and Le Revent, which face Montanvert. The ascent was gentle enough, and the mules climbed it with easy gait. In comparison with the road which we scaled the night before to go to the Pierre Pointu, the route was a true alley of the Bois de Boulogne. The zigzags of the road turned at angles sufficiently long not to fatigue either the rider or his mount. The sunlight played in the foliage of the forest that we traversed, and made the shadows shot through with rays float over us. Upon the rocks at the foot of the trees, mosses of emerald green gleamed, and lovely little white flowers brightly bloomed, while in the spaces through the branches a blush mist betrayed the depth of the abyss. For the little caravan, going along single file and constantly ascending, had now reached the Caillet fountain, which is regarded as halfway up the mountain. This fountain of excellent water runs into a wooded throw. The mules halt there to drink. A cabin is built near the fountain, and they offer you a glass of water, made opalescent with a few drops of kirsch, cognac, beer, and other refreshments. We regaled our guides with a glass of brandy, which, notwithstanding their sobriety, they seemed to prefer to that diamond liquid that sprang from the rock. From this point the road began to grow steeper. The ascents multiplied without, however, offering any difficulties to mules or pedestrians. The air became more keen. The forest grew lighter. The trees stood at greater intervals from each other, and stopped as if out of breath. They seemed to say to us, Now go up alone. We cannot go any further. The rounded plateau that we mount by keeping to the right is not desolate and denuded as one would believe. A grass, sturdy enough and enamelled with alpine flowers, forms its carpet, and when you have gone beyond it, you perceive the chalet or inn of Montauvet below the Aiguille des Chamouni. Opposite the inn of Montauvet, the glacier is half a league from one bank to the other, perhaps even more, for it is difficult to gauge distance in the mountains with exactness. It is about the width of the Thames, the Neva, or the Guadalquivir towards their mouth, but the slope is much more abrupt than was ever that of any river. It descends by large waves, rounded at their tops, like billows that never break into foam and whose hollows take a bluish colour. When the ground that serves as a bed for this torrent of ice becomes too abrupt, the mass is dislocated and breaks up into slabs that rest upon the other and which resemble those little columns of white marble in the Turkish cemeteries that are forced to lean to right or left by their own weight. Crevices more or less wide and deep manifest themselves, opening the immense block and revealing the virgin ice in all its purity. The walls of these crevices assume magical colour, tints of an azure grotto, an ideal blue that is neither the blue of the sky nor the blue of the water, but the blue of ice, an unnamed tone that is never found on the artist's palette illumines these splendid clefts and turns sometimes to a green of aquamarine or mother of pearl by gradations of astonishing delicacy. On the other bank, clearly detached by its sharp escarpment, like the spire of a gigantic cathedral, the high Aiguille du Doy rises with so proud, so elegant, and so bold a spring. Ascending the glacier, the Aiguille Verte stands out in front of it, being even higher, though the perspective makes it appear lower. From the foot of the Aiguille du Doy, like a rivulet towards a river, descends the Mont Blanc glacier. A little further to the right, the Aiguille du Moine and that of La Chaux show themselves, obelisks of granite which the sunlight tints with reflections of rose, and the snow makes gleam with several touches of silver. It is difficult to express in words the unexpected outlines, the strange flashes, the tops cut and indented in the form of a saw teeth, gable ends and crosses that are affected by these inaccessible peaks with almost vertical walls, often even sloping outwards and overhanging. Running your eye along the same bank of the glacier and descending towards the valley, you see the Aiguille du Bouchard le Chapeau, which is nothing more or less than a rounded mountain, grassy and enamelled with flowers, not so high as Montauvet, and the forests which have given to the portion of the Mer de Glace the name of Glacier de Voix, bordering it with a line of sombre verdure. Les Vacances de Lundi, 1881. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. The Vale of Kashmir, India. Andrew Wilson. Almost everyone longs, and many hope, to see the beautiful Vale of Kashmir. Probably no region of the earth is so well known to the eye of imagination, or so readily suggests the idea of a terrestrial paradise. So far from having been disappointed with the reality, or having experienced any cause for wishing that I had left Kashmir unvisited, I can most sincerely say that the beautiful reality excels the somewhat vague poetic vision which has been associated with the name. But Kashmir is rather a difficult country to get at, especially when you come down upon it from behind by way of Zanskar and Suru. According to tradition, it was formerly the Garden of Eden, and one is very well disposed to accept that theory when trying to get into it from the north or northwest. After months of the sterile, almost treeless Tibetan provinces, the contrast was very striking, and I could not but revel in the beauty and glory of the vegetation. But even to one who has come up upon it from below, the scene would have been very striking. There was a large and lively encampment at the foot of the pass, with tents prepared for the Yarkand envoy and a number of Kashmir officers and soldiers. But I pushed on beyond that and camped in solitude close to the Sind River, just beneath the Panjtan Valley, which leads up towards the caves of Ambernath, a celebrated place for Hindu pilgrimage. This place is called Baltal, but it has no human habitations. Smooth green meadows, carpet-like and embroidered with flowers, extended to the silvery stream, above which there was the most varied luxuriance of foliage, the lower mountains being most richly clothed with woods of many and beautiful colours. It was late autumn, and the trees were in their greatest variety of colour, but hardly a leaf seemed to have fallen. The dark green of the pines contrasted beautifully with the delicate orange of the birches, because there were intermingling tints of brown and saffron. Great masses of foliage were succeeded by solitary pines, which had found a footing high up the precipitous crags. And all this was combined with peaks and slopes of pure white snow. Aiguilles of dark rock rose out of beds of snow, but their faces were powdered with the same element. Glaciers and long beds of snow ran down the valleys, and the upper vegetation had snow for its bed. The effect of sunset upon this scene was wonderful, for the colours it displayed were both heightened and more harmoniously blended. The golden light of eve brought out the warm tints of the forest, but the glow of the reddish-brown precipices and the rosy light upon the snowy slopes and peaks were too soon succeeded by the cold grey of evening. At first, however, the wondrous scene was still visible in a quarter-moon's silvery light, in which the Panjan Valley was in truth a wild romantic chasm that slanted down the sweet hill athwart a cedarn cover, a savage place as holy and enchanted as ere beneath the waning moon was haunted by woman wailing for her demon lover. The demon lovers to be met with in that wild valley are bears, which are in abundance, and a more delightful place for a hunter to spend a month in could hardly be invented. But he would have to depend on his rifle for supplies, or have them sent up from many miles down the Sind Valley. The remainder of my journey down the latter valley to the Great Valley or small plain of Kashmir was delightful. A good deal of rain fell, but that made one appreciate the great trees all the more, for the rain was not continuous and was mingled with sunshine. At times, during the season when I saw it, this inland depth is roaring like the sea. Wild trees, dim seen in frenzied numbers, tear the lingering remnant of their yellow hair. But soon after it is bathed in perfect peace and mellow sunlight. The air was soft and balmy, but at this transfer from September to October it was agreeably cool even to a traveller from the abodes and sources of snow. As we descended, the pine forests were confined to the mountain slopes, but the lofty deodar began to appear in the valley, as afterwards the sycamore, the elm, and the horse-chestnut. Round the picturesque villages, and even forming considerable woods, there were fruit trees, as the walnut, the chestnut, the peach, the apricot, the apple, and the pear. Large quantities of timber, said to be cut recklessly, was in course of being floated down the river, and where the path led across it there were curious wooden bridges for which it was not necessary to dismount. This Sind Valley is about 60 miles long and varies in breadth from a few hundred yards to about a mile, except at its base, where it opens out considerably. It is considered to afford the best idea of the mingled beauty and grandeur of Kashmir scenery, and when I passed through, its appearance was greatly enhanced by the snow, which not only covered the mountain tops, but also came down into the forests which clothed the mountain sides. The path through it, being part of the great road from Kashmir to Central Asia, is kept in tolerable repair, and it is very rarely that the rider requires to dismount. Anything beyond a walking pace, however, is for the most part out of the question. Montgomery divides the journey from Srinagar to Baltal, where I camped below the Zoji La, into 6 marches, making in all 67 miles. And though 2 of these marches may be done in one day, yet if you are to travel easily and enjoy the scenery, 1 a day is sufficient. The easiest double march is from Sonamarg to Gond, and I did it in a day with apparent ease on a very poor pony. But the consequence is that I beat my brains in order to recall what sort of a place Gond was, no distinct recollection of it having been left in my mind, except of a grove of large trees and a roaring fire in front of my tent at night. Sonamarg struck me as a very pleasant place, and I had there, in the person of a youthful captain from Abbottabad, the pleasure of meeting the first European I had seen since leaving Lahore. We dined together, and I found he had come up from Srinagar to see Sonamarg, and he spoke with great enthusiasm of a view he had had, from another part of Kashmir, of the 26,000 feet mountain Nanga Parbat. Marg means meadow, and seems to be applied especially to elevated meadows. Sona stands for golden, and this place is a favourite resort in the hot malarious months of July and August, both for Europeans in Kashmir and for natives of rank. At Gandabal I was fairly in the great valley of Kashmir, and encamped under some enormous chunar or sycamore trees. The girth of one was so great that its trunk kept my little mountain tent quite sheltered from the furious blasts. Truly, there was a roaring in the wind all night, the rain fell heavily and fell in floods. But that gigantic chunar kept off both wind and rain wonderfully. Next day a small but convenient and quaint Kashmir boat took me up to Srinagar, and it was delightful to glide up the backwaters of the Jhelum, which afforded a highway to the capital. It was the commencement and the promise of repose, which I very sadly needed, and in a beautiful land. I afterwards went up to Islamabad, Martand, Akhibal, Vernag, the Roslu Valley, and finally went out of Kashmir by way of the Manas and Vular lakes, and the lower valley of the Jhelum, so that I saw the most interesting places in the country, and all the varieties of scenery which it affords. That country has been so often visited and described that, with 1 or 2 exceptions, I shall only touch generally upon its characteristics. It doubtless owes some of its charm to the character of the regions in its neighbourhood. As compared with the burning plains of India, the sterile steppes of Tibet, and the savage mountain of the Himalaya and of Afghanistan, it presents an astonishing and beautiful contrast. After such scenes, even a much more commonplace country might have afforded a good deal of the enthusiasm which Kashmir has excited in Eastern poetry, and even in common rumour. But beyond that it has characteristics which give it a distinct place among the most pleasing regions of the earth. I said to the Maharaja, or ruling prince of Kashmir, that the most beautiful countries I had seen were England, Italy, Japan, and Kashmir. And though he did not seem to like the remark much, probably from a fear that the beauty of the land he governed might make it too much an object of desire, yet there was no exaggeration in it. Here, at a height of nearly 6,000 feet, in a temperate climate, with abundance of moisture, and yet protected by lofty mountains from the fierce continuous rains of the Indian southwest monsoon, we have the most splendid amphitheatre in the world. a flat oval valley about 60 miles long and from 40 in breadth, is surrounded by magnificent mountains, which, during the greater part of the year, are covered more than halfway down with snow and present vast upland beds of pure white snow. This valley has fine lakes, is intersected with watercourses, and its land is covered with brilliant vegetation, including gigantic trees of the richest foliage. And out of this great central valley there rise innumerable long, picturesque mountain valleys, such as that of the Sind River, which I have just described, while above these there are great pine forests, green slopes of grass, glaciers, and snow. Nothing could express the general effect better than Moore's famous lines on Sainted Lebanon: whose head in wintry grandeur towers and whitens with eternal sleet, while summer, in a veil of flowers, is sleeping rosy at his feet. The great encircling walls of rock and snow contrast grandly with the soft beauty of the scene beneath. The snows have a wonderful effect as we look up to them through the leafy branches of the immense chunar, elm, and poplar trees. They flash gloriously in the morning sunlight above the pink mist of the valley plain. They have a rosy glow in the evening sunlight, and when the sunlight has departed but ere darkness shrouds them, they gleam, afar off, with a cold and spectral light, as if they belonged to a region where man had never trod. The deep black gorges in the mountains have a mysterious look. The sun lights up some softer grassy ravine or green slope, and then displays splintered rocks rising in the wildest confusion. Often long lines of white clouds lie along the line of mountain summits, while at other times every white peak and precipice wall is distinctly marked against the deep blue sky. The valley plain is especially striking in clear mornings and evenings, where it lies partly in golden sunlight, partly in the shadow of its great hills. The green mosaic of the level land is intersected by many streams, canals, or lakes, or beautiful reaches of river which look like small lakes. The lakes have floating islands composed of vegetation. Beside the immense chunars and elms and the long lines of stately poplars, great part of the plain is a garden filled with fruits and flowers, and there is almost constant verdure. There eternal summer dwells, and west winds, with musty wing, about the cedared alleys fling nard and cassia's balmy smells. Travel, Adventure and Sport from Blackwood's Magazine, Edinburgh and London, Volume 6. End of section 31. Section 32 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. The Lake of Pitch, Trinidad, Charles Kingsley. This pitch lake should be counted among the wonders of the world, for it is, certainly, tolerably big. It covers 99 acres and contains millions of tons of so-called pitch. Its first discoverers were not bound to see that a pitch lake of 99 acres was no more wonderful than any of the little pitch wells, spews or galls, as we should call them in Hampshire, a yard across, or any one of the tiny veins and lumps of pitch which abound in the surrounding forests, and no less wonderful than if it had covered 99,000 acres instead of 99. As we neared the shore, we perceived that the beach was black with pitch, and the breeze being off the land, the asphalt smell, not unpleasant, came off to welcome us. We rode in and saw in front of a little row of wooden houses a tall mulatto in blue policeman's dress, gesticulating and shouting to us. He was the ward policeman, and I found him, as I did all the coloured police, able and courteous, shrewd and trusty. These police are excellent specimens of what can be made of the Negro or half-Negro, if he be but first drilled and then given a responsibility which calls out his self-respect. He was warning our crew not to run aground on one or other of the pitch reefs which here take the place of rocks. A large one, 100 yards off to the left, had been almost all dug away and carried to New York or to Paris to make asphalt pavement. The boat was run ashore, under his directions, on a spit of sand between the pitch, and when she ceased bumping up and down in the muddy surf, we scrambled out into a world exactly the hue of its inhabitants, of every shade, from jet black to copper brown. The pebbles on the shore were pitch. A tide pool close by was enclosed in pitch. A four-eyes was swimming about in it, staring up at us, and when we hunted him, tried to escape, not by diving, but by jumping on shore on the pitch and scrambling off between our legs. While the policeman, after profoundest courtesies, was gone to get a mule cart to take us up to the lake, and planks to bridge its water channels, we took a look round at this oddest of the corners of the earth. In front of us was the unit of civilization, the police station, wooden on wooden stilts, as all well-built houses are here, to ensure a draught of air beneath them. We were, of course, asked to come and sit down, but preferred looking around under our umbrellas, for the heat was intense. The soil is half pitch, half brown earth, among which the pitch swirls in and out as tallow swirls from a candle. It is always in slow motion under the heat of the tropic sun, and no wonder if some of the cottages have sunk right and left in such a treacherous foundation. A stone or brick house could not stand here, but wood and palm thatch are both light and tough enough to be safe, let the ground give way as it will. The soil, however, is very rich. The pitch certainly does not injure vegetation, though plants will not grow actually in it. The first plants which caught our eyes were pineapples, for which La Brea is famous. The heat of the soil as well as of the air brings them to special perfection. They grow about anywhere, unprotected by hedge or fence, for the Negroes here seem honest enough, at least towards each other. And at the corner of the house was a bush worth looking at, for we had heard of it for many a year. It bore prickly, heart-shaped pods, an inch long, filled with seeds coated with a rich, waxy pulp. This was a famous plant, Bixa, Orellana, Rucu, and that pulp was the well-known Arnota dye of commerce. In England and Holland it is used merely, I believe, to colour cheeses, but in the Spanish Main, to colour human beings. As we went onward up the gentle slope, the rise is 138 feet in rather more than a mile, the ground became more and more full of pitch, and the vegetation poorer and more rushy, till it resembled on the whole that of an English fen. An ipomea or two, and a scarlet-flowered dwarf heliconia kept up the tropic type, as does a stiff brittle fern about 2 feet high. The plateau of pitch now widened out, and the whole ground looked like an asphalt pavement, half overgrown with marsh-loving weeds, whose roots feed in the sloppy water which overlies the pitch. But, as yet, there was no sign of the lake. The incline, though gentle, shuts off the view of what is beyond. This last lip of the lake has surely overflowed, and is overflowing still, though very slowly. Its furrows all curve downward, and it is, in fact, as one of our party said, a black glacier. The pitch, expanding under the burning sun of day, must needs expand most towards the line of least resistance, that is, downhill, and when it contracts again under the coolness of night, it contracts surely from the same cause, more downhill than it does uphill, so that each particle never returns to the spot whence it started, but rather drags the particles above it downward towards itself. At least, so it seemed to us. At last we surmounted the last rise, and before us lay the famous lake, not at the bottom of a depression as we expected, but at the top of a rise, whence the ground slopes away from it on two sides, and rises from it very slightly on the two others. The black pool glared and glittered in the sun. A group of islands, some 20 yards wide, were scattered about the middle of it. Beyond it rose a noble forest of Maurice fan palms, and to the right of them high wood, with giant mombins and undergrowth of coracite, a paradise on the other side of the Stygian pool. We walked, with some misgivings, onto the asphalt, and found it perfectly hard. In a few yards we were stopped by a channel of clear water, with tiny fish and water beetles in it, and, looking round, saw that the whole lake was intersected with channels, so unlike anything which can be seen elsewhere, that it is not easy to describe them. Conceive a crowd of mushrooms of all shapes from 10 to 50 feet across, close together side by side, their tops being kept at exactly the same level, their rounded rims squeezed tight against each other. Then conceive water poured on them so as to fill the parting seams, and in the wet season, during which we visited it, to overflow the top somewhat. Thus would each mushroom represent, tolerably well, one of the innumerable flat asphalt bosses, which seemed to have sprung up each from a separate centre. In 5 minutes we had seen, handled, and smelt enough to satisfy us with this very odd and very nasty vagary of tropic nature. And as we did not wish to become faint or ill, between the sulphuretted hydrogen and the blaze of the sun reflected off the hot black pitch, we hurried on over the water furrows and through the sedge beds to the further shore, to find ourselves in a single step out of an inferno into a paradise. We looked back at the foul place and agreed that it is well for the human mind that the pitch lake was still unknown when Dante wrote that hideous poem of his, the opprobrium, as I hold, of the Middle Age. For if such were the dreams of its noblest and purest genius, what must have been the dreams of the ignoble and impure multitude? But had he seen this lake, how easy, how tempting, too, it would have been to him to embody in imagery the surmise of a certain Father, and heighten the torments of the lost being sinking slowly into that black bulge beneath the baking rays of the tropic sun, by the sight of the saved, walking where we walked, beneath cool, fragrant shade, among the pillars of a temple to which the Parthenon is mean and small. 60 feet and more aloft, the short, smooth columns of the Maurices towered around us till, as we looked through the pillared shade, the eye was lost in the green abysses of the forest. Overhead, their great fan leaves form a grooved roof, compared with which that of St. Mary Radcliffe, or even of King's College, is as clumsy as all man's works are beside the works of God. And beyond the Maurice wood, ostrich plumes packed close round madder-brown stems formed a wall to our temple, which bore such tracery, carving, and painting as would have stricken dumb with awe and delight him who ornamented the loggie of the Vatican. What might not have been made, with something of justice and mercy, common sense and humanity, of these gentle Arawaks and Guareons? What was made of them, almost ere Columbus was dead, may be judged from this one story, taken from Las Casas. There was a certain man named Juan Bono, who was employed by the members of the Audiencia of St. Domingo to go and obtain Indians. He and his men, to the number of 50 or 60, landed on the island of Trinidad. Now the Indians of Trinidad were a mild, loving, credulous race, the enemies of the Caribs, who ate human flesh. On Juan Bono's landing, the Indians, armed with bows and arrows, went to meet the Spaniards and to ask them who they were and what they wanted. Juan Bono replied that his men were good and peaceful people who had come to live with the Indians, upon which, as the commencement of good fellowship, the natives offered to build houses for the Spaniards. The Spanish captain expressed a wish to have one large house built. The accommodating Indians set about building it. It was to be in the form of a bell and to be large enough for 100 persons to live in. On any great occasion it would hold many more. Upon a certain day, Juan Bueno collected the Indians together, men, women, and children, in the building, to see, as he told them, what was to be done. A horrible massacre ensued. Such was the fate of the poor gentlefolk who for unknown ages had swung their hammocks to the stems of these moriches, spinning the skin of the young leaves into twine and making sago from the pith, and then wine from the sap and fruit, while they warned their children not to touch the nests of the hummingbirds, which even till lately swarmed around the lake. For, so the Indian story ran, once upon a time a tribe of Chaimas built their palm-leaf ayupas upon the very spot where the lake now lies, and lived a merry life. The sea swarmed with shellfish and turtle, and the land with pineapples. The springs were haunted by countless flocks of flamingos and horned screamers, pajuis and blue ramiers, and, above all, by hummingbirds. But the foolish Chaimas were blind to the mystery and beauty of the hummingbirds, and would not understand how they were no other than the souls of dead Indians translated into living jewels, and so they killed them in wantonness and angered the good spirit. But one morning when the Guaraons came by, the Chaima village had sunk deep into the earth, and in its place had risen this lake of pitch. So runs the tale, told 40 years since to Mr. Joseph, author of a clever little history of Trinidad, by an old half-caste Indian, Senor Trinidada by name, who was said then to be nigh 100 years of age. Surely the people among whom such a myth could spring up were worthy of a nobler fate. At last, London and New York, 1871. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Katie Johnstone. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. The Lachine Rapids, Canada, by Douglas Sladen. From St. Anne's to Lachine is not such a very far cry, and it was at Lachine that the great La Salle had his first seigneurie. This Norman founder of Illinois, who reared on the precipices of Fort St. Louis the white flag and his great white cross, nearly a couple of centuries before the beginnings of the metropolis of the West, made his beginnings at his little seigneurie round Fort Rémy, on the island of Montreal. The son of a wealthy and powerful burgher of Rouen, he had been brought up to become a Jesuit. La Salle was well fitted for an ecclesiastic, a prince of the church, a Richelieu, but not for a Jesuit, whose effacement of self is the keystone of the order. To be one step, one stone in the mighty pyramid of the order of Jesus was not for him, a man of mighty individuality, like Columbus or Cromwell, and accordingly his piety, asceticism, vast ambition, and superhuman courage were lost to the church and gained to the state. So says Parkman. His seigneury and fort, probably the Fort Rémy, of which a contemporary plan has come down to us, were just where the St. Lawrence begins to widen into Lake St. Louis, abreast of the famous Rapids of Lachine, shot by so many tourists with blanched cheeks every summer. I say tourists, for, as I have said before, there is nothing your true Canadian loves so much as the off chance of being drowned in a cataract or splifficated on a toboggan slide. It is part of the national education, like the Bora Bora or teeth drawing of the Australian Aborigines. The very name Lachine breathes a memory of La Salle, for it was so christened in scorn by his detractors, the way by which La Salle thinks he is going to get to China. A palisade containing, at any rate, the house of La Salle, a stone mill still standing, and a stone barrack and ammunition house, now falling into most picturesque and pitfallish decay,
such as Fort Rémy, founded nearly 2 centuries and a quarter ago, when England was just beginning to feel the invigorating effects of a return to the blessings of Stuart rule. This was in 1667. But La Salle was not destined to remain here long. In 2 years' time, he had learned 7 or 8 Indian languages and felt himself ready for the ambition of his life, to find his way to the Vermilion Sea, the Gulf of California, for a shortcut to the wealth of China and Japan, an ambition which resolved itself into founding a province or colonial empire for France at the mouth of the Mississippi, when he discovered later on that the Mississippi flowed into the Gulf of Mexico and not into the Gulf of California. We cannot follow him in his long connection with the Illinois Indians and Fort St. Louis. We must leave him, gazing from the walls of his seigneury, across the broad bosom of Lake St. Louis, at the forests of Beauharnais and Chateauguay, destined afterwards to be Canada's Thermopylae, and the sunset, behind which must be a new passage to the South Seas and the treasures of Cathay and Cipango, the dream which had fired the brain of every discoverer from Columbus and Vasco Nunez downwards. Nowadays, Lachine suggests principally the canal by which the rapids are avoided, the rapids themselves, and the superb Canadian Pacific Railway Bridge, which is a link in the realization of La Salle's vast idea. Hard by, too, the St. Lawrence opens out into the vast expanse of Lake St. Louis, dear to Montrealers in the glowing Canadian summer. Seen from the bank, the rapids are most disappointing to people who expect them to look like Niagara. Seen from the deck of the steamer which runs in connection with the morning and evening train from Montreal, they make the blood of the novice creep, though the safety of the trip is evinced by the fact that it is no longer considered necessary to take a pilot from the neighboring Indian village of Caughnawaga. It is said that if the steamer is abandoned to the current, it is impossible for her to strike, the scour being so strong. Certainly her engines are slowed, she reels like a drunken man, right and left you see fierce green breakers with hissing white fillets threatening to swamp you at every minute. Every second thud of these waves upon the sides convinces you that the ship is aground and about to be dashed to pieces. There seems absolutely no chance of getting safely out of the boiling waters, which often rush together like a couple of fountains. Yet, after a few trips, you know that the captain is quite justified in sitting in his easy chair and smoking a cigarette all through it. It is admirably described in brief by Dawson. As the steamer enters the long and turbulent rapids of the Sault St. Louis, the river is contracted and obstructed by islands, and trap dikes crossing the softer limestone rocks make, by their uneven wear, a very broken bottom. The fall of the river is also considerable, and the channel tortuous, all of which circumstances combined cause this rapid to be more feared than any of the others. As the steamer enters the rapids, the engines are slowed, retaining a sufficient speed to give steerage way, and, rushing along with the added speed of the swift current, the boat soon begins to labor among the breakers and eddies. The passengers grow excited at the apparently narrow escapes, as the steamer seems almost to touch rock after rock, and dips her prow into the eddies, while the turbulent waters throw their spray over the deck. On the Cars and Off, London, New York, and Melbourne, 1895. End of section 33.
Section 34 of Greatest Wonders of the World. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BettyB. Greatest Wonders of the World, edited by Esther Singleton. Lake Rotorua, New Zealand, by H.R. Hayweis. The thermae, or hot baths, of the near future are without doubt the marvelous volcanic springs of Rotorua and the Lake Taupo district of the North Island. They can now be reached from London via Francisco in 33 days. They concentrate in a small area all the varied qualities of the European springs, and other curative properties of an extraordinary character, which are not possessed in the same degree by any other known waters. Before Mr. Froude's Oceana and the subsequent destruction of the famous Pink Terraces, little attention had been called to one of the most romantic and amazing spectacles in the world. The old terraces are indeed gone. The idyllic villages, the blossoming slopes, are a waste of volcanic ashes and scoriae through which the dauntless vegetation is only now beginning to struggle. The blue waters are displaced and muddy, but the disaster of one shock could not rob the land of its extraordinary mystery and beauty. For a distance of 300 miles south of Lake Taupo and running north, a volcanic crust, sometimes thin enough to be trodden through, separates the foot from a seething mass of sulphur, gas, and boiling water, which around Rotorua and Waikari finds strange and ample vents, in hot streams, clouds of vapor, warm lakes, geysers, occasionally developing into appalling volcanic outbursts, which certainly invest this region with a weird terror, but also with an inconceivable charm, as white vapor breaks amidst flowering bushes. In the midst of true valleys of paradise, the streams ripple hot and crystalline over parti-colored rocks, or through emerald-hued mossy dells. The warm lakes sleep embedded in soft weedy banks, reflecting huge boulders half clothed in tropical foliage. Coral-like deposits here and there of various tints reproduce the famous terraces in miniature, and geysers in odd moments spout huge volumes of boiling water with an unearthly roar 80 feet into the air. At Waikari, near Lake Taupo, specimens of all these wonders are concentrated in a few square miles: the bubbling white mud pools, like foaming plaster of Paris; the petrifying springs, into which a boy fell some time ago, and getting a good silicate coat over him, was taken out months afterwards as good as ever, so my guide explained. What, I said, did he not feel even a little poorly? What's that, said the guide, and the joke dawning on him burst into a tardy roar. Any time would fail me to tell of the Dragon's Mouth, an open rock vomiting sulphur and steam; the Lightning Pool, in whose depths forever flash queer opaline subaqueous flashes; the Champagne Pool, the Prince of Wales's feathers, a geyser which can be made to play half an hour after a few clods of mud have blocked up a little hot stream; the Steam Hammer, the Fairy Bath, the Donkey Engine, etc. At Rotorua we bought blocks of soap and threw them in to make a certain big geyser spout. The Maoris have still the monopoly there. You pay toll, cross a rickety bridge with a Maori girl as guide, and then visit the pools, terraces, and boiling fountains. They are not nearly so picturesque as at Waikari, which is a wilderness of blossoming glens, streams, and wooded vales. But you see the Maori in his native village. The volcanic crust is warm to the feet. The Maori huts of toitoi, reeds, and boards are all about. Outside are warm pools. Naked boys and girls are swimming in them. As we approach, they emerge half out of the water. We throw them 3-penny bits. The girls seem most eager and dive best. One cunning little girl, about 12 or 13, I believe, caught her coin each time under water long before it sank, but throwing up her legs half out of water, dived deep, pretending to fetch it up from the bottom. Sometimes there was a scramble under water for the coin. The girls generally got it. The boys seemed half lazy. We passed on. Here is the brain pot, said our Maori belle, a hollowed stone. It was heated naturally. The brains cooked very well there in the old days. Not very old days either. Here is the bread oven. She drew off the cloth, and sure enough, in a hole in the hot ground there were 3 new loaves getting nicely browned. Here are potatoes, and she pointed to a little boiling pool, and the potatoes were nearly done. And here is meat, a tin let into the earth, that was all. Contained a joint baking, and further on was a very good stew. At least, it being 1 o'clock, it smelt well enough. And so there is no fuel and no fire wanted in this, and dozens of other Maori pas or hamlets. In the cold nights the Maoris came out of their tents naked, and sit or even sleep in the hot shallow lakelets and pools hard by. Anything more uncanny than this walk through the Rotorua geyser village can hardly be conceived. The best springs are rented from the Maoris by the government or local hotel keepers. These are now increasingly fashionable bathing resorts. The finest bath specific for rheumatism is the Rachel bath, investing the body with a soft, satiny texture and a pearly complexion, the ironed sulfur and especially the oil bath, from which when you emerge you have but to shake yourself dry. But the priest's bath, so called from the discoverer, Father Mahoney, who cured himself of obstinate rheumatism, is perhaps of all the most miraculous in its effects, and there are no two opinions about it. Here take place the most credible cures of sciatica, gout, lumbago, and all sorts of rheumatic affections. It is simply a question of fact. The Countess of Glasgow herself told me about the cure of a certain colonel, relative or aide-de-camp of the governor, the Earl of Glasgow. The colonel had for years been a perfect martyr to rheumatism and gout. He went to Rotorua with his swollen legs and feet, and came away wearing tight boots and as good as ever, as my guide would have said. But indeed I heard of scores of similar cases. Let all victims who can afford it lay it well to heart. A pleasure trip of only 32 days, changing saloon rail carriage but 3 times and steamer cabins but twice, will ensure them an almost infallible cure, even when chronically diseased and no longer young. This is no juja affair. I have seen and spoken to the fortunate beneficiaries. You meet them all over New Zealand. Of course, the fame of the baths is spreading. The region is only just made accessible by the opening of the railway from Auckland to Rotorua, a 10 hours run. The Waikari and Taupo baths are very similar, and the situation is infinitely more romantic, but the government, on account of the railway, are pushing the Rotorua baths. I stole out about 10:30 at night. It was clear and frosty. I made my way to a warm lake at the bottom of the hotel grounds, a little shed and a tallow candle being the only accommodation provided. Anything more weird than that starlight bath I never experienced. I stepped in the deep night from the frosty bank into a temperature of about 80 degrees. It was a large shallow lake. I peered into the dark, but I could not see its extent by the dim starlight. No, not even the opposite banks. I swam about until I came to the margin, a mossy soft margin. Dark branches of trees dipped in the water, and I could feel the fallen leaves floating about. I followed the margin round till the light in my wood cabin dwindled to a mere spark in the distance. Then I swam out in the middle of the lake. When I was upright the warm water reached my chin. Beneath my feet seemed to be fine sand and gravel. Then, leaning my head back, I looked up at the Milky Way, and all the expanse of the starlit heavens. There was not a sound. The great suns and planets hung like golden balls above me in the clear air. The stardust of planetary systems, whole universes, stretched away bewilderingly into the unutterable void of boundless immensity, mapping out here and there the trackless thoroughfares of God in the midnight skies. Dans la poussière, as Lamartine finely writes in oft plagiarized words, sont les étoiles qui remontent et tombent devant lui. How long I remained there absorbed in this super-mundane contemplation, I cannot say. I felt myself embraced simultaneously by 3 elements, the warm water, the darkness, and the starlit air. They wove a 3-fold spell about my senses, whilst my intellect seemed detached, free, emancipated from earthly trammels. I seemed mounting up and down toward the stars. Suddenly I found myself growing faint, luxuriously faint. My head sank back, my eyes closed. There was a humming as of some distant waterfall in my ears. I seemed falling asleep, pillowed on the warm water, but common sense rescued me just in time. I was alone in an unknown hot lake in New Zealand at night, out of reach of human call. I roused myself with a great effort of will. I had only just time to make for the bank when I grew quite dizzy. The keen frosty air brought me unpleasantly to my senses. My tallow dip was guttering in its socket, and hastily resuming my garments in a somewhat shivering condition, I retraced the rocky path, then groped my way over the little bridge under which rushed the hot stream that fed the lakelet, and guided only by the dim starlight, I regained my hotel. I had often looked up at the midnight skies before, at Charles Wain and the Pleiades on the Atlantic, at the Southern Cross on the Pacific, and the resplendent Milky Way in the tropics, at Mars and his so-called canals, at the opal widths of the moon from the snowy top of Mount Cenis, but never, no, never had I studied astronomy under such extraordinary circumstances and with such peculiar and enchanted environments as on this night at the Waikari Hot Springs. Travel and Talk, London and New York, 1896. End of section 34.